None, because he goes jumping. Flammus takes him down. QB back at the side. Vision. Oh, fades to black to Flammus. JDC will have a go. Flashka does come in. Oh, missing now. Back to turn, lined up.
Blood. And it's the AWP. Shooting gallery, fish in the barrel. Bang!
Set up to receive here on A. Save's been forced back, but this might make them difficult. Lukowski! Indeed it does! He's torn through FURIA! Lukowski putting on a clinic! Try and keep them at bay, and it's looking good for that right now. Missed shot on the safe ball. Oh, God. Oh, this is a rough round for Breno and Exit. What can they do? The swing from Monoboy comes in, and that hero AK.
But I would love to see Pain starting to get some results. It's also good to see, hold up a second, things getting slightly interesting. Bomb now loose outside B main. One player coming in from CT, that's going to be Woody.
Oh, Acelux is putting in some solid work here. He's put himself into a ace clutch position. Double swing likely. K-Slux slaps 5. They called the Hugo.
The classic. Well, they are bearing quite down quickly. Oh, here we go.
Didn't clear. Oh. Yoink, yoink, yo! Pushing further forward, but
here comes the progression.
The leg's not to. Here comes the test. The bait.
Oh.
Eight. Swings! No, he was so aware. Oh, that's his round!
This bomb site and he can't find it, so back to B we go, and Mizu in perfect position. Started with a push. He's pinned in the corner just to that right side. Yuka going through with a Tech 9, applying pressure. They know that Rez is likely here. He peeks the boost, but loses his life regardless. So it's ZTR. Okay, he's got 2. Is there a 4K teed up here for ZTR? A clutch to put GamerLegion first round on the board, and ZTR got 3. Comes the retake. Lapada taking ZTR down. Yuka on the follow-up. And GamerLegion get cast away until it's Tabson in the 1v3. He's got 2 kills locked in. Smoke on the bomb. Gotta get onto that defuse. He's gonna hold it. He's gonna stick it. And here comes the knives, but it's a miss. And the defuse is stuck, and it picked up by Tabson. The 1v3.
Donk now. He's looking to add some kills to the tally. How many can he get? 1, 2. There might be more in store for Donk, of course. There is all 4, every single one.
There's there. Now the push is coming in on the other side. HOOXi to run it down. You can see it coming. Job done. HOOXi.
Okay, so he's coming back for a late. He's got a kit, and a smoke. All right, good luck. No, he's going to try. Some damage being done. Needs to get on the defuse right now. He's got a headshot. Oh my god. Too late. I think. Yeah. Knives come out. It's too late anyway, but Snacks has got the knife kill. Dude, oh, what? Hell? Okay, yeah, he's having a game right now. 21-12.
Timing is perfect. Picking up the second one, Imma. That's all you needed to do. Keep going, but
too many shots here for the defense. Kimmy on the other side gets destroyed by Sensu. Oh my god, the knives come out! No, you can't do this, Sensu!
that is insanely risky for Techno, but the payoff was kind of huge. He landed a grenade on 3 players. The Jiggle not betraying him. He could have walked into the shot there. Now Senzu's with him. And Techno's actually playing a fantastic round. He sprays them down right to the smoke.
Full blind still gets out with 1. That might not be enough. Shush. Strength here, usually in his multi-kills, just ability to stay alive. Cardia storms the board, on for the ace. Oh my god, what a kill. Antares, 2 kills to his name already, very much the trigger man in this round. Cut down that Snappy mid-lurk as well. This is a chance on the swing, but he's teed up with Cardia, and now they have Aras pincered.
Good morning, Counter-Strike fans. We are live from Chad's house. That's the official name of the studio.
Yeah, that's. I guess we got some branding. Chad's house.
Welcome to Chad's house.
Where you going? I'm going to Chad's house.
Yeah, you doing a show? What, Chad's house?
Yeah. Now, have you guys seen that new show, Chad's house?
Chad's house. Yeah, I've been watching. I'll tell you what the story is today, Chad. I've just come up with this about 5 seconds before.
Okay.
Yep. NIP.
Okay.
Right, they're a
Straight
team.
into it.
They're a team, right? They're playing today. And then you've got the other side. We've got HOTU. And they are going to be battling in 2 different ways, right? Because NIP, they've already done this whole VRS nonsense. They climbed up.
They're climbing.
They're in Astana. That's a big boy league. That's where the big boys play.
But they're not in the major.
Yeah, that's the next step. But I'm saying, like, NIP are a step ahead. And you got Big Clan G2 today. We've got 2 fantastic best of 3s from Chad's house.
From Chad's house for, look, Chad's Counter-Strike.
Does G2 play tomorrow? We'll find out. Do Big Clan get eliminated by G2?
Where on earth is Hunter?
Gone.
But not forgotten.
No.
We're still talking about him.
We will not stop talking about him, and we will likely see him back at the next tournament.
So this is today's schedule. We're down to just 3 best of 3s today, and tomorrow there'll be no B stream. So today you can get 6 games over 2 streams, 10 a.m., and you're going to have it at 1 p.m. and that's 4 p.m. Those would be the local timings for you in Kazakhstan, in Central Europe, if you are joining us on this Tuesday morning. Right now, it has just gone 7 a.m. On the A stream, you'll be getting FURIA versus ODDIK. The ODDIK journey, Abe's Odyssey, as we're calling it, will continue. And seeing more from international FURIA flavor. Astralis versus Virtus.pro. Astralis did take on Spirit yesterday. Had moments of looking competitive, but not to be. And I don't think anybody thought it would have. Donk had to have a massive performance on map number 1. Virtus.pro will be their opponent. And then we do have Navi taking on Aurora to round out the day. And that's going to actually be a big game, Navi-Aurora. I think that Navi losing to MongolZ, that's good stock for MongolZ, who have now qualified for the playoffs. Here you go. This works out perfectly. And Team Spirits. Those are your first 2 teams to go 3-0. 2 of the names that you'd expect to be in the playoffs. And then if I was going to continue to fill out names that you'd expect to be in the playoffs, Navi would be one of them. Aurora would be the other. They're playing each other. Both will still have an opportunity even if they lose today. And then after that, it gets a little bit murkier, right? It's pick your poison. It's pick your favorite team because I don't think Astralis or FURIA were going to be strongly in the conversation on debut with their new rosters. Astralis have had a pretty mid-year at best. FURIA have been on a downward trajectory for a while. Virtus.pro are pretty mid in general. Like they have good players, but they don't always play the best Counter-Strike. And then after that, the Brazil second string, well, Pain people think are good. I want to say people I think being me, but they've had so many problems that their results just paint them as this team that's not going anywhere. G2 has the coach standing in. The list could go on, Alex. Who else will join MongolZ and Spirit? Well, let's find out.
Yeah, and you talk about pain as well. Let's not forget that HOTU, the team that we will be bringing in that first game of the day, were a team that lost to them with the coach standing
Kind of wild, right?
That is wild. It was a 13-8, 13-4, not even close on Nuke. Pain, perhaps stylistically countering HOTU.
Well, no, I'd just say for HOTU, look at these players on the screen right here. How many of these do you even know? KDO is one who I've seen before on Avantgarde.
Yeah.
For a few of them, they're on home soil, and they're young players. So I'm going to put it down to first game land nerves.
Okay.
And then after that, I'm going to say they played some pretty damn good Counter-Strike, right? Because they were able to push Aurora, be able to take a map off of them. NIP did the same. And then actually eliminate GamerLegion in 2-0 fashion. So, you know, there's no joke in terms of what we can expect from this team. Yuka, Lampada, KDO, Mizu, and Duke for sure. Those are the 5 gentlemen taking to the server. But the man behind them, Mo, previous Gambit player, major winner alongside of Zeus and Hobbit, etc., etc. So, yeah, look, there's going to be at least a big brain behind them ready to drive this team forward. There you can see him just standing behind them. So this is a team that fell into on day number 1 when I was categorizing squads, Cinderella run. Right, they were in that category. So they're still in the running to make it. They would need to take down NIP today, who you mentioned, have been doing the work as far as the VRS is concerned. But the year started pretty rough for them, having to use this Jax loophole. If you look at this team, you've got a bit of a mix. Portugal, Denmark, and then a bit of a Ukrainian flair down the end there. Wrinkle, the AWP player, highest rated player for NIP with this roster. And coming in second is Shush, the man in the middle of the screen from heroic fame. He felt like he got the bung end of the deal at the start of the year.
Yes, certainly. But it looks like things might be turning around, certainly just a little bit. I do feel like Snappy has a somewhat of a Midas touch. I do think that we've seen him before. My mind goes towards the Ents projects, whereby he can turn a kind of ragtag squad into something that can be competitive at the tier 1 level. We've seen that once before, and I think Wrinkle as well is a valuable asset. Combined with the Saw rifling duo, you've got yourself a real solid base of talent. Shush, I think, is a very safe pair of hands. Snappy, as I discussed, and Midas Touch. I think there is a way in which this NIP roster goes on to do very good things. What's there? I was looking at it just before. They've gotten up to 46 in the Valve ranking.
Yeah, I think they'd be good. They'd do good to be a top 15 team. Yeah, that's where I'd place them. But this is part of an NIP rebuild. Here's the veto coming through. So HOTU are moving Inferno. NIP have been banning Mirage as of late. Ancient will be map number 1. I thought we'd get a train pick coming in from NIP, but that's going to be left to the second phase where HOTU will remove it. NIP have been playing a bit of train. I think they're trying to make it one of their pocket picks. And then Dust 2. So, look, we go from Ancient, which can have it all. It can be technical and slow. It can be fast and in your face. It can be fake heavy, into an extremely tactical and technical map. I put the 2 words together.
Technical? No, I just sounded extra Australian.
Extra Australian. On to map number 2, they're going to be the pick of the Ninjas, and the decider is going to be Dust 2. Now, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is Forrest awake this early to do his co-streaming? Because he does the NIP coach. So he is a dad, right?
He might
so
be,
he should be used to the early morning. So I beg the question, is Forp, one of the legends, awake?
Okay, well, I've done some research, and it is 7:01 in Sweden.
It is 7:01 in Sweden.
That is the time here as well.
Yeah.
But I was just double checking.
It's 7:01 in Sweden.
It's definitely, this is time where we might see Thorpe arrive within an hour or so.
Okay, so he's not on.
Oh, he's not on. He's not on. It's not on that he's not on.
Oh, come on now.
I really think Shush's new haircut suits him. I've said it once. I've said it again.
Did you say it once?
Yeah, I did.
When was the once that you said it?
I said he's got a nice haircut day 2.
Oh.
This is day 4.
And
I just want to reiterate, I think
day 4.
It frames his face nicely.
5 days of groups. So today we will lock in 3 more teams and we'll eliminate 3 more teams.
And then what happens tomorrow?
And then tomorrow we need to find 3 more teams. Because 2 plus 3 is 5 and then plus 3 is 8. And you need
Quick
8
maths.
teams to the playoffs. So 3 teams today, 3 teams tomorrow. Plenty of elimination, plenty of qualification, plenty of goddamn Counter-Strike.
All right. Yeah, it's coming up at any minute now. We have got our map pool locked in. We've got our players' bums in seats, and we are ready to get this Counter-Strike day underway. Day 4, PGL Astana 2025. CT start for NIP. Aros DOS. Are we cool with that?
Yeah,
Aros DOS.
He's not new.
I know, I'm just making sure because I've heard lots of different ways.
Dolce Cabana.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to hear any of that nonsense.
Okay, well, it seems like the plan is clear. They want to go ahead and just split B through cave and ramp. The util will land. Long molly, smoke short. The Magna Jez. That's what they call this pistol in the Pug Realms.
In the Pug Realms. Oh, all right, Yuka, going to run over U-Jokes there. They've got back cube control on the agenda. Do they want to swing? No flash for this. Four bodies just ready to pounce.
I like it. I mean, at some point, right, they just give the go signal. Whether it's the CTs that move first, I think it will be Shush that gets the party started because he's going to get... Ooh, I thought he was going to get one. Mizu, he denies that as well. Now they activate Cadio? Cadio. Just want to make sure I'm getting that right. Cadio.
On the satellite radio.
Cadio.
All right, Mizu. There's a song from Corpse Husband.
Mizu?
Called Misa Misa.
Misa.
And it's a banger, even though Twitch is going to hate that reference. But that's all I see when I see Mizu. But that's a great pistol round. Now, just to add some context for this HOTU team, they are 9 on the trot as far as Ancient is concerned. But the problem with that stat line is the majority of those wins against second string Mongolian teams, because there's only one first string Mongolian team. That's the Mongols. So there's some wins in here against Chinggis Warriors, the Huns, etc.
Yeah.
They did beat Rare Adam, they did beat GG How, and they did beat GamerLegion. So it's their map.
Oh, and that's a nice response from Aros DOS straight out of the gate. Nearly gets caught on the mantle up. Got to take it easy. 5-7 getting one and a rifle is something. Certainly a valuable asset to this NIP Force Buy.
Yeah, interesting. HOTU went with 5 Galils there, actually making an AK in the mix. So everybody with a rifle, nobody with an SMG, likely expecting they'll be up against a Force Buy, so want to brute force through this head armor. Now they want to brute force onto A. Lampada with a beautiful shot onto Wrinkle. That removes the potency of this defense now.
And I will say Lampada in particular on Ancient was a key reason as to how they bested GamerLegion so convincingly on that map. I think he had like 23 and 9, some crazy statistics from Lampada on this very map. Yuka going to go try and finish this one off. Aros DOS still has hold of that Galil. Likely becomes a priority save into the next as this one's already gone too far. You can see Snappy and Aros DOS just doing a setup, hoping that maybe Snappy gets an overly keen rifle swinging him.
All right, just quickly.
Yeah.
Which story do you like more? A Cinderella run or a Return to Glory story?
Ooh, I think Cinderella runs are more... generally
that's more of an everyman.
Yeah. Everyone appreciates
Even
that.
Rush. Even Rush should like that.
Rags to riches. You're telling me?
Yeah. 0 to hero.
0 to hero, absolutely. I mean, like, that's what all those shonens are about.
True. So are they going to have an unstoppable power level, or what are we...
Got the missus watching solo leveling last night.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I've started.
That's huge.
I was like, yo, so do you want to do something else? Do you want to not watch another episode? She was like, no, I need to find out if they're alive. And suddenly...
You're in.
You're in.
You're in.
So Aros DOS got an AK-47. I thought it was a Galil.
Well, he got an upgrade. He killed Yuka and took the AK.
I need to start paying attention.
No, but I asked you a big question. Cinderella run or...
Yeah. I see what you're saying, and I'm leaning Cinderella's way.
Okay.
Snappy. Sure, he gets one with this kind of angle. Oh, no, Mizu just clears him out straight away.
So the bomb explosion...
launched an AK.
The AK in his general direction.
Not bad.
And he was able to walk away with the spoils of war. Poor Snappy. He thought he was the belle of the ball. But no, he forgot. HOTU a Cinderella around here.
Did you see the... have you seen the clip of Beauty and the Beast recently?
No.
Like you watched Beauty and the Beast at all?
No. Not the recent one.
Oh, I saw a clip recently, and it was very clear that, like, Belle was a bit disappointed when he transformed out of the beast. Like, her face is a look of, like, disappointment.
Look, I'm not psychoanalyzing cartoons.
Neither am I. I'm just saying it looked like she was disappointed. You know? She pulled a funny face. She did. Why have you animated a funny face?
Why is my screen doing
Why is your screen doing that? I'm not upset.
Why would be if it keeps doing that?
You jerks! Oh. One bullet would have been lethal.
Would have looked really cool. Imagine him diving to his death with the bomb and the flames, gets a jumping USP kill. Even just, one bullet and then they fall to the bomb. But all right. Okay, we've had the eco, we've had the force. we've had the pistol round. And that's the reverse order of how we found ourselves into a rifle round. So let's get into the thicker things with the CT side of NIP.
How interesting.
What?
NIP didn't pick train.
Yeah, that's what I said during the veto.
I was listening to you, I promise.
I did say that during the veto, so I thought they'd pick train.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember hearing the word train, but I think I just kind of processed that as they have picked train.
No,
Yeah.
they picked nuke.
Interesting.
All right, we're in A, and we didn't throw any smokes. And when
We've
I say
just
we, I
gone
mean HOTU.
straight into A again.
But they are down a man. So number advantage on the retake for NIP. Ooh, dig for your trouble there. Two of them very low.
This is winnable, even in the 3v5. Winkle, he's going to accelerate forward, but that deep temple smoke will thwart his aggressions. 2 from the donut, 3 from CT. HOTU, they've managed to claw it back with a double nade out of Mizu. Wrinkle and Shush get dunked on. Now a bit uncomfortable. UJUX considering it. Snappy progressing forward, removes Lampada. Need to get on that bomb, need to find that bomb. It was planted on the corner. UJUX is in the position to try and fake it out. Never mind, Snappy's holding it with a 5-second defuse. Covered up nicely. UJUX and Snappy get the job done.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you have it. That one could have gone very wrong. I agree with you when you said it was still very winnable. The players on low HP and the double nade definitely helped. It still left one of them low, but they stick the landing. It's always good to have a kit. How many times do we go into first rifle rounds and teams don't have kits? So shout out to Snappy one time. Boom. There's the nice deep nade. Bowling, son.
That's fine. Fine there onto Lampada.
Well, they should be able to buy again, shouldn't they? So the bomb goes down. There's going to be more than enough cash to splash into another purchase. And here you can see it. Yuka with the AWP now. Back over towards A. This real preference at the A site. Wrinkles here, though, needs to hit the first shot.
Yeah, this would be one way to say go back to B, boys, if the Orpa wins this. Now, hang on, he's going to self-flash. No, they just accelerate. Okay, interesting pacing and timing. Wrinkle does take the double kill. Bomb spotted on the back of Yuka as well from his trade. Look at the response time from NIP. They've got a big, very big B lurk. Held by that donut player for now. Shush distracted. They commit A. Can't really afford to die here, Duke, but getting temple control is valuable.
Does have a smoke as well, so he's the only smoke remaining on this T side unless they can find one on the ground. With his forward position, at some point, I imagine smoking off a choke point. I would like it to be donut. Oh, Mizu. This lurk could really... That's going to be too late now.
It is. I think he's missed his timing, yeah.
It's over now. Yuka's been sidelined. Fisher needs to swing.
Transfer is asking a lot. Yeah, not easy. Aros Dos will find the trade. Yuka was seen with that bomb. Now Mizu been heard. Just clearing him out. Oh, doesn't hit the shot immediately. 35 seconds. Progression now towards Donut. Bomb from Yuki. Does need to move in. What are you waiting for? Looking for an AK?
Save? Like,
I don't know. They're in 2 minds.
Maybe just save, boys. This is looking real awkward now.
Mizu gave it a go.
Is he coming for it? Now he's lost his AWP. There we go. Now he wants to save, but he's cut off at the pass. Okay, just chilling, man. That's probably the best go. Okay. Well, a little bit falling over themselves in that one, weren't they, HOTU? But NIP, back-to-back rifle rounds. Very good work. Oof, Snappy had a chance to snatch away the AWP, making sure it couldn't be saved. But Yuka, too quick, takes him down and will retain it. So, all right, back-to-back rifle rounds.
There is something to be said about, you know, HOTU's inexperience or lack of communication being displayed in that round, because you saw that Yuka was trying to throw the anti-AWP flash, the right-clicker jobby.
But they'd already gone.
But they were going. No, he like swapped to his flash as both of them immediately double swung.
Yeah, so I guess the call from Spawn, not necessarily clear, but clear intent, I suppose.
Sure.
These rounds have been relatively quick, so that there's conviction behind the call, but maybe not with the details. So you save an AWP, you can get on another AK, you're able to get some upgrades around that. Duke's going to be able to get himself an AK as well. And Mo's going to take the time out to have the conversation. So making sure they can get the most out of this busted-looking buy. Snappy down to just an SMG, so going to be kicking himself. He lost that AK, but...
he loves an SMG.
He does, doesn't he?
Do we see HOTU consider maybe like hanging around B? We haven't seen him since the pistol head over to that bomb site as a coordinated unit. And it is going to be a bit more B-centric off of the rip. Mid player trying to get through to Yuka. Oh.
He's going for that quick pick that we see 9-10 go for.
Yeah, but that requires no mid-util, like no HEs at least. Oh, this is over. Round, I mean.
Yeah, it is. Lampada would need a massive 1v4. He's got the first chip in. 3 more is a lot
Why
to
don't you
ask.
smoke the site and plant? Get a little bit of extra cash. Doesn't really achieve anything.
Yeah, it'll give you a pistol on the next round, I
Yeah,
guess.
you get a Tech 9 or a D.
better than nothing. Right now, this is just going to simmer out. What I will say is because NIP have been in the doldrums, right? They've been playing Tier 4, Tier 3 Counter-Strike. They literally went to a Fragadelphia.
Hey, maybe that means Philadelphia's on the up and up.
Well, in a way, all local lands or smaller lands should be on the up and up thanks to VRS. But, yeah, they literally went to Fragadelphia, and fortunately for them, they won it. They beat Sharks in the final. In a best of 5, they won it 3-0. But my point, less about Fragadelphia, more about the type of teams NIP have been playing are in line with a HOTU, as opposed to being in line with a Spirit or an Aurora. So they should be well equipped to deal with more. I don't want to say it in simple Counter-Strike, one-dimensional Counter-Strike.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe more direct or gimmicky Counter-Strike.
Less layered Counter-Strike.
Yes, whereas like the upper echelon teams are doing a lot of default, or they have obviously a lot more experience with these things. In-game leaders tend to be a lot more experienced too. So, yeah, I think that NIP should feel quite comfortable in this matchup, even though they don't have any head-to-head against HOTU before. The only reason I wouldn't be comfy is for the mere fact it is a 1-2 game, and the loser of this will be eliminated. So there is the pressure element, as we do see them not all in, but it is the AK brought through.
And Duke's already provided an opener onto Arrow's DOS mid. They've got all of A. They've got all of A.
He's got another one.
He does get another. Shush went down as well. Bomb will be planted. Yuka gets it in, and already the round is over.
How have they won this one?
Well, Duke did something.
The round, he definitely did do something.
He does something. So that's good. Wow. Arrow's DOS and Shush going to be put into the interrogation. So, lads, how did you just let that... How did you get 1v2'd?
Yeah, so they go Hero AK on Duke. They have some pistols with upgrades thanks to the loss bonus. They kill 2 players in middle and they're in A for free.
Yeah. I guess, well, they were starting heavy mid with the plan to have them react to A.
Yeah, but they're dead. So
but they died.
Yeah,
so...
you don't get an opportunity to react. Okay, Duke. Let's take a look at that, shall we? NIP are going to take a timeout. Now, the coach, we haven't mentioned him, Exist. What's he been up to? Well, coaching NIP. So for Exist, he's back in a Swedish jersey, so to speak, but he doesn't have any Swedish players in his team.
No. But there's not many Swedes out there right now,
What are you talking about?
Metisport, that's it.
We've got the guys over there in Wildcard, Fozy and...
They are honorary Americans now.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
But Stan's Canadian, Sonic is South African, and JB... No, it is JBA.
JBA.
Is from the United States.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny? I think HOTU were expecting to get away with that on the first 2 rifle rounds that they won, and then they went into a B play, and then, well, that didn't work. So
anyway,
let's just do the same thing with less, and KDO get 2 kills. That I think were probably the best kills ever.
Wait, they don't even throw a smoke. Like, no window smoke, no mid.
Just everybody goes B.
Just go B.
B rush.
It's a B rush. You jokes. How you playing this? Concedes some space.
That concedes all the space. Shush needs it,
yeah. Fight for it. Shush just about gets away with 1 HP. Okay, so now you've given up the site.
But look at all the nades left over for HOTU. Plant the bomb. That was one place to start. But look, you've got 2 smokes, 3 mollies. Just keep CT smoked.
And you can't lose.
Well, you can now.
Oh.
You can now.
Party gets spammed on down. Ujex does well. Find an angle onto that default plant spot. Just held on to cave. Stop that from being a post-plant position. Now sweeping in through the ramp. Looking for bodies. Spam through. Ujex does fall. Wrinkle cleans up. Only 1 left. Hiding on the side. And Wrinkle has a field day.
It's like he's playing pre-fire or something there in refrag.
Yeah.
Like, the bot's not moving. He's just having to clear the angles. Also, I did some more thinking about Swedes.
Yeah, okay, go.
Okay, we got Rez,
Yeah, obviously.
ZTR,
Yeah.
LNZ, Youngster,
That's at least 4.
yeah,
Plus,
Metasport.
you've got at least 10 Swedes.
You've got Johnny
Sniper.
Speed.
Johnny Sniper, yeah.
Johnny Sniper. Johnny Speed has that's Draken's team.
Yeah, I remember.
You've got Eyeballers with JW.
They're here. They're more of like kind of a CCT
Wow.
energy, aren't they?
Wow.
That's how we see them.
Olaf's still on the bench of FaZe.
Olaf's on the bench of FaZe. Streaming, bragging. Dush. Mid-hold, indeed. Double kill, make it 3.
beautiful.
That's exactly what you want to see.
It's beautiful.
Arrows
He does steal it, but
did.
it was beautiful. Nice little... And the pace on this
These
one.
rounds.
I love it, this.
Yeah, man.
We've had some real slow Counter-Strike. ODDIK in the server, very slow. VP in the server, very slow. HOTU in the server. Yeah, hot indeed.
Yeah, they do not play scared. They play feast or famine, and it's a toss of the coin every time.
I'm just loving this. And look, not for their round case, but the fact they're trying to brute force into a lot of these means they're trying to play momentum-based CS and pip the gap, essentially. But Shush plugs that one, and Yuka, he's dead.
Presumably, the people pushing through that deep elbow smoke were assuming that he wouldn't have played close. He hasn't taken
Yes,
it.
because he's
That's
under the
assumption.
flashes there. The flashes aren't going to be getting him.
Yeah. Okay, so that's just a gamble they've taken that does not pay off. Coming into the next round, though, it's going to be interesting to see if they have a different approach. Do they elect to try a different avenue?
Well, I would say the money's not there for a buy, but
Yeah.
Duke has enough for an AK, and everybody else could get a pistol with Kevlar.
They won the last one like
yeah,
that.
just do another one of those, would you? An IP with the 1-round lead would be loving to get themselves up to an 8-4. This is the type of series that I think you're quietly confident about. You see it's HOTU, right? And that's not meant to sound disrespectful. You take everybody, you know, with the same serious nature, especially when you're in the server. But there's some teams you're going to fear more than others. Like, you're definitely going to fear a team like Spirit more than you're going to fear a team like HOTU. And I think for NIP, this would be a great tournament for them to be able to lock into a playoff, especially for those VRS points going into the second season. Star Ladder Budapest was announced overnight. So we now know, confirmed. Here we go. Look, there is a Duke AK.
Just go away.
And they've
Just go away.
Oh, they're in. They are in.
Oh, wait, Arrows Dos
They're
confirm.
in-ish.
Arrows Dos confirm. It's only one from Arrows Dos. Instead, the ODDIK connects onto Shush. Now Snappy's low and dead as well. Just rush.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about those shots from Wrinkle, they end up costing him.
Yep.
You know, let's say that he hits one of the two. Let's 50%. Then maybe, just maybe, that's a different looking round. As Duke just walks through the smoke. Can't believe it. Straight through their face. And almost takes everything. Just Wrinkle. They may as well hunt him down.
I swear, I've played against players like this before, and it's so fun to see it played at the highest level. HOTU are just walking through smoke, calling bomb site rushes, and they're running at Wrinkle with their knife out. They just want to take that AWP away, and they might. They very well might. Wrinkle has to hit his shots. He can't. Okay. Okay. Cardio?
Cadio, man. Why is that so hard for you to read, bro?
Because it's not how I would spell it.
Well, he
Cadio.
didn't make his name. You could say it any way you want, but
Yeah, K.
just say it with conviction.
K. Like, there's no Y. It's a K.
But just say it however you want with conviction.
Cardio.
That's fine. Just don't question it.
Okay, just making sure, dude. Okay, don't get mad at me. Just want to make sure I'm saying his name.
I'm probably saying it wrong. He didn't send me a dossier
Cardio.
saying this is how you say my name.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he speaks English.
Cardio. Gets an opening kill. Arrows Dos responds with 2. Does just get that buy one, get one free offer. Harder taking a 5
There
versus
we
Wrinkle.
go.
He's not going to miss this time.
Oh, if he did, there'd be some questions asked, I think.
He's just happy he's got another AWP after losing it in the previous.
There he is. There he is.
Oh, would like that one.
He settled in.
There we go.
He settled in there, right. 6-5. Harris Doss, 11-4, 12-6 for Wrinkle. Shush only has 5-7, but he did have an impactful round on mid not that long ago. But they've done their best rounds with just Deagles and an AK. So let's do that again, shall we?
Yep, one more time. You wouldn't just say A or B, would you? You'd say something else. Yeah, look, a little bit more of a layer. We've got a red smoke at the bare minimum. The door smoke they'll be disrespecting. Oh, that's a nasty fight for Snappy. He goes down to the tech line fast. Juke again. Every time you put a rifle in his hands, he's good for one.
Full W Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Wrinkle reveals the AWP is on site. They've blocked on ramps and no immediate trade, and so pivoting. Oh, that's because they pushed A. They're in CT.
It just looks like a pug, doesn't it?
It does, but a pug that's actually going to get them 6 rounds versus ninjas in pajamas.
Okay, all he needs to do is not whiff from here.
This is the fight. Whoever it is, it's Shush. How good's his clear? Because he's going to be like...
He is clearing.
He is clearing. Oh, perfect. Barda gets the Deagle headshot, straight out for another. This is going to be a very frustrating map for NIP. Just the way in which they've lost these rounds, the way in which they've been taken from them.
But how does this translate on the T with them swapping over to the CT side?
Like, how does that work?
Because you can obviously do crazy smoke pushes, but yours start to get like insane. Oh, I'm pushing through the B doors smoke, or I'm pushing through the elbow smoke.
True. Actually true. 6 rounds for HOTU. At the T side, I will remember for sure. One very unique pace and, as you called it, you know, momentum-based Counter-Strike where you are just looking for gaps and taking gambles, and it's been rewarded in this elimination game, need I remind you?
I just have a hard time. Like, nothing they did there is replicable.
Yes.
But they managed to win 3 rounds with 1 to 2 AKs and pistols. So
it is replicable, technically.
Right?
Literally replicable, but...
That's the problem. There was no...
Oh, Juke.
Yeah, I don't know if he's upset.
Just a chat.
Or if he's firing him up.
Yeah.
It looks stern.
Certainly does, but most parts of that world, you know, it looks stern. It's probably love. Apart from Electronic, that's just stern. That's just stern.
Just the dark side.
Just the dark side, yeah, Palpatine. Would love that. Plus, you know, for NIP, this could compound. You've lost 2 games in a row, 2 series to Spirit and Aurora. Now you find yourself against HOTU. You go, okay, we got a must win, an easy win, and then you have a half like that. Can't afford to get into your own head. Must win game for ninjas. HOTU coming in as that, looking to play spoiler.
Oh, he is not happy.
It doesn't seem like he's happy.
Oh, he's definitely not happy. He was very unhappy.
He just won a round as well.
He was very unhappy.
Yeah.
He's not happy.
Dual Berettas in Cave, a classic. Clocks up mid and no one on Donut.
And nobody on A.
Yeah. So they get the plant.
So they've just gambled B fully. Once they understand that it's A, they pushed out and found the lurk.
Oh, another kill. This is getting awkward.
Honestly, full W.
Yep. Yep, but they hit their shots, and now it's a 5v2. There is a Molotov and no smoke. If he gets the timing on this Molotov right, it could be round defining. Throws it out, no extinguish available, has to respect it. It's just Snappy, the 1v4 Molotov. 10-second defuse needs to be booked in. Has he got it? I think he might have just got enough time there. Yep, Cadio seems confident. And so HOTU taking the pistol, and it is just hold W. Simple, effective, Juke hitting shots. Fair play.
Yeah, he looked confident there with the defuse, didn't he? So obviously the 10-second music being played in his ears or not, letting him know that the defuse was going to come on through.
I mean, you know, hindsight 2020 and all, it seems like Snappy could have held it for 2 seconds longer and he would have perhaps won the round.
Yeah, I guess when everyone else is dead, though, you feel you're under pressure. You don't want to get stuck with nade in the hand, and wow. Okay, well, there you have it. That's going to be the pistol round converted now. Can they find the follow-up? NIP afforded a force due to the plant. That's both pistols for HOTU. So those are the conditions to win a map. You're going to have a Galil in the hands of Wrinkle. A couple of Mac 10s. Now, something that Snappy you were talking about it before in terms of with the ENTS players. Obviously, with Falcons, there was no success found. So he might do better when the players are younger and they have a higher level of respect for him. And to be fair, so even with that sentiment, they had Madden and some Pius, their players he'd come up with throughout ENTS. So either way, it didn't work for them over in the Falcons jersey. But things that have worked for Snappy before is some good pocket momentum calls. So let's see if he can piece something together here with this force buy. It's in the B box for Wrinkle. Oh, missed the sentry there. They're pushing through. Straight through into Wrinkle. Double on the Galil. Lines him up, knocks him down, and that feels like it should be the round.
That feels like what you were talking about how does that style of play translate to the CT side. It's two SMGs pushing through a smoke onto the lane fight.
Two more are going to push and fight through cave and lane right now.
Oh!
Here comes Duke.
And another one. Another push. He's done well to find one. A second would actually equalize, and he gets away with it. Oh, the distraction, they keep coming. Here's an SMG for you. Mizu comes up to provide the support, the hunt from Arrow's DOS. Shush will win this.
Well, these are the type of clutches he wins, though. These are the type of clutches he wins.
It's just terrifying knowing that they are going to be holding W somewhere. If they're not cave right now, then they're likely ramp. He works it out, swings on out, does isolate the first. Concerned about the last, and walking up is Mizu. MP9 ready. Shush gets tagged up a little. The nade seems good. Swings on it. Can't finish off the job. Dead now, of course. Shush will save them. That aggressions and the constant re-aggressions, it's exhausting.
Yeah, it looks like Duke... Sorry, it looks like that the boys from HOTU are the ones on the force buy with, how they played that situation. They've all-ined against a force buy.
A lesser buy.
Right, which traditionally is going to have guns that want to fire at a closer range. It's the Galil that gets it done at longer range. And then the second wave of barbs comes through. Duke very sharp to get to, obviously making sure that his teammates were avenged there in the assist feed. But Shush, those are the type of clutches he wins. And Snappy knows that's important. A big round. Again, this is a Super Bowl tournament for NIP.
Yeah.
Because they're an organization that has already been in the big leagues before. They're looking to return there. So by getting into the playoffs here, any LAN wins that you can get, HOTU isn't a team that's going to get you the most in terms of points, but LAN wins are good. And this is a tournament where the prize money as well will also help boost you through the rankings. NIP are in the long game, right? This is the perfect case study of a team that was formed from scratch at the start of the year without any points and how long it takes them to break in. So sure, they missed the first major. It's not missing the first season. It's just not having enough points to play the first. Oh, look at this.
I can't believe this team! Charges a main with a 5-7 and it works. Dude, when I die to plays like this, I always go, oh my god, it would never work in like pro play, but it seems to be working pretty well right now.
You just need to shoot him, I guess.
But yeah, and for NIP right now, Mizu's shooting harder.
At a minute 20.
Lampada, make you overlooked. Played it right. They out and they clear him, right? Oh no, now they will.
There's a flag.
But there's a flag! Evan's coming for you! Stay in spawn! Get back where you came from!
That is ridiculous. That is...
Bro.
Oh, mate.
And he's not even walking. That's a running...
Unhinged.
A running A main 5-7. Gets 2. Of course it does. Oh, the frustration. Arrow's Dust is screaming. Hey. Nearly gets 3. There's Lampada for the finishing touch. Then, of course, don't worry. Cardio's coming in from behind as well.
They've won more of their rounds in the weaker position, I'd say. Like, more of the key rounds, anyway. They're not running on them right now.
It's weird. It makes me feel uncomfortable. What are they doing? They play a standard round?
Why aren't they running at them?
Kind of freaking me out. Contact cave. Yeah, he's got that block smoke, but if they start running, it will be too late. You'll have to throw it in the doorway. Yeah, you're in trouble. Swap. Executed by Ujux. Now progress into the B site. Looks good from the NIP boys. Storming in.
Ooh.
Good damage on that spray, but Duke will reveal himself with the tracers and goes down.
Okay, tit for tat, round for round. Nothing consecutive in the second half just yet. That's all right. We knew they were going to do their better work when it's going to be 5-7s running through smokes. So, Snappy, can he snatch it all away? Probably not. You see the shadow? He's got a chance. And Mizu says no.
Absolument pas.
Oh. What's he doing? Where's he going?
Playing for the kills. Playing for the kills.
I guess he's thinking, they know exactly where I am. Yeah. Let me try and get somewhere else. But yeah, maybe he doesn't really want the MP9.
I'm so glad we've got, you know, because Counter-Strike comes in so many shapes, sizes, flavors. And this one's got a very unique size and flavor.
Yes, an expert. Alex Richardson.
M4, MP9.
That's such a late buy. NIP were already leaving spawn. HOTU was still buying.
Yeah, it's worked out.
They're not running at it.
Don't speak too soon. Had a really good shot there. Oh, and the trade is there from Mizu. It's costly, very costly, and Lampada just about holding on.
God.
How has he gotten away? Gets two. Yuka's been handed something he can work with, but the fights are going to keep coming.
This is a bare knuckle brawl.
Woo! Yow! Yes.
Okay. NIP have broken through.
Yes, they have. And they disconnected in celebration.
Snappy.
He's had enough. He needs a rest.
Get
He needs a
back
rest.
here.
It's too intense.
It's so stressful for the old man.
I need to lie down, boys. I need a little lie down. Marco's coming back in a minute.
It's a bare knuckle brawl, and he's not up for the task.
Dude, can we just admire, like, Yuka knows there's one coming heaven, takes a pot shot, and he just returns his crosshairs. Like, you know, one kill's better than none. I'm not going to faff around trying to track a strafing SMG. I'll just take one. And they've done all right? Let's recap what HOTU, like, who's met HOTU? Who's tasted...
They took a map off of Aurora.
That's
they eliminated GamerLegion.
Those are two very big, impressive
Yes, and they lost to Pain with the coach. So nothing makes sense for their run.
No, it doesn't.
Right? They started with the game.
How did they lose to Pain if they can play like this?
Well, okay. What they're playing right now is by no means meta Counter-Strike. They're just putting aim on display.
Yeah.
Alex, they're just running at them. Nothing they've done has sensibility to it.
Well, and that might explain why Wrinkle, who is a bit of a pug stomper, you know, he's regularly in those realms. This feels familiar to him. He's like, oh, this is the style of Counter-Strike I'm playing at 3 a.m. on a Saturday.
Yeah, look, I think Wrinkle's just good. I think like Wrinkle is the best NIP player. If top teams could look at buying Wrinkle, I don't think NIP would sell him. They know they need him. Then you'd be looking for a Wrinkle.
Would you get more output of Wrinkle if he was playing in Wonderful's position, do you think?
Wow, okay.
Is he that good?
That's it. I would probably put them on par.
Okay. That's good to know.
But it does really seem like a face of Pug, right?
It does.
Yeah, like, it does just feel like a Pug right now. So we do have a little technical issue while we get Snappy back in the server. Don't you worry about that.
So I've been diving into the HOTU players' profiles. Duke Fissura has got coaching reps as well. Did you know that?
He's got coaching.
He's got a coach
Was it
tab.
K23?
Teams. 2 teams he coached. You won't have maybe not heard of either of them.
Okay.
It was GR.
No, I did hear of them. They were Far East Russian players.
Okay, yeah. And he also
They
coached
played at the...
XGR. Yeah. Okay.
So the same team.
Yeah, only 120 days as a coach and a whole lot more as a player.
Okay.
But interesting that he's kind of done a bit of both. He's been around a while, 28 years of age.
He's 28.
Yeah.
Doesn't look 28.
No, he doesn't. 2,000 days in teams as a Counter-Strike player, so I think he's more of a player than a coach. Maybe just wanted to lend a hand to some friends. Previously.
That explains why he was chewing out his teammate.
Yeah, probably just got into coach mode for a second.
For the age and authority to do so. He definitely doesn't look 28. But what do I know? So the gentleman in the middle there,
but you don't look 46.
Cadio, that's true. The gentleman in the middle with the pink keyboard, we've seen him before. Remember him playing for Avant-Garde. This would have been probably back as we were coming out of online times. So probably 2020, 2021. We would have been casting some stuff with him in the Avant-Garde jersey. That could have been even maybe Razmik Boss was there.
I remember him.
Or was it Ramzik?
Ramzik.
Was it Ramzik or Razmik?
I'm pretty sure it was Ramzik.
Okay, well,
Ramzik.
people in chat will let us know. They'll let us know. Don't you worry about that. There's everybody tuning in on Twitch chat, Kick, YouTube. I don't know what other platforms they're on, but they're definitely on those 3.
Then let's call it those 3.
They're 3 pretty big platforms.
Yeah.
I do like that YouTube's getting more popularity, right? It's great to see.
I think, yeah.
No disrespect to Twitch chat.
No.
Like you guys, you're doing your thing.
That's what Twitch has got going for it, is this whole chat.
Yeah, the community side of it.
They have the community.
But YouTube has a better player.
Yes.
The fact that you can rewind is huge.
Oh, it's huge. And the fact that I just so much... Okay, I don't want to, like, be rude, but I just think that the streaming technology on YouTube just seems to work better. Like, whenever I'm trying to put a game on from Twitch...
Can do 4K as well.
He does 4K,
Yeah.
but when I'm trying to, like, beam it onto my TV, YouTube just behaves itself.
Okay, you have issues with Twitch.
Twitch is always a bit
I've got Twitch
finicky.
on all day.
Yeah, so you got the app. You just launch the app, you're cooking.
Or either through the television itself or Chromecasting. Yeah. But I've always got the Running Man Z on.
Yeah, right.
He's one of my favorite streamers.
Running Man Z.
Running Man Z.
If you were doing like a streamer review, what would you say that his stream offers you? Is it gameplay, or is it more entertainment? Is it more about the characters on his stream, or is it more about the way in which he plays the game, or a bit of both?
I think it's a laid-back time.
Yeah.
Right, so, you know, DayZ is a good streaming game because there are lots of points where you can be talking to the chat. Now,
you're like lying
I'm
in a
going to
bush
be honest.
somewhere, mending wounds.
He doesn't actually give his actual age. His name's
Okay.
Paul. He's a father of, I believe, 2 girls. I'm trying to piece this together.
Okay, nice.
Now, I would, if I'm going to start throwing out guesses, I'm going to say he's late 40s, early 50s.
Okay, so he's a bloke.
Yeah, but he's been doing this for a while. He's been creating DayZ content for a long while, probably about 10 years.
Okay.
And but he doesn't have his cam, so nobody knows what he looks like. We don't know his age, so we don't have those details.
Cool.
But you know, I'm not there to hear him talking about Formula One.
Which will happen,
But
I'm sure.
but it is a nice laid-back time. It's nice to have on the telly.
Yeah, nice. I see you. And you can kind of jump in and out. You don't have to be paying
He
full
doesn't
attention.
really get frustrated when he dies either.
Oh, I admire that.
Because for him, it's just, you know, DayZ is about the journey. It's about starting as that freshman on the coast. Who do you meet? What do you do?
Yeah, right.
It's not about the gear. It's not about having the DMR or the LAR and, you know, unlimited supply of 308 rounds. It's not about that.
No, that happens sometimes.
That does happen.
But it ain't about that.
Especially if you want to go to, like, so let's say you play Namalsk.
Namalsk.
Now, we like Namalsk because you can go to Lantia, which is a planet.
A planet?
Yes, you
oh,
need
is
to
it? I've heard about you being an astronaut with Rush.
Well, that could
Is
have
that-
been Astroneer, maybe.
Oh, because you were talking about your space program for a while. You were quite excited about that.
That was a few. Well, no, but we did go to space recently.
Well,
Anyway,
have you?
Yeah.
No, I was just going to ask if you're still kind of in there with the admins. You know, you're still friends with the admins.
No, of the servers.
not on the
anymore.
servers.
No, I did get banned. the
Oh,
other day.
that's right.
I
Yeah.
did
Okay,
get
so you've
banned.
lost your way in.
I was banned for cheating, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, ESP, they said.
Dudes on the ESP. Well,
Yeah.
just like Harry Russell has been banned on Marvel Rivals
That's
3 times.
true. How's Harry gotten banned? Harry doesn't strike me as the type of guy to
when
get
he
banned on
says,
Marvel Rivals.
when he says, "I didn't cheat," I believe him, right? Like
I believe him.
he's
Why
not-
would he lie to us?
Why would he lie? But
He's
also,
got a lot to lose.
I know, but it just seems like 3 times you're banned. You're falsely banned for aimbot.
Well, he would have made new accounts.
So he's a new account and he plays well.
Yeah.
And then
He's got Counter-Strike aim.
yeah, so that count. So what happens is that people report him because he's got like 50 kills in a silver lobby,
Yeah.
and then they shadow ban him, or no, not shadow,
He
straight
just
ban
gets
him.
hard banned.
He gets hard banned.
Hard banned.
Harry Russell is banned on Marvel Rivals.
He's a
guys.
criminal.
That's right.
Sorry about the yapping, guys. That was a technical timeout. And here's the thing. We didn't want the players to hear us talking about what the buy was going to look like. So we didn't talk about the game there. But that's all good. We're back. Oh, Shush with the cave and the red smoke. Beautiful work. The support specialist does it nice and quick. And they're out mid, as it will be an eco. So we took a tech timeout into an eco. That doesn't get the juices flowing.
No, but maybe you started a conversation in the tech that you can kind of finish now. You know? Like, hey, we wouldn't have finished that conversation. Let's finish it now. So I'm thinking when next time we push cave and ramp at the same time, we do it with 5-7s.
Oh, you mean for them?
Yeah. Oh, you mean us?
I thought you meant for us. I was like,
Oh, no.
I don't think we should bring anything from that tech into this eco.
No, absolutely not. But yeah, you get to have a nice leisurely finish. Like, okay, yeah, so maybe I need to push more. Maybe I need to be more aggressive, more repeaks.
Is it Wrinkle in mid?
Wrinkle doesn't get all these frags. Arrows gets some.
The 2 looks like a 3 on the radar. All right, well, the fact he's played so conservatively, he should be rewarded with at least 2.
Only one. And they'll take that AK to the next round.
His in-game leader and coach think he deserved 2 there because of the maneuver that he made. Oh, Shush is giving them some of their own back.
Shushy boy.
You want to spam our bodies? You want to run through smokes? Well, we can spam them too as Snappy tickled down and taken to the underworld as Lamparta, the last man, over towards the T spawn.
They're hunting this AK. They've already got a body on A. Lamparta, is he going to be pushed any further? Well, are they going to meet? Is U-Joke's going to come clear through spawn as well?
I don't know how Shroud would fare against these guys.
I mean, Shroud was the GOAT, so...
He'd probably win.
Yeah.
Taking down 3 players on the eco. HOTU.
Not bad.
They're still in it, but
They
only
are.
just. We need to see them wake up right now into the rifle round. The Force by Wars not falling in their favor to start the second half. That's with them picking up both pistols. Here's the round recap on everybody's screens. The back and forth nature has now definitely just been 4th for NIP as they take steps to 13.
But now we go back to winning ways for HOTU.
Okay, well, there's a Famis in the mix alongside of the 4 silenced M4s. There's a defuse kit, there's U-Tilt, and there's an elbow smoke. So exchange of nades in middle. There's no damage found. Those nades did not find their target at all from the T side. And NIP are not playing with the same pace as what we saw from HOTU. So apply some mid pressure. Make sure A main is yours. Would you? I don't even understand why. It's not a favorable fight. And you have a pretty good idea they're not B lane.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? They're in A main?
Yeah.
So they had an A game.
It's certainly a choice. It's a choice. Choice you can make.
Oh, mate.
The beauty of Counter-Strike is you can make choices that are just yours, you know?
Yeah, that affect your entire team.
But technically, he
Well, they're all in middle, Alex.
Okay, and you've got 2 players
This
swinging.
could work.
Oh, okay, double out of Lamparta. Cardio does the same. We got a 2v1, folks, and every member of the bloody HOTU squad is just fighting in mid. Let's go, you jokes.
Oh God.
Gets taken down.
Imagine you just lost to that.
They're all in middle. How do we analyze that?
Oh, so okay, hold up. So one guy pushed.
Yeah.
Right, we killed him.
So we figured there'll be a little lighter there.
So
'cause we killed one.
they'll give up A and they'll give up B and they'll all just fight middle.
It's like if kind of you do like the heroic retake of mid, but you do it with
Everybody.
brutality.
It's literally everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. They win this. NIP are on eco. Oh, look at the pace on this one.
Zoom in! Straight into the mid window. Duke's going to be pissed. They want to push this, so they're threatening to do so.
Wrinkle
but-
found another. You shouldn't be
Yeah.
pushing any more.
No.
Reset, recalibrate, and see if you can find all 3.
I think there's gonna be-
HOTU
I think they're
players
gonna-
just grouped up somewhere.
Is he going to push for a main smoke? No, okay, they're actually just going to go back to A. Don't play big box with an MP9. Is that what you're doing? Toolbox, okay. Sure. What happens if they molly?
I think he's okay. I don't think they'll molly.
You don't think so?
I
They'll
don't think
contact
they'll
walk
molly.
in.
Yeah. I don't think they'll molly this. They might molly Temple. They mollied it.
Yeah.
Okay. He still gets one.
Still gets his. Go on. Here comes Yuka. Flashes through the smoke. All of them on his screen. One of them does manage to find his head, and so job's done. Round 1, NIP up to 11.
Isn't it crazy though, right? Like they have these nice aggressive plays on the lighter buys and they do really well. And then, okay, they have a good gamble stack that clamps down on middle and locks them out. But the thing that got them to the gamble stack in the previous round was Duke pushing on his own. And then you just go, well, like, Your aim's so good. What if you just played a little bit more standard? But it's fine. I want there to be more pace in Counter-Strike. That's the one thing I think we're lacking. Rico has 27 kills, by the way.
I was just looking at that. That is a large number.
Terrorists win.
That's like if you took Lamparda's score, doubled it, and took away 4.
I'm
or
sorry.
5.
I'm sorry. You're going to have to take away... Oh, come on, Alex.
Basically.
If it's an even number, it's going to make an even number, right?
Yo, dude, don't.
So if you want to get to an odd number, you're
Don't mansplain your maths to me, man. I'm pretty
How
sure
are
I
you going to
was
get
right.
to an odd number by taking away an even number?
I'm pretty sure I was close, actually. 16 times 2, 32. Minus 4 is obviously 28.
Where's this AK? Run boosted? Oh, they missed the run boost. Oh, and that nade really
Hang on, wait.
hurts.
This is the winning formula. They haven't lost a round where they bought AK Deagle yet.
Yes. Yes.
Middle row. Ooh, you jokes has done well. Should be dead.
Here we go. Now it's starting. Now it's
Here
starting.
we go. Resmoke mid. Schloop.
How are they so comfortable in what should be like a treacherous pass?
They're not scared. They ain't scared at all. Jukesy getting away with 1 HP. Cardio responsible for elbow. B players falling back out of the site, or at least rejigging their setup. So what's weak? Not B. I'll say that B's not weak.
No, and that's head-on collision territory right now. Is that door smoke? It's not a great door smoke, is it?
It's a smoke on the door.
Yeah, but you can use this. It's multiple angles now.
Oh, yeah, and he'll just tuck in. Stay tucked. Get yours. Can't get another. Lamparda brought down. Snappy, an important kill. 1 HP on Duke. He still finds the timing. And somehow Yuka's Deagle finds another connection. Arrow's DOS connects. Now it's just going to be Snappy. Default plant has that smoke walk push coming in. Cardio should have a jump spot on him just as he rounds the corner. Cardio will have the jump on him.
It feels like HOTU have 10 players in the server if you're NIP, because every time that you hit one of these sites, or even just middle, apparently they're all there. So in 2 of these round conversions, everybody's been there. So that's with a number disadvantage again. Some great shooting from Lamparda on the saved AK. His second AK that he gets scavenged, even Duke makes good on one of those.
It's funny because body language, like if you muted it, you'd have thought he was like mad.
Yeah, but he's loving
hyped.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, going to be the 3rd tactical timeout called from NIP. So I think that's both teams expending all of their 30-second chit-chats before we make it to overtime, which I'm going to be honest, if we continue in this fashion, we could very well be destined for overtime. It's just about HOTU being able to string consecutive rounds together. The loss bonus is going to be the question because both of these teams are teetering. It's both very close to bottom of the barrel, and that right there puts them in hot territory, right? So you might have to see some more saves.
I suspect NIP will be okay in this round, purely because
everyone has rifles.
Everyone's got rifles.
Everyone does that
on
rifles.
HOTU. So not going to be easy for them to win around this way. Mid fight, turning that donut flash. Mizu under scrutiny. Early donut smoke obscures his view. Cross to red, a threat. Duke responsible. Cadio throws out a smoke to kind of limit U-Jerks' contributions as Arrow's DOS takes a lick through the smoke. Cadio gets out.
Yeah, B could be under a lot of pressure, but they have this A main space, so information flowing in favor of HOTU has freed up that piece to move over of Duke. And they are all the way through A main. Blocked on B for now. This flank should be able to get here in time. Maybe not.
U-Jerks and Shush might get the double entry into the site. Bomb should be going down comfortably. It's Snappy onto that. Mizu's flank, however, has legs, has info on the ramp player as well. Flubs the flash, needs something out of his teammates here. Yuka needs to find something. They partner up and pushing up the ramp. Kit available.
Smoke for the bomb.
Smoke and kit. Yeah, there is something to be said about this one. Gets the info on the wall bang. Shush, however, quick and precise with his, and Yuka's getting out of there.
Okay, good news. They'll have an AK for the next round, but what else do they have? Probably not a lot.
Well, that's all they need.
Oh, you need this
They
AK.
need the AK.
If you don't have
Okay, well.
they can't win this round.
No, AK and pistols is the winning formula, so.
But honestly, 3 rounds in the first half was 1 or 2 AKs with pistols that they won. And in the second half, it's been at least 2.
Admirable.
Well, just strange.
Definitely strange.
This is a strange game of Counter-Strike. This is not a regular game of Counter-Strike by any stretch of the imagination. And it's okay for it to be strange.
Yeah, I think for NIP as well, they're probably... What the... AWP is in the mix.
Yeah, well...
Okay, so the classic...
He's in the right place for
3
it.
SMGs, 1 rifle, 1 sniper.
He's in the right place for it.
On top of the box, it gets Wrinkle out of the round, getting chased on down. He hits another, the quick scope to Snappy. Dips into the smoke, they know he's around here. Pushes through for more, the greed, I can understand it. He just wanted to get 1 more on the way out. With the loss of Cadio as well, it puts us into an even keel. NIP playing for the game. They picked off Duke as well, thanks to Arrow's DOS. And Lampada spotted crouching and behind the site. Mizu forced into a 1 versus 3. He gives it a good go, leaps through the smoke, and NIP will claim the first map for themselves. 13-10 scoreline, competitive from HOTU once more.
Yeah, that was their map choice, and they were 9 in a row on that map, though. I did cite that early on in the game. One of the keys to that 9 in a row for them, however, is the fact they'd beaten up on a lot of Mongolian teams. So they were able to topple a lot of like the Huns, Jiggles Warriors as part of that. But their more recent result, especially the one over GamerLegion to eliminate them from the tournament yesterday, that's the big result that we were looking at to kind of breathe a bit of confidence into HOTU, who also pushed the likes of Aurora to a 3 map. But yeah, this is their map choice falling, and that is them being defeated on Ancient for the first time in 10 games. So that one is going to leave a bit of a mark. But it was a crazy game of CS, I'll say. It had a very high pace to it in the first half set by HOTU. Right, there were just a lot of W, and the rounds that they were winning were translated either based off of the pistol or able to just have pistols around AKs. One thing we can say is their deagles bang, right? Yeah. Their deagles hit very, very hard. And their aim, like we even saw that 5-7 A main push from Mizu as well in the second half. So they had some moments where their individuals showed their prowess. But in terms of comprehensive team counter, they're playing on a different plane to what you'd expect out of top teams, right? They're on their own juice.
Yeah.
So they're smoking their own Kool-Aid in that way. I don't think you smoke Kool-Aid.
No, but apparently they are. That's pretty crazy. No wonder they're playing weird Counter-Strike.
They're smoking Kool-Aid.
They're smoking Kool-Aid, dude.
But this is a survival series. Yeah. This is about keeping your life in the tournament alive. And I would say, considering it's in Kazakhstan and HOTU has a couple of Kazakhstani players, I think Barys Russian as well, that you would be loving to be able to get yourself into arena. It would take 2 games, and it would take you turning this series around now when you're 1 in the hole, Nuke up next.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough.
It was Chopper in an interview, I think, he was giving with James Banks, talking about why this tournament means a lot to Spirit as well. And one of the reasons is that this was an opportunity for a lot of Spirit's family to visit the event as well.
Yes,
with it being so close. So yeah,
so they're locked in.
They're locked in.
They'll get to see them in the arena. But I think for Spirit, there's like, this is obviously not Chopper's opinion. This is mine. This is their event to lose.
Oh, and I think he had the similar sentiment that a win here would be very valuable on the lead up to the major. Just for confidence purposes, like the trophies have been eluding Spirit, finals haven't been.
Yeah, the start of the year was kind to them, right? They won Bounty, but then after that, it's been a lot more hit. I mean, it's been a lot more missed than hit. Yeah. And they took a hit by not being able to go to Melbourne. So, look, I think overall, Wrinkle, did have some stunning, impactful moments here. This is it took a while to get started. No kills on the pistol or the follow-throughs, but then after that, almost a kill at least in every single round. So Wrinkle, the star of the show for NIP, he is the highest-rated player. So you expect this type of performance to come out from him, or at least NIP should do.
And you can see on that map, it's just everywhere.
Everywhere, all over the place, wasn't he? So good job from Wrinkle, topping the charts there as NIP. Just 1 map away from staying alive. Up next will be Nuke. It is going to be their map choice, so they will be starting on the T side of that. And then coming up later today, well, we've got plenty more best of 3s for everybody. There is FURIA versus, was it ODDIK? That's right. They took on MIBR yesterday.
Ooh, I'm intrigued about that game.
Against ODDIK, because ODDIK showed some nice highlight moments. FURIA, they are 1 map to the good.
Okay.
Continuing with, oh no, wait. ODDIK picked Anubis into FURIA. It feels like FURIA are trying to make Anubis their home map. So that could have been a mistake. And then Train, currently live right now. Sorry, not live right now. We'll be going live shortly as the second map of that one. Second game for us today, however, is going to be Big versus G2. Taz.
They've given us the studio name.
Oh, Chad's house.
Welcome to Chad's house.
Yeah, we might even need to get a jingle at some point. You never know.
You're listening to Chad's house.
Hey, all
Just
right.
a workshop idea.
Let's go to a break, shall we?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll be back shortly with map number 2 of NIP taking on HOTU.
It's been a long and very troublesome journey at times, but a man who has managed to put his team back there is Snappy. You always do find a way, and you qualified through tough qualifiers, not just the open into the closed as well, to make it here to Astana. But it feels like this has been kind of just a long time coming for you guys, right? Of near misses on it or not being able to put up to that standard. How does it feel to be able to get back to this kind of event?
I mean, it feels good. I think we're kind of on track where we want to be, in the sense that if you can't play tournaments, then you can't really gather points, right? And that's the situation we've been in, that we have been needing to go through open qualifiers and play open LAN events. And I think now we kind of got, like, I think our first rank was like 180, then it was like 150 maybe. Then we won the Astana closed, then it was maybe 80. And then we won Philadelphia, now it's 40. So we're kind of on track. Like I think I said in the first interview I did in January that the goal was to be top 30 before the summer. Yeah. Because you can't really, as I said, gather points until you kind of make it to the tournaments. But now we're here, and we have a chance to speed up the process if we do a good result here and get further than what our initial goal was. So obviously we hope for that.
What has it been like for you from being on like the top events, being there all the time and all that traveling, to then join into this product and have to not just grind your way back up, but like go through these online events? It's such a different environment, right? So like, how has it been for you to go through personally as a leader? This must have been tough.
I think it's kind of, it's kind of like a mental battle where you just have to accept the circumstances. But I also knew what I walked into, because I could have taken probably an easier road with some teams that already had a world rank, but I also felt like this project long term had better chances of surviving. Yeah. And I think now, kind of where we are at number 40, and we can kind of see light towards the end of the tunnel, I think it was definitely the right decision. And as I said, I hope we can perform here, because then we are nearing territory where we'll actually get some proper LAN invites in the future. Yeah.
And talk to me now about the pieces you're working with, right? We know what Shush can do. Wrinkle's started to show himself. You've got your Portuguese guys in there as well. What is this mix of players like if you're comparing it to other teams you've been able to work with? Because you've always been a guy who's been able to get the most out of players and talent. We've seen that.
I mean, it's just a hungry team, I would say. People are here to give everything. Obviously, it's a process we've been in for 4 months now, and at the start when we had some of the roles set, obviously they didn't fit 100%, so we've been trying to kind of fix the puzzle, and I think now we have people in the roles that we need, and I think we've been having kind of consistency with that for 2 months or so, and I think that's also why we saw that our results started to get better with obviously winning the Astana qualifier and winning Philadelphia. I know we fell in Lund, but we fell to the winner, and they are a pretty good team.
Yeah, they're definitely showing up. We've seen that from the results they've had. And on this team, who is it that's like helping you the most? Who's the other voice you have in the team? Because my brain would go to someone like Shush, but his experience, I can imagine being quite vocal. But how does it work within this NIP we have right now?
I think it's a little bit of all 4 of them. Maybe off the server, it's true that Shush is probably the kind of secondary leader, maybe because of his experience. But I would say in the server, it's kind of split, obviously by maps, but also I would say all 4 contribute in different ways. So yeah, it's split well.
Now, what do your expectations set out here? Because if we look at community, it's very harsh on NIP because of everything the org's done in the past, right? We look at this lineup and we don't know what to expect from you guys yet. So what can you tell me? Where does it sit right now in your hands, Snappy?
I mean, I don't want to focus too much on the result. We will take it one game at a time, also because we know the first couple of games will maybe be a bit tougher due to our seed. However, I do think that playoffs should be a goal that we have in the back of our mind, and that's where I want to get as a first step.
Well, hopefully you can get there. It's good to see you back, and the grind has definitely been worth it to be in this situation again. Let's hope it pays off further for you, mate.
Thank you.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I'm going crazy. I gotta break on myself. I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
back to Chad's house. It's where all the Chads, all the time. We got houses too. Welcome back to Chad's house. Map 2, day 3 or day 4 of Chad's house. I'm Machine, I'm your host, Chad Birchall. Your house.
It is my house.
Yeah.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025.
Yes.
We are the B stream. We start your day bright and early. Now we need to do two things. First one,
fiddle with the flashbang.
Forest check.
Yes.
Is Forp awake?
Is Forp online?
Is he awake? Now you can
Google.
check that. Now second point is this is an elimination game.
Is Forest streaming on Twitch now?
One of these two teams will be eliminated at the end of this series, and what we need to do to signify their life in the tournament, a little bit like...
Oh, I see you came prepared. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we have props people, folks. Okay, this is obviously an unprofessional props person. He's got to go find a lighter now. And I'll tell you that Forrest is live. He's been live for an hour and 19 minutes. Yeah. He's watching. Oh, he's watching. Hi, Forrest. Hi. Good to see you, man.
Does that mean that he wasn't live when the match started and then...
An hour and 19. I don't know. It was quite a quick first map.
I don't know if he caught all of it.
Might not caught.
Okay, so that will be the life of HOTU.
Oh.
And this will represent the life of NIP.
Hi, everybody. I'm talking to Forrest's stream now.
Okay, now we're cross-pollinating streams.
Yeah. Oh.
This light is not very good either.
I think holding a clipper upside down is half your... Like, yeah, if you angle the candle, that'll work.
Come on. If NIP have a life in this tournament, there it is.
Hi, Chris.
There it is, everybody. Oh,
Hi,
okay.
Buddha.
There we go. Okay, great. Now we can get into the Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
So if you missed map number 1, you missed an odd game. You need to wear safety goggles when using a lighter as well.
Thank you.
You missed an odd game of CS on Ancient. Now, that was the map choice of HOTU. There were 9 consecutive, but a lot of those games were against Mongolian teams like Chinggis Warriors as well as the Hunts. They did knock, however, GamerLegion out by playing Ancient. Regardless, they had the streak broken by NIP. Both of these teams in this event would mean an awful lot to them. For HOTU, there's a bunch of players in the team as well as the coach Mo who are locals. For NIP, this is part of a rebuild. This is the team going international, like fully international, really embracing all parts of Europe. We've got Wrinkle in there from Ukraine. You've got 2 players in there from Portugal, being U-Jerks and Aris Dos. And then you've got the Danish representation in the likes of Snappy, the in-game leader, and Shush, who is probably the most experienced member on the team alongside of Snappy.
Yeah.
Then you have the coach Exist there, who was with Shush on Heroic for a period of time, but once upon a time was part of the legendary NIP 87-0 with the likes of Forest, with the likes of Get Right, Freiburg, and Fifi. So that's the constellation of NIP. They want to get some VRS points. So getting into a deep run, making it into the playoffs, winning some more prize money, getting some land wins means an awful lot to them. So right now, swatting away HOTU, an underdog, a Cinderella run team for this event of PGL Astana 2025 will put them 1 game closer from being in the top 8.
What would be your estimate for the amount of best of 3s a tier 1 Counter-Strike team plays in a typical year?
Cool. I was saying like a top 5, top 10
Yeah,
team.
like a Vitality. Like, I don't know. What would be the number?
You're talking somewhere between like 5 to 8 games per event, unless it's a major and you start in an earlier stage, it could be a lot more.
Oh, gosh. Okay, so this is full maths.
Yeah, so I don't know. We're probably talking
Hundreds.
close to 100.
Yeah, okay. So they could technically get 87 this year.
Oh, you're talking about Vitality?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Just theory crafted.
I think someone
I
did.
want Forrest to get nervous. Beretta's on Mizu, dancing around the vents for 1. Wrinkle does go down, but U-Jerks trades it. Oh, dear. Adios books. Nice work from Shush. Gets that instant headshot on the Glock. Bomb to be planted. Shush gets it down. Awkward retake now for the remaining 3 of them. And Laparda makes it a little easier, though. Those 2 Berettas, but teammates down, and he's actually to hit a long-range one onto Shush. I think the flank is what's going to seal the deal here. He'll close those
Oh no,
doors.
he's going searching. Okay.
Push, okay. Oh, Laparda.
Still time.
Yeah, I suppose he could actually turn this around, but I mean, for Aros Dos, it feels like this is a comfortable 1v1.
I don't think it's time now.
If you sit there and go for a
That's
10-seconder,
over. Well
Aros
done.
Dos takes the round.
All right, just had to pull him off the defuse. All right, well, that's going to be the first pistol round of the series falling in the favor of NIP. Unable to win one on Ancient. But we'll kick things here off on Nuke. And you may be sitting, why didn't they pick Train? Well, if you take a look at HOTU's record in this event, they've actually played Nuke, and they lost to Pain with the coach Rick standing in on that map. Right. So if I'm Snappy and Exist, I'm looking and saying, hey, there's got to be some clear weaknesses here that we should be able to abuse. And I imagine that's what they're hoping to achieve. Now, as part of that, they did also play Aurora on Nuke, where they had a better showing. It was 13-11. So there's two sides to that coin, but they didn't win the map. So there's clearly something that Snappy thinks that they can come in here and really turn the screws upon. As for that of NIP, they have 4 on the trot as part of their Fragadelphia victory. A 13-0, a 13-4, a 13-9, and a 13-4 against Sharks in the grand final. So confidence for NIP coming into this event off a tournament win, even though it is a small tournament. Still a win to win. And well, there's a Hero M4 in the mix on the 4, so that one's been dropped across to Duke. He gets the opener. Now Lampada under a lot of pressure. Gets the dink on the dually. That's it. Oh!
Duke's so good at getting output when he's on these hero rifles. He did it on Ancient as well.
He did it on Ancient, indeed. This is a round over now for NIP. Udrex is low. Well, yeah, Udrex is low on the B side with the bomb. Shush has to get to him somehow. Ooh. Now, there's a lot of... Oh.
That's a free frag.
Okay, maybe not over. Vent to top now. It's about this lobby push.
So, Jerks will plant. They're coming in from that lobby approach. It looks like he's going to be cleared out just in the nick of time. Didn't spot him. So now, element of surprise. If he just walks out, he'll be able to put the bullet into the backside of Jerks. Yuka gets his free frag now, just implies where that last player will be. Smoke looks okay for a fake defuse. Yuka anticipating Shush's position, has to get on the bomb. The Hut player's not seen him, not cleared him. What's going on? What's going on? The blind spot. Now a 10-second hold, cardio. Gone, Yuka next. Shush will clutch up. Threatening round, and they capitulate. Shush comes up clutch.
Okay, and Snappy trying to bring the energy there as well. So that's the second big clutch that Shush has had so far in this series. Had a big one on Ancient as well in a 1v2 situation. But yeah, just that individual of KD, top heart, clear in his corners there. Shush goes overlooked, thinks he's under more pressure than he is. Duke does really well to get the double there, doesn't he?
I want to see it from Cadio's perspective. Maybe if he had a different view model, he'd have seen Shush.
That's true. That is possible.
That's 2 days in a row we've seen frags missed because of view models.
Ruin lives.
That's it. That's what I'm trying to
or
say.
View models save lives. It really depends on which side of the fence you sit.
Yep. Oh my god, the odds have just blown even further out. NIP winning the pistol is apparently the worst thing ever, according to bookies.
Yeah, well,
kind of fair.
The way that we've seen HOTU play, it's very huggy.
Yeah.
So I think Nuke is where, if they can't get like a shutdown CT side, which by losing the pistol and the following and likely the consecutive, it is really going to cost you. Shush has slunk down the ladder behind them. Look at him, he's trying to stay nimble.
It's the best case with your pistol, just get exits, I guess.
They are peeling this one apart, aren't they? So there's an extra gun. Maybe you're enticed now, but I think you should hold on to the AK. See if you can do some more damage on the exits. But yeah, these second rounds, right? We always talk about how hard they are, but that only gets harder and harder, right? I feel, because one of the other things we talk about in modern CS is just how many moves there are now, or understandings. Is harder, had a chance. Goes awry, Udrex doubles up. And they don't take any damage on the save. So then you think about that. If people have more moves or a better understanding on how to use weapons or utility, even of lesser variety, that'll compound. And those second rounds, which are more hodgepodge, like a combination of a 1M4 with an MP9 and a couple of 5.7s, it starts to get scarier and scarier. Yeah. So I think that those second rounds have never been more difficult. Let's get into the rifle round, shall we? Ooh, Lampada.
Not a rifle.
Curious choice, indeed. I love it. I really love the auto shotty.
It's a very powerful weapon.
Some people pull out the AWP when they're having a bad game. I pull out the auto shotty.
I see you. Mizu sees Shush, takes him down through the smoke.
So the clutch man's gone. Look at this space from Udrex very early in towards warehouse. Another one, okay, just peeling him apart. And there, the shotgun activates. Wrinkle gets a trade eventually. Udrex and Wrinkle. Now, the fact that Wrinkle's still alive, I'm not counting him out.
Oh, you might want to worry about his teammate, though. UJerks just gets his head blown off by the sniper rifle.
Everyone's half HP.
Yeah, so it is certainly like a potential info. You spots him on that pixel cross. There is a conversation that this 60-second 1v4 could take shape.
Especially if they all push him, which
they
feels
have
like
been.
that's what they like to do.
The shotguns come in secret stairs, which isn't the weapon for the job. The tease, the tease. Is it really going to be a full walk from Lampada? He's getting
saving.
further away.
Okay, Wrinkle's saving.
That's a shame.
Okay, well, Lampada might be able to get himself an AK. That'd be nice. That'd be a nice little upgrade from the shotgun. What's going on here? Wrinkle, are we going? We're saving.
He's saving actively.
But we're actively saving. We're not going to just go sit in the corner. Fair enough. Someone in Twitch chat said Forrest is mad at us.
What did we do?
I don't know.
Oh. Thorpe.
Please. Aren't you two on the same team?
Yeah, we played together at Valve HQ.
Wow, Team South.
He gave me some good advice.
What was it?
It was sometimes you're not fully committed to your clears. You know, peak with confidence. I was doing like these half things where I'd like do the movement, but I wasn't fully like expecting someone to be there.
Yeah, a lazy clear.
Lazy clear.
Yeah.
Besides visioning, I was kind of pretending I had like X-ray in my eyes, and that helped.
Okay, all right, that's interesting way to frame it. Lampada didn't get an AK. So I want to see more of this shotgun.
Let's go. He's already gotten his first onto Arrow's DOS. UJerks is getting a bit pushy. He's gone away with his opening. Does get traded eventually.
Everybody else stuck in lobby, though. They didn't use the smoke wall.
Yeah, you're definitely not pushing that. That's a death sentence. Smoke held by a shotgun.
He's sad because we called him a slacker.
Oh. He didn't make the start of the show.
Was he there for the start?
No.
So...
I understand. It's 7 a.m. in Sweden. I checked.
Yeah, but are you a ride or die, or are you just a...
Yeah, it's true.
Plastic fan?
Didn't see your boys win map 1?
Didn't see them win all of the rounds.
All the
they
rounds.
won?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on now. We were here. Where were you?
Probably being a father.
Traded. Shotgun.
Bang, bang.
Yes. Okay, Shush continues to unleash the Fury. Dink, and he drops. Wrinkle gets the trade. Bomb to be planted. Yuka 1v2. Oh, info on both, essentially.
Yeah, he knows where they both were. I like the reposition here from Wrinkle. He gets as far away from the angle as possible.
To the AK.
Indeed. Looking for that one tap. Giving it a good go. Trying to isolate these duels, and Wrinkle. He will prevail.
Okay, well done. So MIP lose a round, but they immediately respond with one of their own, and now that's going to put financial pressure onto HOTU. 4.5 for Kadio, 4.8 for Mizu, 4.6 for Yuka. Those three combined, even Duke could get out a rifle with Kevlar. Maybe they want to take a tactical timeout just to discuss their options, because there is enough to justify a buy. It's just Lampada not on a lot, and if he's playing over towards topside, could definitely work with a 5.7 or an MP9. Just shout out to More Clips. Said they're not going to be active in chat tonight. They're meeting a girl, in brackets a real one, in half an hour. Wouldn't expect us to understand. Fair enough. Don't DM me asking where I am with a girl. She's actually really interested in him. So good luck to More Clips. We wish you a good evening.
Yeah.
On your endeavors.
Good luck. Have fun. Make sure you're using anti-cheat.
Yeah. Always be protected. All right, well, Lampada is operating with just an SMG, rifles for everybody else, but U2 extremely lacking. HOTU aren't going to have too many options. Blocking will run out quickly. Oh, and there you go. Duke with another opener, just continuing to pepper through the smoke and find these. Snappy falls again.
No yard presence, so upon this fade, if Duke does poke his nose, it's unlikely he does. He's kind of committed to this angle. UJerks will be keeping him honest.
Yeah, I think Yuka will be responsible at some point to communicate the secret cross. Never mind. Duke's just
I got it, actually.
I can't. So they don't know that nobody's down.
No.
I don't. This is so strange. Now the top players will have to be responsible for main, or at least consider it. Duke has just called lower completely clear.
So you've got an SMG on.
It is going to be a top go. They're going to reboost. This could be bad timing. When does this molly come in? Oh, they're so lucky. Here it comes.
Zoo, anti-flash. Harder going to take that first break. Good find onto Yuka. There's a response though. Bomb down. A second opportunity from behind. Shush hunts him down, controls the spray. It becomes a 2v2 with 20. Should be seeing a bomb plant. Are they going to dip vents? That's what Duke's asking questions about. Distractions there. Destruction 2. Wrinkles gone. It's uncomfortable. Yeah, Shush in a clutch, but it feels like it's an unwinnable one. Yes, Cadio doesn't push. Okay. Comes on in, finds that fight, and secures the second round for HOTU.
Okay, that was an interesting little maneuver there from Duke, but it got them a lot of information, and that boost coming just in time. If that boost was happening 1 to 2 seconds later, they would have actually both been hit by the flame. They would have been sent scuttling off the hut, and it could have been a completely different looking A side. That's Duke. Yeah, Snappy top silo. And then as they execute in towards A, Wrinkle's able to take his time, hit a couple of bangers. I think it's a yell from another game. At the same time, obviously we have FURIA taking on ODDIK.
Sounded like an ODDIK screen.
All right, limp smoke there from KDO is going to allow them to come play into it. It is a ramp pop set up for an Snappy there. He's lining up on a piece of the wall. Then when he steps into the open, his crosshair will be exactly where it needs to be. Here they go. All right, well, they're out. They have the ramp control, and they're running at KDO.
Catches Shush. Does well to adjust into Arrow's DOS. Wrinkle eventually brings him down. The damage is done. Snappy was brought low, goes down further. Duke, a nice chip in. And it's only Hugh Jokes with a deagle. Job's done. Round is won. And from behind it's collected. Yuka happy to take it. Convincing from HOTU, actually stringing together a consecutive defense.
Yeah, and that is going to break the finances of NIP. So I should see them into just some like, hey, give me my high 5. Or I guess technically that's a low 5. Technically, and that's what we like to be around here. A very technical bunch of chaps.
Good to see Mo. Isn't it nice to see Mo?
Yeah, not great to see Na'Vi not putting up too much of a fight yesterday against the Mongols, but great to see Mo.
Great to see Mo.
Oh, they have an eco. They forced again in IP. Okay.
That's a choice.
Okay, they're going to try the same play again.
When in doubt, repeat the call.
Same close smoke.
Here we go, ramp tested. That's help, turns that flash, got to track the close player. Ooh, messy from him.
Ju takes down the outside lurk. Mizu rotating down with MP9.
Timing, not too bad, not too shabby. Gets just the one. Trish traded out, still very intense 3v3, and this is where that shotgun is not ideal. Some of these fights, not great for Lampada. Oh! It's a good dig to punish the second pump. Snappy, huge flank into the back of the head of Yuka. Shush will put the cherry on top, and
First
that force by.
Snappy.
Yeah, it works out. Is it really?
Yeah,
wow.
and Aristos is yet to get a kill as well. So at the moment, it has just been the likes of like Shush clutching, Rico getting some kills, and then I believe it's you jerk. So we need to see Aristos get onto the board, but Snappy does there, and in an important moment. Now, what does this do to the cash money situation? It's going to be the second tactical timeout call from HOTU quite early in this CT piece.
It is whack, Chad. It is absolutely whack-a-doodle.
Well, Yuka could have an AWP, but it'd be glass cannon. Duke's $50 short of an M4 with armor. Now, are we talking about the buy? Are we talking about... Yeah, I'm not sure. So the AWP does come out. Constant X factor is HOTU.
Yeah, I mean, their individuals just hit. All you need is a deagle and a decent position. See output. Shot.
Okay, so Duke gets out of FAMAS. Naturally, pistols as well as this AWP. Feels like Yuka has to be the difference maker, doesn't he?
Test tells me that like HOTU have won significantly more of these rounds than expected.
Yeah, maybe more than rifle rounds.
Yeah. But will they be able to do the same kind of thing on a CT nuke? Limited block resources and NIP, they've got plenty, so I guess what Snappy wants.
Yeah, and it also, one of the things the HOTU have done well is good gambles.
Yeah.
They've done good stacks on site so far, so with that read of the play, maybe they can pull it off again. Orp progressing ramp, so they will start to search. This is a great position to post up Yuka. Still a great possession.
Yeah.
Here.
Mollying out Limpada. If he can just live, that would be huge. They might start pushing into that Orpa's scope.
Still have 50 seconds right now, NIP. Coming into lobby.
Okay, Yuka's getting a chance here. An easy frag. Arostos removed. Oh, not bad from Limpada. Had a good prediction as to where he'd be. But low, 3v3.
They stack top, they can rotate on the vent. So they need to drop in and harass from single if they want to stall this plant. 15 seconds, he's gone double door side.
Duke versus a Mac 10, and he's handled it with confidence. And oh, he gets a chance.
Got a plant, got a plant.
Golden opportunity. Is Ujok's planting? Yes, he is. Or Shush rather, gets it down. Ujok's providing the covering fire. Bomb does extend the clock, and down they go. Valiant attempt from HOTU. Really did come close.
Damn, that's a nail biter right there. Not sure if they picked up the AWP if Wrinkle wanted it or not. Shush was hovering over it, but they do handle that one. And yeah, Mo, he knows how close that one could have been. It wasn't a great buy, so the fact it was close at all, I think you should be impressed with that, but that is the game now starting to slip out of reach here for HOTU. They will have to eco. Well, I say they'll have to eco. They should eco.
They might want to.
And it looks like they're going to. They didn't pick up the AWP, so happy to continue to run this T-side campaign with rifles heavy. Snappy feels like he has a Mac 10 every goddamn round. Careful, you jerks. Can't be going around the corner with nades in your hand, can you, Chief? Dinked up now. Going to be through the corner of the box, so not lethal damage being done. It can still connected to that one. So as he slips and slides outside, it is going to be NIP comfortably handling this eco. The mop and bucket out as Snappy on top of Silo with the Mac 10, able to take down Yuka. And it's just going to be old mate Duke and Limpada to find as, well, Limpada will take down Snappy. And that means we know exactly where he is. 7-3 for the Ninjas in Pyjamas, looking to add their second win to the tally today. They did start with a win over Virtus.pro, and that's a decent scalp in World Counter-Strike at the moment. Sure, they're not world beaters, but they're definitely a bigger name than what NIP have been playing in recent history. Still working back to being a top org in Counter-Strike. BP, actually, just to continue that little story arc, we're taking on Astralis later in the day.
Should be good.
Top of main. The line ready to drop in and gets caught mid-air. Duke continues. He's done a good job as Duke.
Yeah, and Limpada continues to buy this auto shotgun. It's worked out for him. He did do some damage to Snappy, but this time empty-handed. Arostos wants to cook. Flashed into the hell position.
Okay, so you've got the low HP of Snappy. It's really on Wrinkle because Arostos still with only one kill. Could be a good time for him to wake up. Wrinkle stepping out the door. Does he want to play ahead of the smoke? Yes, he does. Now that'll be heard, and that's forces the swing.
Still gets it. Yuka spotted dropping in. That's uncomfortable for Yuka. Has to stay active as he spots out. Whoa! Yuka gets two. Bomb did make it down, though.
Two players down here. He's hunted. He's dead.
Isolates the first, he overlooks the second. Yeah, nice.
It's so weird that there's 2 players there already with the complexion of that round. So, yeah, just HOTU staying as a pack, able to rotate into that. Final round now is going to have some emissions in the buy for NIP. Or maybe it's good. No, Snappy will be on a Mac 10 or something again. But
Full buy.
It feels like that for him as a choice. You can see Shush as well as Aristos not with all the utility. Shadow there, making that one easy for Duke, wasn't it? Just sitting and waiting for Snappy to jump into his jaws. Beautiful Yuka double, and there's Duke again. So, still competitive. HOTU, not done just yet. Can they walk away with 5 before the halftime break? Well, they're by a little bit battered too. Cadia with a Famous and P9 for Lampada, not the shotgun. Couldn't afford it. A little bit too costly this time round.
Sad. Sad, man.
But this has been a bit more regular.
Yeah.
This has been more of what you'd expect, whereas Ancient was all over the shop with HOTU's approach. It definitely offered a flavor of pace. Smokeball with conviction behind it. Multiple bodies from NIP. We got Yard Control from Mizu taking the silo fight.
Wins it. Luka's the one to find it. Luka. Crazy yard output. He's put him in a winnable position. He's got another. Okay, then just going to be Duke. 1 versus 2 to work with. That sound of the vent break. Will it lead to an overextension through the smoke? He's not playing it like that. Duke falls back, slips out. And is he going to gamble B?
The bomb's outside.
Oh, that changes everything. Excuse me.
He's just looking the wrong way.
Yeah.
Look where the bomb is. That's a tough grab. If he was patrolling the bomb, to have to jump up to get that is so awkward. So they're just making sure, because it is in that odd spot, now they can step on up. Wrinkle and Aristos combined for the 1-on-2. Can they get this done?
You're going to slink down secret? Duke?
Looks like it.
Will he have the timing to get down vents? It looks like he's taking his time.
He just has no info.
Yeah.
So he's just going to have to wait for a sound cue or something, unless he is just feeling this crazy flow. But it'd be weird just to rotate down the vent now. So he's just going to have to stick to his guns. The position he's picked is main. We'll give him a quicker rotation point. So as soon as this door swings open, confirmed. Duke now knows. Can start to rotate down the vent. Oh, he descends and caught by Aristos. 4 kills for him in the half, and that will be 8 for NIP in total. So that is a commanding lead on the T side. You feel at this point NIP should be destined to close this one down.
I think they're certainly just feeling like it's business as usual. Things chugging along nicely. Not too much disruption. I think had Ancient been taken away from them, if HOTU had converted that chaotic first map, we would have been looking at a different confident level for NIP. But this right now, it just feels like they're just putting it in.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the moment as well, just at what you can expect with NIP's run so far. Their most recent game, which was a loss, was to Aurora, who started the tournament in a very slow fashion. I would say. Aurora started with a loss to Big, and they're trying to turn it around since, but they did topple NIP. There was an Anubis in there. NIP won Train, and then on Inferno, it was 13-8. Didn't actually catch that game myself, so not certain on the swing rounds or how close it really was, but it's good to see these type of results coming out from NIP as part of this rebuild. The one on the screen right now feels like it should be a certainty if you want to consider them to be taking steps in the right direction. They also had that match against Spirit where they did go overtime on Train, and then they got blown out on Dust 2. They were absolutely getting bent over on Dust 2.
I will say that the NIP Inferno was very uninspiring.
Okay. Well, I think when you look at it, VP Spirit and Aurora, NIP have only played big names up until this point, or let's say bigger names than maybe what they're used to at the moment. HOTU have played against Pain, that was a loss. They lost to Aurora as well, and they beat GamerLegion, which still just absolutely baffles the mind. Having a hard time wrapping my head around
that's
result.
not like yesterday we were ending our stream talking about, GamerLegion 0-2, get ready, here they come. And after playoffs in Melbourne, they've not been able to make playoffs here in Astana.
Yeah, this is a devastating result for them as well, because they are essentially, each event is reps and VRS points for next season.
Yeah, just to make sure that they get invites to the same kind of events.
Yeah, and you need to be getting good results so that you can take a step further to develop your game, right? you're obviously a competitive team against the big names, but it is just a shame to see them falling to HOTU. But HOTU's been fun to watch today. So here we go. Second half, pistol round, ramp rush.
Classic. Rush ramp. They get down. Nobody's dropped. Ujerk's going to have to try and get himself one. Ooh, Kadio does chip in. He moves Ujerk's instantaneously. Shush, long-range Glock headshot finds him. Miku makes that happen. There's going to be a ramp-centric retake.
Very tough retake. With Bomb already down, hard to see them winning this one. Oh, the team flash, that doesn't help.
Yeah, misexecuted that. You can see a big white bright light onto Wrinkle's face.
I think save the armor.
If Duke will let you.
Yeah, I really think back off Wrinkle. Like a kill, that's great for the stats, but otherwise, try and hold on to the armor if you can. He's going to have to run and tuck tail over towards CT spawn to get out of the way of the radius of the bomb. There's going to be 3 players staying alive. Duke with 2 in that one. 1 for Mizu and 1 for Kadio. As HOTU will pick up the second half pistol round, so we've split the pistols.
Terrorists win.
I think that's 3 out of the 4, though, in favor for HOTU so far.
Can they have a half similar output of the Ninjas? An 8-4 half feels near insurmountable.
Let's see how they operate now with their anti-force approach, because it's likely to see NIP chipping in with a force spike. Why does Duke look so stressed, bruh?
He always does.
I know you're on the precipice of elimination, but you know, round at a time, you just won the pistol. All right, Wrinkle with a scout. MP9 for Shush. MP9 for Snappy. Pistols for Aras and Ujerk. Top rush, here we go.
All right, here we go. We're getting some HOTU style. Shush comfortably dispatches of 1. Down the vents immediately.
One of them beelined at Secret. No, never mind. He's come back.
Oh, he's ready for that fight. So is Ujerk, though. Hits the headshot. Body shot, not enough. Yuka puts him down.
3v3. Bomb to be planted. Aras has a HE. Oh, pop that in. Limited damage, but it's the MP9 at range shipping Yuka down. Defensive smoke. The bomb and... Oh.
Wrinkle needed Yuka, so the bomb needs to be picked up by Kadio or Duke.
Do you go... Yeah, you know that both are there, though. Yeah, you know Aras and Wrinkle are both there, so you go to A. There'll be a player heaven, though. Aras is heading heaven already.
He's heading heaven fast. Doesn't go up the ladder, goes round.
Okay, I guess the MP9 up heaven, not the best. Wrinkle, can he get himself an upgrade? He has. Up the vent, though. He's dead, surely. The molly's going to spread in front of him. He's going to have to go through it.
Duke forced away, confirms the info that for Aras pushes through. Duke gets jump scared. Ooh, Kadio's 1 HP. This has been set up for Wrinkle to close, and he will. Follows through, gets it done. HOTU have a round stolen away from them.
Couple of times in these halves, we've had the force by wars there, and Aras just surging for that 1 kill. Right, that 1 kill on the CT vent player. I thought that the molly was going to really work against them, but it flushes the player out. It means that they're able to focus far. Well, actually doesn't mean that though, right? Like he could have dropped back into Squeaky. Yeah. It flushed him wide. Aras hunted that down. Still kept Wrinkle's excavation up the vent stunted, but very well handled regardless. They pieced that one together. Good job.
Getting Wrinkle, was it Wrinkle? Whoever had the SMG? That was Aras. Just getting the player on the backside, Kadio, low as well with the MP9 really made that a guarantee.
Yeah, and then Kadio feels like he has to swing to win the fight before he just gets a bullet in the side. All right, well, they're on an eco. There'll be flashes into this A play. How good are these flashes?
He wants to go down the vents, just blocks him, sitting there on top of the ladder, says nope.
Wait, the bomb's ramp. Is the bomb ramp?
Yeah, it's B. It doesn't even matter.
Oh, down the vent. Okay, never mind. All right, well, NIP charging ahead now. They've really, look, lose the pistol, win the second. You're in the driver's seat, mate. You just need to close this down. You're on the CT side. It's your map choice. You know you're on the cusp of getting the job done. And then you get to take a look at what teams you simmer into playing against tomorrow. I'd love to have NIP versus Astralis for a spot.
Yeah, didn't they already play?
No, not yet. No, but that would be a fun, like 2 organizations that were once great.
Yeah, right.
Both struggling. That could be a bit of fun.
Tour.
Shush against Yabi and Stown. Well, the guns are back in the hands of HOTU. Is there anything left?
Oh, Wrinkle just spams away to get the music gets caught. Snappy commits to an MP9 fight that's not really the optimal range.
I reckon Snappy could get more kills in a game if he had rifles more often.
I think you're making good points.
Like, I get it why he does it. Like, he's selfless in-game leader, but like, get a rifle a bit more Snappy. You get a few more kills, mate.
He just wants the wins.
Sure, no, I'm with you. But
why not?
Kills get you rounds.
Yeah, that's true too.
All right, well, KDO will be not long for this world. You know exactly where he is, and Snappy, with the rifle in hand, will delete him, and he's loving it. Like, and this is the thing. You should be hyped up about this. There's a bit of a smile on his face in jest there because, yeah, they are owning them. They're ragdolling them. But this is a team that has been spending the entire season trying to grind back into the realms of Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, relevancy.
Right? Now, this is the biggest event for them of the season so far, and if they're able to get a good result here, the flow and effects of this for next season, right, where the invites come in after the tournament break, will be coming back into play about mid-July, I think. So we go on tournament break after the Austin Major, which ends on the 23rd of June. So 24th, tournament break officially starts, runs for about a month. I think there's a Fisher tournament first, but then it goes straight into Cologne. I think the Fisher tournament may even overlap with the end of the break, so might not see many teams attending that. But for NIP, you know, maybe that is an event they'd want to attend, right? If it has a lot of prize money, it has the land wins. Regardless, getting a bit ahead of myself. All right, well, Marco's having a good time.
Burns round.
With a flash.
And already a second player has cheated over.
The nade.
Oh, UJUX gets maximum output out of the M4A1S. One magazine, 3 sprayed down. Snappy comes in to sweep the rest under the rug. Job done.
All right, one more gun round available. HOTU, this will be the end of your story.
A fun story with some twists, some turns.
They got to win.
They got to win.
They lost to Pain with the coach, though.
They could have won Ancient. They shouldn't have lost that one, though.
Yeah, but I feel like, this is the thing. For M80, who lost to G2 yesterday,
oof.
I think Def, the coach, described it as a horror show.
Yeah.
I think that's a loss that will cause a lot of reflection pre-major. Very bad loss.
Still recoiling from the loss of Malbs.
Well, they even had a glimmer of hope when Lake first joined.
True.
So I think that Malbs also isn't playing great on G2. Okay, well, Duke continues what Duke does. 17 kills for him. Has been quite comfortable and confident with his aim, Duke. Feels like he's had a good understanding of this. His teammates just haven't been there with him along for the ride. Man advantage. Oh.
That's a tasty morsel for you, Jerks. Now, how does he approach this fight? He's got his teammate Snappy posted up for any wide swing, so he can kind of stay close to the wall or just stay lobby. You don't need to push at the issue, despite this being a 4v5 against them. Heaven flank looks like it's going to catch him completely off guard. Actually, no, he's accounted for it.
He's tucked.
He's tucked.
Oh, Snappy!
Snappy. Where's he going?
Oh, 2 available for Shush.
Can't finish off, Duke. 2v4. I'm on the back of Yuka.
Empty side. Should be their round. As they catch a really good timing. Still worried about players entrenched in Hut. A Molly lands to secure that. A Heaven plant will come in. And extending play for a moment. There you go. 12-6. HOTU will grab back another round. UJUX does spot out the head, doesn't immediately pull the trigger, wants to make sure he got the guaranteed shot on the kill, and, well, grabs it. Now they can switch to Portuguese, these two, in this moment. Do you give it a go, or are you just looking for damage? Because you know, even... Oh, he's going. They could be going for it. Just want an AK.
He's just positioning to see if they...
You're out of time now. Damage. They're just looking for damage. Okay, well, he dropped in. He gave it a go, huh?
Yeah, just in case. In case HOTU were a bit keen on their exit.
Okay, well, the thing is, with that type of a round, the reason that would probably never happen is they know that if they lose that round, the game's over. So you're normally on high alert in those situations.
Yeah, sure.
Whereas if that was just another round, then maybe you get away with it. But if you're leaving the bomb early in the situation where you know if we lose this, it's over, then your head's not on straight.
Yeah,
like,
fair.
that wouldn't make any sense. So if they're looking for damage, they did some. And that's going to see 2 Galils around the 3 AK-47s, but still plenty of cash for NIP. So same story as the previous. Do they shut it down now? Snappy wants to do it with the AUG in hand. You're still available on the roof to harass for an A pop. We've got 2 Molotovs lined up with flashes as well. So it's going to be about the top defense. You need to take a look at who's home. Well, it's Shush. He's got company. And he's not in Chad's house.
Flashes, so it's kind of like a fake top pop into a go. And one is all Shush gets.
Still going to be a retake, though. And NIP, they do have residual cash, but they want to give this one a go.
Caddy responsible for Heaven. Winkle.
Okay, you give it a go now.
Lobby, you definitely will give it a look. Easy keeps it level. You jerks, you can extend. Snappy, nothing. Clean for HOTU in that conversion of the attempted retake.
All right, well, there is going to be cash available for NIP to buy again. So they get another chance, and while they're losing these rounds, the loss bonus is building. But if they lose the side again, then maybe we see them go for a save. And there's going to be a second timeout. So exist, just calming it, boys. We just need one more round. It's all good. We've still got cash. That's fine. Why did we leave Shush on his own on A right there? What was so important elsewhere? Why were we weak on this point of the map? All right, this is how we want to proceed on this point of the map. We have Wrinkle with the AWP. So you want to just have a round with your highest chance of success. Right, so you don't need to do anything too crazy. Nobody needs to be going for any crazy picks or anything like that. Just make sure that the top side isn't completely under-fortified. We know that Shush is a absolute monster, but let's not put so much weight on his back, shall we? I don't understand why it was so late after the mollies.
Yeah, whether it was deliberate or it was like a kind of a second timing, because there was a flash as well for their push.
Yeah, but the reason that doesn't make sense is your mollies, as you saw with Shush there, it only pushes him out of position. If he's flashed while that happens, that's great.
Yeah, sure.
If he gets to be unblind, then he can get a kill. He could have even had a double. A top rush.
Top rush would do it. And so much online.
Vent
dropping
drop.
vents. Arrows gets one.
They saw the bomb.
Okay, Penny drops. Already players down here on ramp responding, swinging through. U-Jerks tries to skim a nade across.
Denied.
It is denied. Arrows DOS is having a round. It's his domain defense. Triple kill from Arrows DOS.
That's it.
Yeah, HOTU, the audacity to be called an event drop to try and seal the deal, try and extend play. NIP make it so, eliminating HOTU after a trip to Astana.
Okay, so kind of a bit of false confidence there. 2 gun rounds back to back, and then they just drop it with an A rush. And it was premeditated to be event dive, which couldn't be any more of a coin toss. It's a shame that I'm having to be analytical on their final round of play, but that's a bad call. HOTU, HOTUA. NIP spat on that thing, and they're eliminated from PGL Astana 2025 as, well, there's Trolls Robble.
Trolls Robble.
He is son of Lars.
Son of Lars Robble.
From Falcons. But that'll be the end of the run for HOTU. They will be eliminated at the hands of NIP. They did pick up a victory. That was against GamerLegion, which is a big scalp to take. Shout out to Duke on this second map of play. He did definitely have some very big moments, or at least consistent moments on the rifle. But only 4 rounds in the CT half, that's not enough. HOTU, they come in, they get some land experience. They turn the screws on Aurora with the win over GamerLegion. But the loss to Pain, with the coach standing in, ultimately costs them. You feel that's a bit of a freebie as your opener. But this means a lot to NIP. We've spoken about it once, we'll speak about it again. In their journey back to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, every win matters in the VRS when you're down the bottom of the rankings.
Some funny rounds as well. HOTU, they definitely brought their own game. Nuke, however, not a map that lends itself to their style of play. You can see Duke is really the exception to the rule. Cadio and Lampada having a very tough time on Nuke. Clearly, the preparation NIP made in their veto process, not electing to take it to train, it paid dividends.
Yeah, I wonder though, you know, Duke giving Lampada a bit of a serve during map number 1. I wonder if that have impacted his confidence at all, because he definitely copped a mean spray out of the side of the mouth there. But yeah, shout out to Snappy. Snappy, buy more rifles, man.
Yeah.
You get more kills.
Couple more.
Just buy more rifles, Snappy. We love you, Marco. But we will highlight Shush. Couple of clutches for him over this series, wasn't it? Ancient had one. I think he had 1 or 2 on Nuke. So very impactful. And just when you have a solid anchor, a player like Shush, a bedrock player, someone that you can build your foundation upon, it's always nice to see. Aristos started very slow, but confidently closed things down there in the final as well.
Do you think it would be cool on this round timeline if you added like a little icon that showed if it was a clutch? Like anything 1v2 or greater? Like no 1v1s wouldn't count, but just to kind of symbolize the clutch on this timeline. Do you think that would be cool? Or irrelevant?
Well, I think clutches tend to be swing rounds, right? So they will help inform. I think the thing that you need the full flow, right? You need to see how many players were alive in like previous rounds.
That's true, yeah.
Because even if it is a 1v2, is it a 1v2 that completely craters the money, or is it a 1v2 that they can recover from and buy back against, right? So the 1v2 is still important rounds, but they're not all built the same, right? In a real close economical affair, a 1v2 can be worth 3.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, I think nice little series from NIP.
Yeah, they can't complain about that one. That's good. And they'll survive the night. They'll get to that last day of group play where they'll put themselves in that last
2-2 game.
2-2.
Yes, so this, look, I think we can start to devise maybe, just maybe, who they'll be playing against. So the loser of, what have we got right now? It was FURIA versus ODDIK will go down to the 2-2 game.
Yeah.
The winner of Big G2, our next game, the winner of MIBR Pain, a game later today, and then the loser of Na'Vi Aurora and the loser of Astralis Spirit will all be in the 2-2. So between a bunch of those names, you'll kind of Rubik's Cube your matches, and you'll get yourself, 3 games that'll be going down tomorrow, the final day of group play. But we're done here for now. We'll be back. G2 versus Big coming up next. PGL Astana 2025. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go, Taz.
Spot the difference, Counter-Strike version, PGL Astana 2025. I got Pank with me here from ODDIK. I got Yuri with me from FURIA. I got Stan with me here from Astralis. I got MongolZ with me from G2. Let's now test your skills at spotting the difference in this. Is Ancient.
Three things.
3 spots that you need to look at that are different.
Holy moly.
Well, that chicken.
I mean, first of all, the chicken.
Okay, so there's no chickens on the map?
Bro,
someone does not belong there.
There's no chicken in the mirror, for sure.
Yes, exactly. No chickens on Ancient. Find us the next piece. What else has changed?
The lights on window.
Yes.
The green light.
What color are they normally?
I think there is no color.
The door is green?
Yeah, normally what color is it?
It's wood, I guess. Like
window is not green.
What
it's
color
like
is it?
red-ish.
Red room. It's green up there. It's not green.
By the way, so you call it red room, right? Yeah, on a call out.
Yeah, we call it demon actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, demon.
On Brazil, we call it like window.
Oh, just window. Just
Yeah, window.
Okay.
There's only 3, yeah?
Yes.
This box looks weird to me. I don't know, this bottom box is kind of weird.
The box is correct. One more now.
One more. This is a little bit trickier. Let me see. What could it be?
And this one, it's hidden. But maybe you can understand it depending on the bomb. Or the bomb site, should I say.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. This looks weird. I think it's the arrow on the right that is not supposed to be here. Right?
Bro, maybe the A, Plaza A, I don't know. Oh, yes, I see it now, James. It's the wrong bomb side, of course.
Yes.
That's a tricky one. That's a good one. We're going to B, of course.
Hidden away, yeah. We're not going to A that direction.
Nice one, nice one.
Ah, the A. The A.
Yes.
It's B.
It's
okay.
B.
Okay.
We're trying to point you in the wrong direction.
That's true, it's B. Actually, that was a good one.
You actually cooked yourself by being like, it's the arrows. I'm thinking, he's looking right at it. I can't, yep, see?
It's B? Yeah, well, now it makes sense.
Yeah, see? You understand it?
Yeah.
It's that big G2 game everyone's been talking about. You've been here watching Counter-Strike for 4 days straight, and this is the one you've been waiting for.
G2.
Oh, now PGL Astana 2025, I think it's the perfect point in which we tell the story of G2 in this very year. They come on in, and they don't have star player Nico in the roster anymore. But it's okay, because they've been able to get a player up and coming. He was in OG. His name is Heavy God.
We love you, Heavy God.
Mixed results as the year begins. G2, they don't have the same power of once upon a time, but the power of friendship is something that they've had to rely upon because m0NESY, he departed for Falcons. They come into PGL Astana 2025 and Hunter has visa issues. So Hades, the interim standing on the AWP, and Taz in the server, united once more with Snacks, gives them the power of Poland. The flag changes and the team goes through tough times. A 2-1 loss to MIBR with the coach standing in. A 2-1 loss to ODDIK with the coach standing in. But a 2-1 victory over M80 to send them home. And that gets the crowd, the fans, everybody at home loving G2 once more.
M80 lost to a coach, a manager. Unreal.
I do think that Taz is even bottom of the stats so far. I don't think, I would imagine he's probably not last. Let's check. I could be wrong. He's not even the worst player in the tournament. He's by far not even the worst player. Taz is by far, statistically, not even the worst player in the tournament. Worst player in the tournament is Slend with a 0.68 rating. Taz currently sitting at a 0.86 rating. Just behind JDC.
Slend did have a mare yesterday.
He didn't have a good time. But like the other coach who played is the second lowest.
So
it's
yeah,
Rix.
Yeah, Rix doesn't have the output of Taz, you know. He's been doing this a long time. It's just muscle memory. He's just like riding a bike, you know, straight back in the server. And they're going up against a big clan that we got an opportunity to see play.
Yes.
And I wasn't very impressed.
No, we got to see them play against VP, and I think the reason you're probably not very impressed there is especially that second result, their map choice of Ancient. Essentially, when the score was 3-3, they had just won a round that had forced VP onto a save of, I think it was like an M4 and an AWP mainly. And at that point, VP went to win that round and then win every consecutive round from that point to win the map 13-3. It's just they got blown out, and especially after a hot start. You start the tournament coming off of a grand final appearance down there in Mongolia, losing a heroic, but that's here nor there, still a grand final. Then you go up against Aurora and you beat them. And now you're one game away from elimination playing against a coach.
You beat Aurora. I mean, that seems like a very big feather in Big Clan's cap, but haven't been able to kind of string together consecutive wins here in the tournament so far. So yes, on death's door, on elimination game, G2 their opponent, and G2 electing to bring it to Dust 2 and Mirage. 2 maps we saw them play in that Aurora series. It's all 3.
Are you surprised that Hunter hasn't been able to arrive in time, even though DGT did? They probably have different problems, but it's surprising that Hunter hasn't been able to make it. It's been 4 days. Well, 5 days, I guess, if you include the travel/media day.
I wonder if he makes playoffs at this point, if they make it.
And if they make it, that's a tall task, because even though Big have lost their last 2 fixtures after the opening game against Aurora, I still have them as the favorites today.
Yeah.
Like, M80, again, I want to reframe this. In the post-mortem of their loss to G2, coach calls it a horror show, and I would, that's an embarrassing result. That's of a team like M80 who are a temperature check going into the major. That's an embarrassing result. Yeah. You're on ice right now. You're not even ice cold. You're on ice. You've been put in one of those drawers that you know.
I see you.
You're in the bloody funeral home. Like that would cause so much reflection. And that's not to have a dig at G2. Guys, it's just the fact of the matter. They're playing with their coach. Like that can't be overstated. That literally cannot be overstated. If anything, it probably gets understated.
I think you're probably right. But yes, Taz, I've been very impressed, actually, with some of his work, especially on the Glock, if you remember, in our first game.
A full eco victory.
A full eco victory thanks to a double kill on the Glock from Taz. He has been certainly helping them with some of those impact rounds. Eyes on Malbs as well. It's a conversation that I'm sure you guys are sick of. Every G2 game, it's eyes on Malbs, but that's just because it's the nature of the beast. You kind of get a much more predictable output out of Heavy God. It's
B-Rush.
A B-Rush.
It's a full-on B-Rush.
Yeah, and Hype is unable to get anything. Crimbo. One necessary. Can't get that.
And 3v5 retake of the B-bomb site without...
Impossible, Chad.
They have a smoke at a HE.
That's crazy. Who's done that? I mean, it's not going to cost him anything, right? Hades did just choose to push the window for no reason.
He did do exactly that.
But it's
okay. It didn't feel fine.
No, it didn't. That's why I kind of got a little quiet there.
It felt like you have Taz alive.
Why are we doing that?
Yeah. Taz is a major winner.
He is.
But that was in 2014.
I see someone's asking, is Hunter benched?
No, well, maybe he benched himself and we don't know about it.
Maybe.
That'd be crazy to do before the major. You're going to get stickers, so you want to get those, don't you? All right, it's going to be a 4-spy from Big. Let's see. Any fight with this? 5-7s are plenty. Deagles and a scout in the mix. 2 starting short, 1 starting long, and support utility from Crimbo. He's going to smoke the long doors. Malbs is ahead of this, and you'd love to get a Malbs game, wouldn't you? Spam with the dig, but it's not enough. Malbs swings out, doubles up. JDC and Crimbo in the dirt.
Shouldn't be too much more to be said about this one. Cross smoke lands. They don't even have to cross with this one. Let them burn through their little nades they have. There they go. 2 smokes.
Ooh, that one causes concern because there's a flash as well.
Everyone playing anti. Someone needs to look at the smoke. That's the flash.
Oh.
Yeah, ramp's clear, ramp's clear.
They obviously miscommed on what the plan was there. All right, maybe just save, boys.
So I have a question.
You can have it answered.
Great. I was thinking about which maps lend themselves to second round 4-spies, and my list so far is just to an Inferno. Is there any other maps which is quite frequent to see CTs go for second round 4s as opposed to...
I think CTs almost always go for second round 4s.
Always?
I would say 90%.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I think. I think, like, how many have you seen full eco second round CT side in this?
You don't really, do
like,
you?
First series, we didn't see it. I don't think we'll see it this series.
Interesting. Maybe I've been...
T side.
I've been more cautious on my CT. You know, like, unless it's a Dust or an Inferno, we typically just go fully USP. Is that a mistake?
Yeah. I think...
Go, like, Scouts, 5-7s, and keep their money humble. Maybe
as long as you have an idea, you can force. Okay, cool. If you have an idea... Like, you know, okay, so you just have to think
some
about,
sort of plan.
Right?
Like, hey, let's go push lower.
Yeah.
Let's do something.
And then we do the scenarios that we talk about in the cast. So let's say that you do something that's like, all right, well, we have weaker weapons, so we have to do more of a stack or a setup that's heavier to one side or one part of the map. If you lose that, then you just save, and then you get to redo that in the next round.
Right. Okay,
right?
okay.
You know, I think most of the time you see teams forcing on the CT side.
All right, I'm going to put my captain's hat on, and I'm going to start calling better second round forces.
You just need a few ideas, just for round openers, really.
I've got plenty of ideas. No one's saying they're good ones, but I have plenty.
It all starts with an idea isn't good or bad until it's the result.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just an idea.
But there is no worse feeling than like making the first call, it goes disastrously, and then you just don't have a conviction to call again.
Yes,
that's real. That's real. It's like, and everyone trusts you for the first call. You know, everyone like does what you said perfectly, and it doesn't work.
Yeah,
and
but you get back on the horse. You shouldn't let it go.
You know what I need to stop saying? I've said it a couple of times. I've caught myself recently and go, I'll sometimes say, oh, that was a terrible call. I'll stop calling. Sorry.
No, you shouldn't do that.
I shouldn't do that.
Why would you do that?
I know. It just comes out of my mouth.
Why would you say? Yeah, unless there's someone that's an authority figure there who should be calling over
Typically, it's like I'm herding cats.
Yeah, but then if there's no authority figure, then
I'm just doing.
Someone's going to take the
Someone's
mantle.
got to say something.
Someone's going to do it. Someone's going to do it. Okay, well, G2 looking good to convert this one. First 2 kills go in their favor. QB and JDC down. It's just going to be Hyped, Crimbo, and Tabson. There's a thread on HOTV right now.
What are they saying?
It says Sponge, come here.
Okay.
So I have come.
Yeah.
And I'm also
and
on
you're
the thread.
also on the thread.
It says, when was the last time you told Machine, in quotes?
In quotes?
Thank you, brother. I love you as a friend and a colleague. I am lucky to have you in my life. It's important to share our feelings with people we love and admire.
Oh.
It's a nice message.
That's a lovely message.
It's a lovely message.
And can you give me the HLTV user's name? Do they have a good nickname?
It is by a Finnish user who does involve me in conversations quite frequently.
Okay.
Kuvola
_
Donna 24.
Shout out to Kuvola Donna, man. He's looking out for me. Appreciate you.
Then people go on to say, Sponge, when was the last time you hit the sad trombone on the soundboard? Which they would have heard if they were there.
They would have heard plenty of those, actually.
Someone says, I thought Sponge had relations with that Observer guy.
Oh, Rush, your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, they do. They hit a rough patch right about the time Rush got a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really slowed you down. It really slowed you down.
And apparently, Control-Alt Alexi Bob said that he asked me.
Yeah.
And I said 3 days ago, respectfully.
Okay.
So that's where we're at.
Nice.
But
and what's your alt account on HLTV called?
I legitimately don't have an alt. People think I do.
Lots of people do.
I definitely don't.
Okay.
I just Jnups. That's me.
Jnups is Sponge. Let's go though as we start with our first gun. Bomb goes B.
Yeah, long pressure there. Corner smoke and flashes. So that's going to keep them busy. That if they pop now, the rotation is miles away.
Yeah, this is the play. Here they come. Oh my God! Stop cycling through your nades, Hades. Give them the flash. Pop. Good. JDC blind. They swing through. Second is good too. Where's the frag?
Yeah, a little bit disjointed there on the way in, isn't it?
I saw JDC was blind. There was bodies to swing. No one did. He gets away with a triple kill in defense. And now it's Taz and Snacks with 6 points of health. The old boys.
Imagine.
Not like decrepit old, but like old for Counter-Strike standards.
Imagine if they're not going to. But
well, what about the Taz 2 HP 1v3?
It would be epic. Oh, nice shot there from Hyped. We'll delete Taz back a plat, and first rifle round goes to Big. So there you go. The Germans are on the board. Off gets Jungs.
I struggled to understand why JDC didn't, or how he had such a good time there. Because we saw him get blind, and then another one blinded him. Yeah, okay, so Malbs was just distracted by the site player. That's all.
And
spacing was off.
It just didn't feel like it had the full conviction there. And when you lose Heavy God, Hades, and of course Malbs is your first 3, you're in an awful lot of trouble. But there's enough for a buy. Now we see the AWP out for Hades. Posted up for a deep pick, and they're going to smoke and play. Malbs out long, so trying to facilitate the star. He's going to apply pressure early.
Yeah, let's see what Malbs can get done. QB responsible for the long side. 2 holding doors. That's the fight from Tabson. Removes Snacks. Maintains short control for the CT side. It is going to be a full commit long, or at least that's what it's postured to look like.
Now, do you stall them out? Do you just keep the smokes coming, right? Are you just going to... Oh. Okay. Well, QB plays ahead.
He gives it to them.
Yeah, I guess wanted to play for that info with the number advantage. And look at the barrage of nades on the cross. That stalled them.
Yeah, more flashes where that came from as well. Hype's got one cocked and ready. JDC will call for it. He wants to push. Swings on through ramp, and behind the smoke, the whole team flares. Spams away. Down, though, to Heavy God. Traded out in the 3v3. He'll flash for the ramp fight. Throws it out. And a smoke to replenish on the cross. It is going to be Gandalf and sight. Good find from Hyped Zorp as well. Takes the moment. Seizes the day. And it looks like Big could have their second round. Heavy God can disrupt, though. Oh, so much info. We saw the other player on CT as well, so now he knows where all 3 are. Hades removes the first. Mantles up, a missed shot from Hype. Gets stressful now, and that's the angle. The reposition from Heavy God was inspired. Hyped. Oh, they know what's up. Beautiful round out of Heavy God. His first 3 contributions, and it's round defining.
Damn, statues on the side there. They get found and they crumble big. I was most impressed that we didn't see a team flash in that round, right? JDC getting to actually clear the ramp. You had the Malbs getting team flashed on B the round before. You'd had the QB team flash situation. I was like, all right, this time we don't have a team flash scenario, but no. It doesn't matter. Heavy God with the info, able to relay that to Hades, and they piece this one together beautifully.
I love just seeing players, he's not overwhelmed by this pressure to plant. He knows he's got time, and he just plays the round out. Repositions to catch hyped as he knows the likely reaction of the AWPer is to aggress. Concerned about his vulnerability ramp.
Okay, well, this isn't a force buy. It's a scout and some pistols with a little bit of U2 to work with. A heavy lean towards A. Currently nobody home at the B side of the map. It is just Hype who could transition there from B Hill.
Oh, so this one should be, yeah.
Yeah, this should be another one of these rounds where you won't be expecting too much to come. It's a gamble. You go, okay, if they come A, we're going to have bodies here. Hype would have to go bananas with this. He's rotated in time, so we'll give him what he's worth.
Door smoke, tag onto Malbs. Hype, scout tagged as well back. Hades responds with a zoom banger. Job's done. Round 1.
So now it's exits available, right? Are we able to get an AK?
Just swarm tons or go small?
Yeah, just group up. Anything. The round's over. So we'll call it 5-1. G2, imagine they're in the playoffs with Taz. What would that say about Counter-Strike? That Taz is the GOAT?
Yeah. That's the only possible conclusion.
Because I don't think we use the term GOAT enough, so I think we should just start.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we need to call him a legendary GOAT.
He could be like the legendary stand-in coach GOAT, because you would need to because there's obviously legendary stand-ins, but you need to say coach.
Yeah, legendary coach stand-in GOAT.
Here's what I want. Here's a piece. Someone goes and gets all the coach stand-in moments from history.
I think the Yanko 2K Deagle on Mirage.
Okay.
Got to be in there.
Goes and gets all the coach stand-ins over history.
Yeah.
And creates a list, like ranks them. The top 20 coach stand-in moments in Counter-Strike
Taz
history.
Glock double kill in connector.
I didn't necessarily mean, I meant like contextually within the tournament.
Yeah.
You know, like, and Sonic, he got them the one win that got them to the playoffs, so Dupree was healthy enough to get back in the server.
That was a big one. That was a big one.
Was that a real one?
That was a real one.
Okay.
No, you're not making that up. That was a Cologne. Dupree had to get his appendix out.
Okay.
Mid-tournament.
Okay.
Sonic stood in, got him to the playoffs, then Dupree came back.
Okay, so yeah, so someone could go through and do all of those. Especially has to be coaches.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be, it can't be Kato. Astralis never won Kato.
No. It wasn't Cologne also who eluded them for a while.
But yeah, I think it has to be coaches. If we're in just stand-in territory, then you've got your Chromans, you got your Exist, you got your JKSs, right? There's a lot of stand-in scenarios out there that to fill that too.
The coach stand-ins, very specific.
Yeah, exactly. And there would be 20, because we've had a lot of issues over the years.
Yeah, we always
Some
do.
would be like, and the coach stood in as they got 2-0'd. But regardless, it would still be a fun little piece. Is the boost for Hades posted up in middle? Orp v Orp. Hyped has his as well, but starting towards A. So quickly in through lower tunnels. No secret. Taz leading the charge. You can tell how locked in he is. The thing about competitors, mate, you're always going to bring your absolute best to the server when you get an opportunity like this.
100%. I mean, make no mistake. It's not like he was like, oh, I'm bored of playing Counter-Strike. I'm going to be a coach. That wasn't the decision tree. The decision tree was, okay, all these 16-year-olds are really quite good at the game now, and I've got other priorities in my life. I can't dedicate 5 hours a day minimum to playing this video game anymore.
Head of the molly, out long and short simultaneously. A under pressure.
Oh, spotted him. Yeah, Tabson gets the info, though. He knows there's a T slipping the net. Whoa. Good work from Malbs. Oh, okay. That is the aim we're looking for. That is the game from Malbs. We need to see if G2 are to make those playoffs, Chad. It has to be more like that. 9-2 from Malbs, but that double entry seals the 6th.
All right, it's not Dr. Robotnik today. It's the lobotomist in the server.
Lovely. Got to go fast. Wait, no, Robotnik's not Sonic.
No, it is. He also has another name.
Eggman.
Yeah, he has two names.
Oh, yeah.
But I emphasize the bot part.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with a Borg, such as Rene Borg.
Star player, of course, of Falcons.
Falcons, yeah.
Malb's not going to clear his corners, but he doesn't need to. He's won the round. Crimbo wanting to retain this AK-47. Bomb going to go off, and this is a 6-1 start for Big.
They really want
against
JDC.
Big, excuse me.
They really want him. And they might not get him because he's holding fast for 2. Okay. Heavy God gets him.
This is... Okay. I just want other Counter-Strike pundits of the world maybe ex-pros or anybody who's doing this gig right now, if you're listening, am I crazy for thinking it's embarrassing for a team, like full rosters like an M80 or a Big, to lose to G2? Now, again, I am definitely crediting Taz for everything that he has done in his career as a Counter-Strike player.
Yes.
I used to watch him in 1.6. I played against him in early CSGO. I know how good he is. He's won a major. He's one of the Polish legends of the game. But he isn't actively a pro.
Hype's dead.
Oh, Tabson's dead.
Tabson's dead. His stepping stool got swept from underneath him.
Oh, you're dead.
It's just not a comfortable position, is it?
Oh, gets a
Yeah,
tag.
tags him.
Gets a few more of those, though, doesn't he?
Hot.
Yeah, you got the pot noodles at the... Oh, there's another kill. There's a flank for a frag. JDC onto Malbs.
Yoink.
And save again.
Save. Is Crimbo one of the better nicknames of the modern day? Yes, it is.
Who are you comparing that to?
I'm just, of all the nicknames of newer players under the age of 21.
Players under the age of 21.
Who has the coolest nickname? Obviously, Donk is a pretty good one.
I like Mazinho.
Mazinho is good. I just get confused because sometimes it's like the Brazilians, people say like Mzinho.
Yeah.
And that's just too much for me.
I reckon...
Yes, I am a bit special, Chad.
But we need to get more barbs in your brain so those barbs don't affect you so much.
No, it's just because my whole job is saying players' names.
I know.
So when lots of people say it different ways, I get stressed about saying it correctly.
I think your way's correct.
Well, that's just your opinion. Don't get me started on FURIA.
Yeah, well, there you go. So
you see,
are you Brazilian or not?
I don't know. I'm
Ziwu,
not.
Zawu?
I'll say it like an English person would.
Jabby.
I'm English. If you want it to be said like you say it in your home country, watch your home country stream.
Harry Potter book? He's reading them like a Harry Potter book?
Yeah, we're talking Philosopher's Stone as well. None of that
That's
half-blood
controversial.
Oh, what do you think about me doing the sound effect over the sound effect? That was a new layer we've added.
Ah, yes, indeed.
I've been doing the clapping with the claps.
I think they want to pop B, Alex.
I think you're right, and I also think that it's a lot of pressure onto Crimbo, which he has a cool name.
He only has an incendiary. He doesn't have a smoke. Right now, JDC's hedging back over. JDC has a smoke. Does he throw it now? Ooh. Spotted.
Okay, well, he's definitely got the info, so backup's arriving.
They're coming? They're cancelling. They're cancelling. They needed to cancel this.
Yeah, okay.
So Lurk Smoke drops.
Oh, mate,
you have time to reset the round. It's not over just yet.
I just like the way Crimbo reacts. Like, that is the de facto response to a Lurk Smoke as you get on that tight corner and catch him if they were trying to edge out.
I even would like to point out what he did before that. As the smoke was about to fade, spammed, 7 to 10 bullets in case they were going to pop, and then transition position to catch them if that was the case. It's the devil being in the details. As another smoke drops towards long, now time is an issue for G2. This one could simmer out against them. If they go late long, they're going to have to check the reverse side for QB, and Tabson is here to assist. So this could be a blender.
See if it's going to be a smooth round for QB. Not my best vote. That is, though, from Crimbo. Gets his aggressive push pay off. Catches Hades mantling up on the Xbox, and it's just Big Clan.
No chance.
Everyone wins their duels. Hype, can you finish it clean? Can you finish it clean? He can. Knocks the kneecaps off of Snacks, and as we know, an elderly gentleman, the knees get weak.
Yeah, okay, well...
Arms get heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mum, spaghetti.
That one there, all in for the B play, get forced towards long, go long, get smoked, then have to turn it into a split, even using multiple points of elevation there. So QB does very well to get that double. Beautiful work to him.
Yeah, and obviously on the surface, he did look calm and ready to drop the bomb. 7-2. Scoreline on this T side. G2 are actually beating big with a coach.
Oof.
A manager.
I think that if... That's JDC secondary AWPing as well, though, just to quickly note.
That works.
If Big gets 7-5, I'm still backing him to win this match.
Sure, 100%. Do you think it would be easier to do T-side calls with the stand-in as opposed to covering CT gaps?
I think we've already seen G2 understand on their CT deficiencies, having to do all-ins.
Yeah, right. That's right,
so
we did.
It's just about withstanding the all-ins as the AWP rotates towards middle and shuts down another. JDC staying mobile on this secondary AWP.
Ooh, they're coming for you. Yeah, peeking with the...
One's pinned.
Black smoke of the HE.
Get mollied here.
Wished.
Okay. Well, it is Heavy God, Snacks, and Taz.
JDC got burnt to 1 HP.
Snacks has gotten the AWP. QB may have just heard his footsteps back. Taz, they set up for his execute. They're going to get rumbled here. Wow. Ooh. The molly hit JDC, okay.
Rumble, old man rumble. Taz gets JDC. Hyped, gonna hold this cross.
Good flash.
Very good flash. It forces him away, and this is the hard shot to hit. Now the cross has happened. You will have to play for the retake. Despite your man advantage, you just have to concede the site.
That's bought some time. Well-placed incendiary there. Bomb should get planted by Heavy God now.
QB's going to be that first look off the back of the hyped flash. Let's have a little glance, and ooh, Snacks has hit the AWP shot necessary. Tabson's coming in, 7 bullets remaining and 2 targets. Make it just 1 as it's hyped with a good contribution. Job's done, round 1, and it is both of the AWPs filling the feed as well. JDC starts, hyped will finish with a little help from Tabson.
Yeah, going to be important to get hyped going. He's an impactful player in this big jersey. That right there is miserable for G2 because sure, you're able to get into the site and get the bomb down, and you even get an AWP kill as part of that retake, but you don't have any territory, right? You only got sight and bridge. You don't have CT, you don't have short, you don't have long, so you're boxed in, and that makes the retake nice and easy.
Christopher Allison has just hit me in the DMs.
What's he saying?
He says, Forrest is in Astana. So he was already awake and streaming before the game started.
Oh, no. Huh. Well, we didn't see him. I asked you the question.
Yeah,
you know?
It was my fault, I guess.
Josh Nissan has weighed in on this whole coach situation, but I don't know. He said some very strong words. So, and they were in WhatsApp, so I don't think I will repeat them.
No, there's a rule about that. So you got long. Do we execute the Na'Vi successfully? I'm talking, you know, Seized and Starix and Edward and that lot. Simple, he played as well. Well, you blocked the cross smoke and you've thrown out 1 as well. So you might just have to respect that if you're G2. Pushing through it feels like it's a big ask. Boost, however, is a solution. Grimber once again pushes B carefully. Maintains that info, but will free up JDC to be more of a complementary defender on mid.
Has to go with this next smoke, don't they?
Yep, this is it.
HEs for the cross. They can clear this. There's the first. Still 2 mil where that came from. Still 2 mil where that came from.
And again. God, they're just catching nades left and right, aren't they? Catching strays. Taps and spams you away. Oh, the spread is brutal for Heavy God. He's got low HP. AWPs posted. So much damage. Big Clan's nades have done so much work to make this 4th round look like a reality. Even swinging through, Heavy God will still catch him despite that low HP. Bomb going down. Oh, Heavy God does contribute too. Still up for debate. JDC coming in from short side. Snacks are left alone. No, I thought the jump had connected there, but JDC just elects to pick up a rifle to finish the job.
Another good retake, and yeah, you bang on. It's all about the utility. So the fact that they cache all those HEs towards spawn, they use them time and time again. Just to make sure that they're harassing on the cross. And they were already light on U2, so limited options. But someone's name that we haven't said for the last couple of rounds, Alex, would be Malbs. Feels like he's cooled a bit. When he was hitting those shots, finding those entries, was definitely able to get them rounds. But now the Big are happy to give G2 this long control. Because like Malbs not getting the fights that he's looking for. Big are back in this. Just a slow start after all. Final round, first half. Out long they go. Oh, corner smoke definitely missed.
Definitely missed. But you're just going to fight instead? Oh, lovely. Dust completely blind. QB finds 2. Taz and Malbs doing the flashbang dance. And they do get nothing.
Okay, well, this one simmers out. But I think if we return to this being quite a positive comeback for Big, I said if they get 7-5, I still back them to win this map. So they have definitely turned their fate around, and they've started to warm into things, as it is really just going to peter out from this point.
To peter out.
Do you know what a peter out is?
I'm just looking for the origins.
I don't imagine it's spelled like Peter, is it?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, yeah. Why do they say Peter out? The most likely source is the French word Peter, which means to put it delicately, break wind.
I'm reading it right now and it says to become exhausted.
Yeah, but it's about where the word came from, the origin of it.
I see, okay.
Peter out mean.
I feel like those two don't have a strong correlation. Here we go, round end, the QB to lock him down out long, trying to come outdoors late, 35 on the clock as Snacks will take him to the grave. Heavy God and Snacks, 2v4 now. Time is their biggest problem, and both players identified. Tabson top side, the support is on the way, and the harassing utility is here to stay. As Tabson gets it across the line with the assistance of JDC, and now we have our halftime break. How many...
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, you're right. I was gonna see. Here we go. How many former G2 players do you think we could name?
Former G2 players.
Because we could go back to like the international roster of G2, which had like Rain and stuff on it, I'm pretty sure.
It did.
So let's see how many we can get.
Okay.
Within this halftime break.
Okay, time starts now. Jax.
Jax is one of them, yes.
Kenny S.
Yes. I'm going to put Rain.
Rain.
I'm going to put Fox.
Did Scream play on that G2? Or did
I think so. Let's put him anyway. Let's put Nico.
Nico, oh, good one.
Was Jacob on there? Let's put Jacob.
Monacy.
Yeah, Monacy was on there. Obviously, we got Nexa.
Nexa, good one.
We've got the 5 in the server right now, so we know who they are, of course. We got Hooksy.
Hooksy.
We got JKS.
JKS, you know
Alexi.
Well. Alexi.
Who else we got?
Who else have we got?
There's obviously lots of names.
There is.
From the French team, there was Bobby. Bobby was on there.
Bobby was on there.
Shox was on there.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about that roster. It was Kenny Shox.
There's more for the international team. Anyway, we've got a good list of names there. We'll check it out, and we'll do that as the starter game next segment, see how many more there were.
Yeah, okay, cool.
But G2 have had quite a few players through their rosters over the years. Into lower tunnels for the fight is Hades. Stacks pushing into this, and a click into Tabson's head to kick things off.
Gonna get another one as well. I can feel it. A little back. Ah, JDC's having none of that. Quick headshot from the Glock into the B site. Taz is going to have to concede this space. Yeah, he's in two minds. You know, play retake.
Hades fast flank.
Oh, it's fast as hell. They're not ready for this at this point. At this moment, they are not prepared for that tunnel's walk. He can get a jump scare on one of them. That's now revealed. Doesn't hit the instant headshot, but Malbs does to chip in. JDC goes down, and it's all on to Hades. Can't track him. The Glock's too brutal. Despite Snacks' opening contribution, they concede the pistol, and the gap is closing. A one-round game now. Uncomfortable territory for G2. Their early, strong start starts to wane.
Well, if this is a full eco...
Amanek.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was going to say, if this is a full eco, we'll add names to the list.
I forgot about Amanek. That's such disrespect. The Amanek 10. I'll never forget.
Okay, they forced. There you go. There's more proof in the pudding of the CT side forces.
Yeah, this is good.
Double scout. Here's the plan with a play like this. You're hoping to set the scout up on as many angles to get tags against the rifles that the pistols can finish off. So, Heavy got with the Deagle. One for Malbs as well. Taz with the 5-7. Scout for Hades and Snacks. Out long are big. No resistance found whatsoever. A very heavy cluster of players for G2 towards middle. A couple short, one middle, and one over towards Goose as a mid-door smoke will land. They always got something cheeky, don't they, Big? Here they come, acceleration. Snacks on notice.
Three actually doesn't go too shabby for them to at least defend this A site a bit more. Doubling up on Gandalf with a molly down with smoke.
Beautiful.
Perfectly timed.
Man advantage.
Yeah, okay. Okay, this is getting uncomfortable, especially with hyped on 30 HP. Smoke short, but Gandalf can push you. You dare start plant.
I feel like they're going to clear them, but they're so low, that's going to be their death.
Oh, this is crazy. Hyped.
Wow, this is wild.
Oh my God, only the one.
Instant.
Necessary from Heavy God there. Hits the head as well, just a bit of overkill. And JDC gets chipped away. That's why you hit him with the second round 4CB. Whew. They leave with the round, they leave with 2 rifles, and they get that 2-round gap growing.
Okay, that's the first round in quite a few that we've seen G2 be able to pick up. It was quite a spread from Big. Winning a lot of rounds to close out their CC half. It was 4 consecutive. Then the 5th straight would be the T-side pistol, but then to lose the Force, it feels like it's a type of round that you shouldn't be losing. It just so much pace behind it. You don't normally see teams go with that level of... There's a... what is it? It's a word with F.
Fervor?
Fervor. Yes, that was the word I was looking for.
Oh, yeah.
It eluded me. I don't even know the definition of fervor.
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up. But now Big to force buy back. There's your mid-door smoke, as they're going to have 3 players in through upper tunnels. That's perfectly on the tippy top to spread over.
Fervor is like, let's see if I can kind of try and define it. What would be, how would you define fervor? Like an acolyte has fervor for their religion. You know?
So it says with an intense or passionate feeling.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. You could just do crisscross smokes into a B split right now.
Yeah, all right. Bloody hindsight Andy over here with the mini-map up.
Like, pushback short, obviously.
Yeah, okay.
Right, but the reason I say this is because of the type of buy. Right, like crisscross smokes in the type of buy, because if you can get out the mid doors, you can go for closer pathing. I think it would be a good round to run.
I mean, they've thrown the first. They've thrown Chris.
Well, where's Cross?
Cross ain't coming.
Okay, well, they've actually hedged a 3rd man on the B side. Malb's in the right place.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a perfectly
peak.
Crispy. Just, okay. Head honcho, head hunting. Malbs with 3. Put down by a hype dig, but the damage is done. Still echoing through this server as with 30 seconds left. You're going to go searching. Hades. Ooh, down to the dig of hype. Is he making a round out of this? With no bomb, it seems highly unlikely he gets anything more. Yeah, he's going to be put to bed by Heavy God.
Tucked in tight.
Scrap.
Okay, well, that one right there for Heavy God is a nice little meal.
I think that double from Malbs, it was reminiscent.
Accidental double.
It was reminiscent of the Tessus double on brackets, where he just did like a little...
Ah, yes, yes. There was also the ROPS Tech 9 round that was like, I think it was, that in the Melbourne final? That he got it from Squeaky Door. I don't think we had it on... Rush was probably observing, so he probably missed it.
You are such a little bitch.
But Rob's got this like crazy double up that was an accidental onto Monacy and someone else pushing lobby. I think it would be Tessa.
Actually rings a bell. Yeah, I've seen it. I think Reddit had a flip up.
Oh, it might have been Kicks and not Tessa's. Here we go. Eco, Malbs is going to chew down on 2.
No.
Do you think you would target B knowing that it's Snacks, or double nade for Snacks and Taz there?
You know, I probably would have a conversation about that. Or at least just trying to start my T side with that. Try and force him to overcompensate for the weakness.
Okay, well, Big, you were on the comeback trail. Now I feel that you've dropped the ball.
The ball has been dropped.
Right, like you can still pick it up.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
It's not like you
it's on the floor.
You didn't just do like bake a delicious dish and you drop that all over the floor. You're not picking that up.
No.
But this is a ball that can be picked up.
Not like a kind of a Kevin Chili situation. Any US Office fans?
It's ran through the long doors, so Heavy got put on notice quite early towards A. It is tough when you have your 3 best players as your A defenders.
It does. It certainly encourages and incentivizes your opponent to go anywhere else.
It also makes it so that you, on A, feel like you have to do a little bit more, over-rotate, go for a certain fight that maybe you wouldn't want to. But let's see. As we touched upon, Taz has been holding his own.
Ooh, well played. Well placed. HE there. Malbs picks up a second one.
So single-handedly denying any of this short progress. A deep nade.
Could be good.
Light lick damage there onto Tabson.
At least their M4s can one-bang him. Same for JDC.
So what's the call, Big? You got 50 seconds. Your util is the issue. Smoke and flashes. Could just do the standard A wall. Helps.
Short util. But is it commitment, or is there something more? Pushing out, Oh, still hits his headshot as, yeah, they will continue to ramp towards this B
needs
site. Taz does need the multi-kill. QB completely overlooks him, takes his while to get the finish. Oh, dink! Insufficient. Snax got brought down by Crimbo in unison, so they will manage to get that bomb down on B. It's Hades and Heavy God with an awful lot to do.
I'm going to say it, Alex.
Yeah?
It should be the save. I know that you want to try and win every round that's possible, and a 2v3 retake of the B site feels potentially doable for these two, but you're still going to have to play the long game about it. Malb's getting nothing, right? He hears the step coming up mid-doors, peers into the fight, gets removed. You need him to get one to slow the mid to B. Taz did his job, one and a dink. Snax under pressure goes down without anything, and the site's given up. So 10-7 now is big in a laboured look on Dust 2. We'll grab another round after the force by loss, so not the end of the world. They are picking back up that ball. Now, how far can they run with it?
It's under their arm. See how far they push this thing on our first map of this elimination series. A win versus Aurora. Expectations were set quite high after that from Big Clan and have since not been able to post another victory. Either side of the court, you've got G2, who did surprise us all by managing to pick themselves up a win. Taz on the roster. Taz and Snax tested. Let's see how they handle this. Smoke, Hype's trying to be in front of that, but respects it. Oh, Taz has no idea just how close he came to an all-on collision with 5 Germans.
Do they stick to their guns? It looks like they're setting up to throw through a wave.
Oh, yes, indeed. Taz 1.5.
That's not enough.
Maybe Snax could do something with this. Swings out, collects a headshot. Yeah, he's light on ammo though. He's got a single bullet. What's he supposed to do? Reloading the smoke instead. Okay, 2v4. They've done enough. Rotation comes through. Malb's in the feed. Oh, Snax. He's given it to Hyped. Thought he was going to try and delay. Instead, he doesn't hide in the smoke, goes looking, and Hyped hits a quick one. Hades. I'll throw an incendiary that
Heavy God needs to play. Heavy God has to play.
And play he shall. Crouch walks in. Hype's elected to opt for an M4 to defend on this post plant. Oh, didn't see him. That smoke is covering him. Not going to react though. Crimbo didn't hear that silence bullet, and Hades hits the shot. Retake complete.
The silent shot coming through, I know it's suppressed, but still, okay. That was a little bit awkward there from both teams. Snax, you can't really fault him because he's stuck in the site. It's hard to really criticize what moves he goes for in that moment. The fact he gets the smoke down, it creates that ambiguity anyway.
Yeah.
But right there, this one, okay, so there was a clear. We still get the smoke icon, but the clear right there was huge. So Malbs chips in. He helps out this B defense an awful lot. And then 2 players not looking at either of them there. So it's just a really bad post plant there from Big.
Holy moly. Okay, well, they can't lose this one. Chad, I'll say it that much. Hype's going to be jump spotting for the lower push. No one's going aggressive at G2. They are, however, maintaining that long fight. A little bit of a flirt for info from the short side. It's Malbs active on short. Okay, so now they're going to threaten B with 2 players. Like, I thought maybe a lurk smoke and then finish late long pop or short.
I don't know. I think that you probably feel that you should have won that round.
Yeah, 100% you should.
So that you get it into a 2v2 and you're looking the wrong way. So I think that you probably still want to try and target B as the weakness. But you need to at least posture to make this feel like it is something else. So Taz just playing the block on B. Hades has a choice to make when that mid to B smoke comes in. But it's not your primary AWPer on A with the big green. It is Snax. So he will be asked to hit some shots if it is an A execute. Long util thrown, and Snax, completely blind, takes down QB.
Yeah, Dill. Now they know that there's a second AWP in the mix, and it is long. Will Malbs be overlooked here?
Well, bomb's coming in A, but they got to kill out mid.
Draw fire, do more than draw fire. He gets another kill onto JDC.
Take the bomb out of there.
Spots them, deletes them. Bomb now on the floor. Crimbo down as Malbs is round as well. Snax and Malbs defend the A site valiantly. It's 2 kills each. And Hype just wondering where his teammates have all gotten off to.
They get a kill out mid on Hades, and they know that Snax was over towards long with the AWP. Snax is traditionally a B holder. You killed Hades, so you know that it's likely only Taz on the B site.
Right. And yet we commit A.
And like the bomb could have gone back. I think there was like 37 seconds. Maybe didn't feel that they could actually transition back.
Yeah, I don't know.
But this is going to be big. 1 round away from losing the map.
Look at their funds,
to
bro.
G2 with a stand-in.
Oi. Oiski. What are you supposed to do with this? It's going to be Tech 9s or Scouts?
This is G2's pick. Sure,
Yeah.
we have Mirage up next, but it really begs belief that you're getting this much output. And if I'm going to be honest, I think it speaks to more about big, really.
That's fair.
This is a bad look, and for M80, bad look for them as well. All right, potentially the final round of regulation. Map number 1, Elimination Series. One of these two will lose their life at the end of this. Xbox smoke and door smoke. Double trouble.
Right mid. Malbs ain't playing scared. He ain't playing scared. He's actually going to swing for more. The flash is good. And the destruction of Malbs gets a 3K, 4 available. Finishes it off with a USP. Thank you very much. Round and map over.
I know where he is. Malbs wants the ace. He wants to finish this one off in style.
25 frags and counting. He's definitely delivered. We said we'd have our eyes on him. Not choosing the right corner in the 50-50. But he's going to go down to Heavy God with his back turn. G2 take their map pick. 13-7. Taz in the ranks, defending his B site valiantly with Snax. And a solid output from their star rifle. Malbs is in the server today.
Yeah, 8 multi-kills for Malbs in that one. He was 6-2 in opening duels, so a huge amount of impact from him in this series. And then you have Heavy God, the other rifling star that's necessary without Hunter in the team. He had 5 multi-kills, so between the two of them, that's a staggering amount of multi-frags. But yeah, again, I don't understand what we're seeing. The G2 with a stand-in being their coach, who's not a professional player anymore, is able to topple professional teams.
This is a map that Big Clan beat Aurora on.
It baffles the mind. I don't really know what to say about this. It does leave me in an awkward position because
it's all about you, right?
But it's like you're looking at it from a Counter-Strike world framing perspective,
of course,
right?
Of course.
So G2, this is an unfortunate circumstance that they find themselves in, not being able to play with their full roster, and they're making the best of a bad situation, right? It's probably also teaching some of their players some valuable lessons on what is required because Hunter's the elder statesman over there.
Yeah, right. So you have to fill in that void, that absence. I don't know. I also want to kind of compare it to bringing Stu in when they did. It's just incomparable because of the fact that no Nico, no Monacy on that roster.
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
It's not the same. It's not the same, you know. And Stu, yeah, I was going to make the argument, you know, you said no longer a competitive player. Stu, he hadn't been competing for a lot. You know, I was going to try and draw comparisons.
About 10 years younger.
Yeah, I understand. I was just trying to get the conversation stimulated, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized it is completely incomparable, and you are in a tough position. Snax with 41 ADR, which is basically the same as Tabson.
Oof, yeah, okay. Well, that...
Sorry about that.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. You can't hide from the truth, can you? See, that was that patch at the end of the first half where Big started to get going again, where Malbs had no kills. He wasn't finding much impact late in the game, but it was early where he did his best work.
I don't know, man. That 3K into 4K to finish, round 19 and 20. Pretty solid output at the end of things.
Yeah, so look, that is going to be the map all tied up for G2. So 1 to the good. Mirage up next. You just have to quit. Like, it feels like this has to go to a third.
Yes.
And or that is going to sour the camp for Big so badly that the mental is going to be turfed, and at that point, it's done. I just... If G2 eliminate M80 and Big, like...
Yep.
What's going on?
Yep.
It shouldn't be happening.
Nope.
I'm happy that it is because it's a fun experience.
It is.
It's great to see Taz in the server again. It's really quite fun to see.
But what does it mean?
I think it just means that G2, right? While we've said that FaZe is the most entertaining Counter-Strike team of all time.
Yes.
G2 provide the most content.
They are the
out of any team of all time.
Right.
And this is just more of the content.
So that's G2's content house. Live from Chad's house with another map to look forward to it.
And this next map is going to be Art House.
Yes, it is. Cinema. That's what he said. He's clever. That was good. I actually think that might be your best work in some time. Like that a lot. We're going to take a break. When we do come back, we are going to be bringing you that Mirage. I am desperate for a Wii, so I'm going to go have one. You can too. You can too.
Big Clan are back in action. This time here for PGL Astana with us. We've got Tabson, the in-game leader of the team. And I guess the first question I have for you, Tabson, is where are you and the team at mentally right now for the ups and downs you are still going through? Because there's been times we've seen positive results, then it slows down. Obviously, not making the majors is definitely going to hurt you guys. But how do you view it? How do you see it? What's going on?
Good question. To be honest, I was prepared for this moment. I told also the teammates ever since QB and Hype came to the team, I was like, hey guys, hopefully we don't get a honeymoon. It's better that we just fuck up in the beginning and we work through it. Okay. And we get a system where everyone feels comfortable, where everyone knows exactly what to do in the system. And this is kind of where we get right now. And I felt like the last 2 tournaments we played decent Counter-Strike, especially against Mousesports. We played really good in IM Melbourne. After that, of course, the game against 3D Max was not so good. Then we had a different tournament in MongolZ. Obviously, the teams were not the best there, but we have beaten Bay8 twice, and they are a really upcoming team at the moment.
Yeah.
Therefore, I think like the mentality for us is like we are getting there for sure, and we are all believing, of course. And yeah, hopefully this tournament will be a positive sign again.
Would you say that this now then is maybe taking us back to, I'm not going to say the glory days of Big, but I remember a time of Big being a very close unit. Do you feel like now you've got all 5 players in that way again, like 100%. Together and on the right page?
Definitely. We feel really confident with each other. We really like to have each other around, and obviously in the game is a little bit different. Everyone has his own view and stuff, but outside of the game, everyone loves each other. Everyone really appreciates each other as well. And in the game, it's getting to a point where everyone understands you can only win as a team. There's obviously star players here and there who makes a difference, but to be fair, we don't have these players, you know, like we need to be in control within the team to have a victory, to be fair. And this is something everyone understood now, and hopefully we will keep on going, and I'm pretty sure we will do it.
It's very interesting because like the Big we have now is so different from all previous versions. Yeah. How is that for you? Is it a harder thing to adjust to? Does it take some more time? Because like I always looked at it as like, first it was God, then it was you, but it's like, you guys were in control, it just worked. But now this seems much more like everyone's got a say and we have to now try work through it.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned. I think for me, to be honest, it's a little bit harder to adjust. It's like, if you have a cook and there are more cooks, the food gets maybe too salty, you know?
Yeah.
And this is kind of what happens right now. And this is, therefore, we had a really good talk the last few tournaments, and everyone came to the conclusion there should not be so many voices.
Yeah.
You know, like we need to have one voice who represents us, but we stick to the plan. Eventually, when nothing happens or when everything goes wrong, we will talk about it. But we need to have a clear plan to follow, and this is something what happens right now. And as you mentioned, I think for me it was in the past really hard, because if you have so many voices and you, like myself, I see myself as a really hard worker, and I believe in myself a lot. If I work hard, then achievements will come. And if you have a lot of opinions or a lot of voices, you need to combine them with your own thoughts. It's not the easiest thing to do, for sure.
I can imagine as well, sometimes you like start to doubt things because you're hearing all this extra information as well. It's a lot to go through for you. But you still got a smile on your face.
Of course, it will never go away.
That's good. There was a time it went away, Tabson. There was a time not too long ago, but we're in a good position right now. Now, I know your eyes and mind is always on the trophy, but like, what is the expectation you have for the tournament as a whole? It's like, this is how far I expect us to get.
Playoffs. Other than that, like, if we achieve playoffs, anything can happen, but playoffs is mandatory for sure.
Mandatory, that's a strong word. I like what I'm hearing, I like what I'm seeing. Thank you very much for all your time, Tabson, and good luck at Astana.
Thank you.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What do you reckon, Chad? 3-mapper?
It could very well be a 3-mapper. I think this is the thing, the fact that Big have even lost a map. I say this after M80 lost yesterday as well. It continues to boggle the mind. So it really does feel that we're in for a bit of a tumultuous Tuesday, and things could go the distance into a third map. Now, who's going to win it? I have no idea. But why don't we just live in this reality where G2 get it done 2-0? Because that feels like more of an exciting one. Now, I'm definitely not a big hater. I actually, like the Germans. I'm a fan of the Germans.
Yes.
So, sprechen the Deutsch bisschen.
Yeah.
But right now, I want to get behind this G2 story of joining the freak show conversation, having old mate Taz stand in for Hunter, having Hades in the team, having them with the Polish flag over there on HLTV. Why not? It could be fun. Now, we go to Mirage, and if you look at Dust 2, they split the pistols. There was no clutches, but it was a landslide of opening kills in the favor of G2. 14-6, I believe it was. Oof. And of that, MIBR was able to get 6 opening kills. So he was definitely a force and a win condition, and he will need to be, right? Having to play connector on the CT side of Mirage. I just think that they're understaffed on this map, though, which does mean you might need to take a few more risks on the CT side. I just don't think there's enough to cover. Right, you can have a strong trio around middle, for sure, but then it's the extremities that I think are the problem, because both sides have their nuances and can be quite awkward. Right, if you're holding A on your own as either a Snacks or a Taz, probably more a Taz, right? I think Snacks can definitely hold his own. Then you're going to have issues where you're needing to win aim duels, right? So it's not like getting to be so cheeky in the side or the back or around util unless it's full executes. And players now are so good of, how many players were spotted mid on the CT side? All right, let's lurk out Palace now. Let's isolate that duel. But bigger in the dumps. And I'd say mentally, that's right now their biggest issue. They can't be happy with dropping a map to G2 with a coach. That's just the fact of the matter, the state of the nation. And let's get this one underway. G2 on the defense, Big on the attack, their map choice. G2 starting with 2 players over towards B, 2 on A, and it's just a flat-out B rush. Oh, no, okay. Knows the perfect point in which the sound cues can be stopped as JDC parks himself over towards the kitchen. U2 being lined up from Tabson, looking for the pixels as Smoke and Flash at the ready. Crimbo with a molly, and he's faking A right now. Oh, he's starting to rotate. Have you got moved?
He gets in and escorted out. Snacks tracks the first, hard to get the second. Heavy God chips in. Snacks forced back onto his reload bench. Tabson looks like he's done enough to get them both here. The backup arrives though, and MIBR and Taz are forcing them back.
Careful now,
Snacks
Taz.
lives on. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't need to overextend. You've got the man advantage. You play on that side. You swing out. You get your headshot. Snacks with a second. Oh, it's all him, baby, to finish off the job. Double kill on the pistol.
The terrifying Tasman responds in time, gets over towards B and locks things down. They got awkward there for a moment for Heavy God and Snacks. They did great on the openings to give them the advantage, but both of them getting stuck at bench felt a little bit awkward. So we're maybe just crowding each other on home plate here for a moment, but regardless, job done. Pistol round 1, and as far as the series is concerned, 2 out of the 3 in favor for G2. That's the start that they're looking for. Bomb not going down means the likelihood of a force very limited now. Oh, but they will. Okay, Big. This hole can get very deep very quickly. Looks like they want to try and pressure B again. Tabson with the bomb on his back is selling a little something of a default spread. They did a window smoke, a top cat smoke, and just some util in mid to make it look like a standard approach.
You line up a con smoke?
I guess if they have one player. Oh, they had JDC in underpass, but he's dead. And you can see him there in the cam. Head tilt straight back. MIBR's found you. Another MIBR's opener.
Snack's got a very well-drilled jump spot here. There's that hyped smoke.
Taz is a defensive. Sorry, Snacks is a defensive on a drop. Here it comes.
Throws it and tucks back. Oh, good. Oh, it didn't finish off Tabson.
Oh, no.
Yeah, finishes off the job, but this is looking all right for Big. If they can just get Snacks, which they are hunting for. There's the backup. Hades chips in. Snacks dancing around, returns to his smoke. Dips into it as they just double push. Love that. Not playing too scared.
Okay. And they weather the force. That is a pathetic force. They only killed Taz. The bomb doesn't go down again. It should be 3-0 now because it will have to be the eco from Big. What is going on, lads?
I'm baffled. Bewildered.
Yeah, but I'm on the hype train. I'm on the bandwagon.
Yeah, let's go.
Gusto to G2.
Eco for Big Clan.
So they are just plugging Taz into Hunter's positions. I thought they might try and rejig. So Heavy God will anchor A.
I mean, don't forget you've also got kind of Hades that has to fit into this whole conundrum.
Yeah,
as
but
well.
it's much easier for an AWPer because you're replacing an AWPer.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right,
that's
but
fair.
like when you're replacing, so Hunter is, plays some key positions. Like playing short on Mirage, I don't envy Taz having to do that, especially against top teams. So this shouldn't be too easy for him. And then that means that the B bomb site is Snacks
Once again,
and Taz, right?
yeah,
So well, we know we've said it all week. The power of friendship has really been getting G2 across the line. Think about how many officials Taz has played so far. They've played 3 maps in every series as well.
Yeah, he's getting the reps in.
He's definitely getting he's going to feel major ready.
Let's hope Hunter's got his visa sorted.
They have legitimately played 3 maps. They took a map off MIBR, a map off ODDIK, and they should have beaten MIBR and Nuke. It was 10-2 first half.
Yeah, kind of let that one slip.
And then 2-1 over M80. I still cannot believe they beat M80.
Yeah, that's crazy. Heavy Gods had no issues with this eco, though. They did get 1 Constellation frag, but nowhere close to a bomb plant. Preserving the M4 and moving into the gun round.
All right, well, this one has energy to it, and that's what gets everybody going on their Tuesday. Oh, Taz praying right there. Okay, well, it's not the power of friendship, it's the power of Christ. As let's see if we're going to be saying, Jesus Christ, did this result from Big at the end of this one. So guns are out. Come on, Big.
What's the call? What's the call? What are we doing here? Oh. They had a whole play. They were doing the Vitality smoke break for Zywoo. But it didn't work out. Zywoo got owned. Oh. That's not... Well, it gets worse, actually. Yep.
They're not even going to get a single kill.
Their first gunning.
What is going on, Dan?
Tazo, he's absolutely done it. Oh, can you believe it?
They don't have the bread. They don't have the lettuce. They definitely don't have the burger patty, Dan.
Ooh, nice. Burger in a bread slice. That's kind of nice, actually.
Well,
yeah, like a kind of beef
bun,
sandwich.
A burger bun is bread.
It's not a slice, is it?
Yeah, but I said they have the bread.
The bread, I just visualized.
Bread element.
Sorry, I visualized the slice.
You were thinking white sandwich.
Yeah, I was thinking like a little Hovis, a little Warburtons. A little other bread brand.
This doesn't feel real.
That round doesn't feel real.
Have we gone to the Twilight Zone?
Oh, I think we might have.
What is happening?
I can't quite believe how poorly that went for poor old Hyped. It was comical. It looked so comical from Tabson's POV as well. Like you could see the play being set up.
He saw him.
Oh, it's a bad smoke then.
Well, then it's not.
It's a bad smoke.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
The AWP shouldn't be able to.
No. The whole idea is he can't see anything, and then you break the smoke and. Oh, let's go indeed.
All right, partial. Max loss bonus in play. Next round they'll be able to buy. Back to their old stomping grounds of the B bomb site, apparently. Snacks with the jump spot. Taz over towards Cat. They will have a quick rotation point available of Malbs. So this is one of those rounds, see where they're hedging, right? So they're starting Malbs over towards the vent room. He will be able to get to short to help relatively quickly, but it means that Snacks needs to delay, and between Taz and Snacks, they need at least 1 kill.
Yeah.
So they're set up, ready for this. Here we go.
Deep smoke. That might not be the play. Oh.
Good nade.
Yeah,
Great nade.
They're coming. He does slow him down, and he gets his. Snacks delivers. Quick one onto Taz, though.
There's Malbs.
Snacks trying to get away, but JDC chases him down, and Malbs is behind the
back
smoke.
through window. Okay. Tough retake now.
Very tough, even though it is against the pistols. Oh, missed AWP shot. That really comes down to haunt him. Hades needs to pick up the rifle and get to work. Heavy God gets the job done. It is all onto JDC, and he's got the angle for the one tap. Looks like it's his round after all. 2 kills deep. JDC to put something on the board for Big Clan. Hides out behind that smoke. It's a valuable asset. Heavy God, though, walking up on him. He has no idea where he's coming from. Heavy God, here's the sound. JDC just needs the bullet, gets the job done. JDC is the reason Big Clan have a round.
Oh, okay, a bit of a mountain goat there, wasn't he, on the top of that bench, getting the little cusp over the top to get that kill and set himself up for the 1v1. Very well handled there from JDC. And that is going to be on just a lighter half by investment. Oh. So chases down Snacks there with a leap of faith. That smoke. If Hades gets the kill on the player crossing bench, then I think they probably win that round, but still having to buy back into it. Taz doesn't get the kill. Snacks does. Snacks doesn't play the site because he doesn't drop a segregation smoke. He drops one to block the choke point, and yeah, it was a little bit too late on the timing, wasn't to know. And now into the gun rounds again are big. Taz brings out the AUG.
Taz might be set for this fight, you know, on bench. Oh.
Okay. Well, the jump gives away JDC's position, and more nade damage, but ever so lightly. Under 68, Hades parked in the vent. A lot of pressure felt now on this A defender of Heavy God. You can see on the radar deciding to play Ticket. He'll have a setup available with Malbs, who's now just gone and tucked in towards window. So it's a retake A setup. Bomb scooped up to make it 3 ramp, 1 palace, 1 mid lurk. G2 is stacking B. This will be a tough defense.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. Heavy God does throw a decent looking HE. Very nice damage. All the way from CT. So you got that man advantage, G2. You have deliberately played retake on this A site, so your plan so far hasn't been foiled.
And another kill.
They've even picked off Crimbo before the bomb went down. Do you overlook the close position? Yes, you do. Heavy God swings out. 1.5. Taz will finish. And it's only hyped in a 1 versus 3. Spotted on the cross, and down he goes. He spotted him. Couldn't hit the shot onto Malbs quick enough.
I love that nade from Heavy God.
Yeah, I really like that.
Better times. You know, a lot of conviction behind it. The run, the jump, the throw, the in the face. Slows down the 3 players coming through the ramp. And then they are able to catch the lurks with ease. So this is Hades again, just over the smokes. Hades is doing a great job at finding those frags. So the Taz probably good for the double there, but it's Malbs to finish things off. And wow, they lose to a lighter buy, but when the guns come out, G2 looking hot to trot. QB, what's going on, Chief? Oh, look how late this buy is. This is chaos.
Yeah, they're not feeling themselves.
Very late out of spawn before anything's happened. So window smoke, top cat smoke. There's going to be a second wave as the util was juggled. Again, max loss bonus going into the next to help them out. So they have been able to have an AK, some pistol upgrades, some util. So being quite tricky with it are big.
Currently, your A defenders are preoccupied with a bit of a connector fight.
Yeah, and they're out of position last round to some extent. It didn't seem to cost them. Let's see if it does this time round. Heavy God, careful now, son.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot to deal with.
How many gaps are there on the map? Apparently everything's a hole right now.
Yep, they're absolutely in. They'll get this stuff for free. Flash for the jungle cross. Bomb. Ooh, bit of team flash. Yeah, Tabson doesn't get across. Oh, the flashes have done enough.
Team flashed again.
Tabson needs to get across. Tabson. No, he spots him one out. Knows where you are. With that AWP, he's got Hades in his sight.
It's like a fishing rod.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, 4v4. Planted, hyped, dead. Good catch from Malbs. Oh, and Tabson does go down to Hades after all of that.
Long flank, very late flank from Snacks.
Oh God, he's going to be coming Palace. And he's walking. I mean, he's got time to do this.
Stroll in the park for...
Feels like Crimbo's dead. Like, guaranteed
I'm worried.
Dead. Crimbo is a dead man. Crimbo is a dead man. CT last.
JDC, can he clutch again?
Oh, needs to go on that defuse. Taz is working on it. And now that Tech9 reveals himself. Taz will swing out. Someone needs to get on that defuse. Taz says, I'll take the fight. You get on it, Snacks. And Taz delivers. Ooh, a little tense there. You can see that could have been a miscomm, could have been a misallocation of your resources. But it comes through for 6.
Okay, touch and go for a moment there, wasn't it? But the amount of team flashes, right, that happened in multiple occasions. The first set, Tabson gets blind. Then in the second set, I think QB gets flashed while trying to cross. So, yeah, just not looking on the same page a big right now. But this one is the map choice this time round, and the energy right now in the G2 camp has to be bloody electric. Being able to retake And they're still hedging towards B. So in 2 rounds, they played a heavier setup to deal with the B exploitation. It's come through on these A plays. Sure, that one was a lighter buy, but they get across the line. Here we go again. Hades this time. Oh, almost caught. Tag through. They're in.
Okay, A's theirs for the taking. Now throws out the extinguish, maintains vision. Good one from JDC. That's a big scalp to post. Removes Malb, boosting stairs.
Ooh.
Headshot found on Taz. Understandably not prepared for a boosted angle.
Money's not great for G2.
Yeah, did we talk about the save? Oof, Hades really is going to be interested in saving now. That bullet found him.
They are backing off. They still haven't gotten in and planted the bomb. You can just see Big quite scared to make the next move. They know that every round could go against them, and that just shows the lack of confidence at the moment in their play. Like, they're not even across yet. We can see how clear and easy it would be for them just to convert this round. And finally... Okay, hold up a second. He has a smoke and a kit.
Yeah, is that what he's playing for?
Are we going to have one of these again?
Little techno 4K special.
I don't... Snacks is just going to die. He's not going to get a kill. Oh my god, he is. Okay, back off now. You've lightened the load. Does that keep them, though, planted on the sides if you're coming for it?
About.
Because they haven't confirmed the fact that it's a save just yet.
Like, Snacks was still hanging around Con.
He can't, because open plan.
Here's them leaving.
Yeah, there's just no way. I don't think there's even time. No time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, give it a go. Careful with the cable there, Alex.
Ooh, good catch.
Okay, well, Hades will save the AWP, and there you go. Big get their second round. So, going to have to work back into this. But this is an elimination game. This is an important match as far as PGL Astana is concerned. One of these two teams will not be getting an opportunity to play a 2-2 game to qualify for the top 8. For G2, I thought it was about buying time for Hunter to get there. Well, it's day 4 and he's still not there. If he's not there by day 5, I guess Taz is all in. And he must be loving it. I bet this is less stressful than having a coach.
Oh, for sure. Because he has some sort of kind of input into the outcome. And I love that we get a G2 timeout, and it is Taz on the mic. You know, he just takes his 30 seconds and fulfills his coaching obligations as well. In addition to filling the shoes of Hunter. Obviously, Monacy departing, how they fielded Hades for the foreseeable.
This is going to spill over right now, though, if G2 lose this round. And it will spill over to Big being able to get up to 6-4 at a minimum and potentially tie the half at 6-6. And G2 know that. I think the issue is they haven't got what they wanted. G2 were hoping that they would continue to bully the B site. And G2 have played consecutive rounds now with 3 players starting over towards B. The problem is that puts a lot of pressure on Malbs and Heavy God, and Malbs has struggled to get the opener in the previous. Now he's starting short. He essentially Malbs gets to be the mid-rifler.
Yeah,
like he gets to play connector and short player simultaneously because he knows that Snacks isn't going to, Taz isn't going to be able to deliver what he needs. Has a fight coming his way.
Oh, they're getting the B fight now. This is what they've been hedging their bets for. Snacks and Taz to be tested.
Oh, Malbs looking the wrong way. He's left a massive gap.
Yeah, and Snacks might get caught off by this. Crossing to the side now. Loses Taz. Okay, one from Malbs. Yeah, he's made it interesting, especially if he runs down this mid play. He's seen the lurk. He isolates the duel, takes the head off of JDC, and now a 2v2 retake. Bomb goes down from Crimbo.
Okay, it's fine to sell his teammates if he gets an ace.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just to get the ace.
You going to boost the AWP, or are we just flashing going? We're flashing, we're going. No time for boosts. Malb's going to have to clear this fight. Expect to trade out of hyped. Nice first bullet headshot from
Hades will
Crimbo.
save now. Let's.
Yeah, yeah, get out of there.
Yeah, the responsibility for mid is completely on Malbs there, and because they have 2 players playing close A ramp and 2 on B, and then he essentially gives up the gap, and then the B side, they're not expecting the scaling up short. They thought they were just going to get to focus fire towards B apartments. Well, they did go and try and hunt Hades down, but couldn't get on the case, as that will now be the 3rd round for Big. So working into this, we know this one is likely to go to 3.
Yeah, despite a strong start from G2, one can expect the signals that 4th that you already prophesized, and then the potential for a 6-6 half.
You do have a Hades saved AWP. So what can you do with that?
That's the next question. One AWP on a CT side.
Starting window.
Okay.
So it should be smoked off, and it is. He's just going to repos right now over towards B.
Sure, makes sense. Stack your pistols on one side, put the AWP on the other.
Hype's already so far up short. They have a lot of control early, knowing the type of buy they're against, so hoping that Hades kind of steps into this. Spotting one on the side, so information for JDC. He's going to try and soften things up with nade. Oh, it's Crimbo. Just peers out Palace. Mouth's down.
Handled well.
Messy from both QB and Heavy God, but QB walks away with his life. And they're in towards A. Just one more man to find a Snacks, and then over towards Ticket will be Taz. And then, if you're Tabson, you might want to allow the hunt, right? That you know that Hades saved in the previous, and you've got 5 alive. The bomb's just gone down. You've given yourself 40 seconds, plus 7 once the bomb goes off. So, plenty of time to track this man down, and even more, that his position has been noted. Hype will cut him off at the pass, and he's getting fired up. 6-4.
I mean, these are cornered big clan players right now. You know, this is elimination map. If you do not convert, and you're already put in a bit of a pit from a slow start.
The other remedy to G2's issues, instead of playing site-centric and waiting to be dictated to, is maybe a mid-control.
Yeah, for like mid-press.
Yeah, you might let jump out. Oh, they're not going to. But that's what I mean by them being understaffed, right? Normally with that, you're going to be putting 3 to 4 players to fight, and that's with Yuto likely being thrown from A. And it looks like they're just going to go for a standard round here on the CT side. So sprawled into the mid control. Taz starting vent room. Orb on shore.
Yeah, with the AWP helping him out. Doesn't sound too bad. He's pretty set for success, but misses his shot. Tabson punishes.
Has got one.
Oh, dinked. Crimbo gets away with it.
Yeah, look at this. Last player, they know where he is. Taz slowed them coming up short. This mid collapse has worked out perfectly. Crimbo, low HP, a 1v2.
Yeah, but with the bomb under the CT's feet, I just don't see a world where Crimbo can do anything. Smoke on the bomb, still going to get spammed.
Yeah, Crimbo, for a while, was getting the press, I would say, for being Big's best player, but I don't think he's been living up to that in recent times. Well, here he is. This would be a masterful clutch. Would require precision. And it looks like he's going for smoke and mirrors instead. So smoke on the bomb to sow seeds of doubt. Taz breaks the vent. Heavy God still parked over towards Delpan. The bomb still at his toes. So if Crimbo thought that was going to cover the C4. No, my
Eyes
friends.
on the radar, trying to work it out, realizes it's not good. 15 seconds. Get a kill in the next 5, you're okay.
There it is. Taz, impactful round from him. 7 kills. He has more than Snacks.
He's positive.
Yeah.
He has the highest amount of frags on Big Clan.
Yeah, that's true. It's at the moment tied with likes of Tabson, who found the opening here onto Hades, but that wasn't enough. Coming through the smoke. Can't believe Crimbo even gets that one. Poor Snacks there just gets blindsided, and the shadow helps out Taz. And now you've got 7 rounds on the CT half. Can they make it 8 before the break?
I don't know. That feels like that would be a bit of a nail in the coffin of Big Clan. Large CT side will be demanded of them. We got the shotgun out from Snacks. Love that.
We like when Lamparda had it.
Yeah.
On Nuke, though, I think you get a lot more close-range duels. We'll have to see as Snacks traverses the map, how many fights will be favorable for him.
Yeah, that is going to be another question. Okay, mid-controls is Big Clans. That's nice.
Looks like they're posturing for an A split right now. So I might see the bomb dip back on JDC. And the Palace piece of Crimbo ready to activate. So we'll likely wait out that crowd control smoke over towards middle.
Palace collision.
He's pushing into Crimbo.
Yep. And Heavy God will go down.
Yeah, A split now feels like it's softened up and ready to go. But if a player is playing that far forward on A, you should expect there being more as part of that setup. Weird for him to push on his own. Oh.
Lovely util. Malbs is actually... Oh, Malbs gets the triple on Con. Gets horny for more.
He got lost in the sauce.
Swinging into Hype's AWP. But somehow he's one-man armied his way into a winnable round for G2. In fact, it is looking hard to win for Hype.
What's Hype looking at?
I don't know, but the boost and the orb connect and the orb goes down. This is a lost round. Big Clan, no hope for Crimbo. And we've got eight rounds for G2. Are they really going to take another series win with Taz standing in?
That Malb's triple. I hope we get that on the replay right there. He just won the round single-handedly, and we know that he's the win condition. He was the factor on Dust 2. He replacing the big shoes that Nico left, and it's going to be some time before he's able to fill those with confidence, but massive triple from Malbs.
Polish CS back on the map in a big way here in Astana. A Polish core. Besting big names such as M80, Big Clan.
Tabson looks helpless there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He looks absolutely helpless. It's like a man that's had his soul sucked out.
Yeah, not in a good way either.
I think when you think about Tabson's career, it is going to be that big hater when we talk about this, but it's true. For someone that could have gone international but chose to stay with the flag, it's a miserable end to the career.
We were talking about, G2 players and how many different players there were. I'm sure there was a time when Tabson got the call up.
I think Yanko talks about wanting Tabson to potentially in-game lead phase at a certain point in time, right? So, him choosing to stay German. What a triple. What a triple.
Can I see that one again? We got time.
It's just, okay. Bish Bosh Bash from Malbsy boy.
Looks like a refrag round.
Imagine if they 2-0 big. Okay, pistol round, G2. You win this pistol, you are in touching distance. You can see exactly where you need to be. Surviving a 2-2 match tomorrow. Flash forward on ramp, Big playing for info. They'll get it early. And it tells them nothing. It's like, okay, well, nobody's ramp at the moment. B fake. So maybe that ramp info plus the B fake gets them a little bit skittish, and it has. They've started to rotate away.
Yeah, good shot out of Crimbo's USP, though. He's already delivered a headshot onto Snacks from the short side. And a nasty place for Malbs to find himself in, but, ooh, a chance presented itself. And it's Heavy God with a flying headshot.
On the ladder!
How's he done that? Oh, what? Hyped.
Oh!
Hype just got BS'd.
That's gross.
He gets his first onto Malbs, and you'd think that he'd be able to adjust onto a player stuck on a ladder.
Chibi, you ain't going anywhere, bud.
Yeah.
You ain't going anywhere, Chief.
Oh my God, it's happening. The 9th for G2, a guarantee at this point. QB just accepting his fate at this point. Saving, wait for it, a smoke grenade.
It's not even Kevlar.
Nope, just a smoke. And he's not even going to save it.
Jeez.
Ooh.
Traded.
Oh. Traded.
There it is.
By Heavy God.
Oh,
that's my face when Heavy God flying off a ladder. Mid-air headshots me.
Damn. Okay, well, here it is again. So that's a crispy one. Then on the... Yeah, he's on the ladder, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, Heavy God. Yeah, only love at the moment, mate. It is going to be the force buy for Big, Scarf for Hyped, Pistols for Most, MP9 for Crimbo. G2.
Well, that clearly isn't good, is it? That's, I mean...
He's having a game, isn't he? More opening kills. That's going to take him up to his 3rd opening kill. He managed 6 in the last map. He had 7, I think it was 8 multi-kills in the last map as well.
Like, I'm not good at playing jiggle smoke defense, right? My movement's a bit poo. I'll mess it up. I'll die. Kind of like Tabson just did there. But I rarely see pros get caught out to that extent where, like, half his body's sticking out and he can just get chased around the corner with no smoke thrown. That feels like an unforced error out of Tabson.
This could be the end of this Big Clan roster.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just because they're losing to this team. They also aren't in the major.
Yeah.
So if you are going to look to make some roster changes, now would be the time.
Okay, I've got an idea.
But you were just in a grand final. I know it was a tier 2 event, literally categorized as a tier 2 event by Valve rankings.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I think it's time we bring Searson back.
Get him back?
Yeah, I think that's what they're missing.
That's what they're missing.
At least they'd do all right in some online cups and stuff.
This is
what about Rigon as well? He speaks German.
Yeah, that experiment didn't work either. So it's like, where do you even go? And Crimbo also, I think he had some interest at a certain point from Vitality.
And I can't even say Sin and Slacks because they lost to G2 too.
To be fair, oh mate, I'm not even going to start with it.
No. Go international.
Get Process back, I guess. Like what? Oh,
no,
mate.
let's go international. Okay, let's go. Let's just look at the ELO.
G-Stu, G-Taz.
Very effective. G2 got that standing lock, that plot protection.
Anti, another owner. He got another one.
Yep.
Taz is 10 and 6. He's playing like a young man.
That's right.
They're getting owned. The Eco just stripped 11-4. G2, 2 rounds away from 2-0ing big, eliminating them from PGL Astana. Tail tuck between their legs, back on the plane, embarrassment, red cheeks. Get him out of here.
This is a dark day for Deutsche CS.
You started the tournament with a win over Aurora. You couldn't be happier about how things started.
You got to a grand final, you play against Aurora, you beat them. And then...
2 Mac-10s, surely B-Rush. Just B-Rush with the Mac-10s. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, 2 M4 is going to be starting B. Lining up for some BU till Taz takes his under.
That could still be a B-pop.
Yeah, it looks poppy. You get a smoke out. Yep. Nope, they're ahead of that. Real test here. Real test. Takes down Malps. That's an important kill.
They're cancelling.
Yeah, they should.
Well, allow your mid-play to work right now. It's Taz. He's doing the hunter. He's doing the hunter. He's the stand-in coach doing the hunter.
Oh! He's actually found JDC. Okay. Weird for the B players now. You're worried about if it could just... Oh! Taz! He's got the flank, comes in, opens up the side. It's Taz! Big man on campus, claims the 12th round for G2 with a Mac-10 flank inspired from Taz.
He's seen Hunter
He's
run
got a 2 KD, Chad.
He's seen Hunter run that. And he said, I can do
I can do that too.
I'm standing in for Hunter. I'm going to do him proud. Taz. That's going to be the game.
Taz.
They've gone and done him.
How can he do it? How can he slap so damn hard? A 2.0 KD up against a team of professional Counter-Strike players to this day. Big Clan getting rumbled by a coach. This isn't even his day job.
I can't believe, like, 1, I was like, oh, that's great.
Yeah. 2 asking, a long range. Maybe I'll call it mid-range. But a distance.
I'll give you at a distance.
Yeah, at a distance, he still connects it.
Oh my God, Bigger so cooked.
Oh yeah.
You've never been this
I'm
cooked.
talking French player cheating.
You've been tilted before. You've been tilted. But this is cooked. This goes down. Oh my God, Alex. We're going to transport you right now. CS Summit 2019.
Oh no, don't
pre-pandemic.
Don't do it, Chad. You didn't need to bring it up, man. We'd all forgotten about that.
It was G2.
It was.
Playing against Mouse.
It was.
Carrigan had to go to the airport early.
That's right.
They already had Natus Vincere standing in.
That's right.
Regin, the coach, stands in for Carrigan. And Kenny S is in tears after the loss.
Because you lost to Regin and Devil Walk.
It was Natus Vincere.
Natus Vincere. Sorry, Devil Walk. Sorry, no, that was a stray.
Devil Walk.
That was a stray.
Devil Walk was definitely not there. There was no Devil Walk there.
Why did I just conflate
I don't
the
know.
two?
I don't know how
Natus
you confuse Natus Vincere and Devil Walk.
I don't know. Both kind of similar.
In a way.
In a way.
Both from Denmark or Sweden.
Yeah, both from Denmark or Sweden. So.
Okay, here we go. Final round. Potentially. Double nades, chunk down Hades. Taz.
Oh, he's feeling himself, isn't he?
He couldn't be more confident right now.
Dude, he's already got full con control. 1 minute 28.
This is a feel-good story.
Oh, where's my cover? No! Where's my cover? JDC and Hyped have messed it up further.
Malves with another entry, another multi, and Big are about to get single-digit blown out on their map choice. It happened against VP.
Where is the cover? You were looking window.
This team's mental.
Absolute
a wet paper bag.
Trash canned.
Get them out of here. MP9s and an M4. They've got the B site. They just need to get the bomb.
Someone's responsible
They just need to get the bomb. There's 50 seconds.
Please go get the bomb, boys.
Crimbo's found a kill in the meantime. Hades with another incision, but this one, it just feels so done. The bomb's picked up now.
Tabson
Heavy God might get caught.
Oh,
Tabson's going short.
Going short.
So there's a chance.
A very small
Snacks has this kill.
To right, yeah, cleans up Crimbo. It's only Tabson, the last man standing, the last bastion of hope for Big Clan, or a 2-0 elimination from PGL Astana.
They're trying to knife him. They're trying to knife him.
They wouldn't. They shouldn't. They won't. But Snacks gets it done. 13-4. G2 survive. Another day of play.
The Counter-Strike world cannot believe what has just happened. That is another big collapse on their map choice, and I wouldn't be high-five, but I'm surprised Tabson didn't leave the server when left in that 1-on-4. This is an embarrassing loss for Big. It was embarrassing for M80 yesterday, but this is all about G2. Taz standing in, the coach delivering in buckets and spades. They get a 2-0 victory. Every game before this one was a 3-map affair, and now they are just one series away. Don't worry about Hunter. We've got Taz, and you should be having heads in hand right now. This is bottom of the barrel for...
This is a low point.
This is going to be one of the lowest points of your career, losing in this fashion. I don't want to just sit here and pile on, but everybody knows this can't be happening.
No, I mean, absolutely. In fact, just the sheer fact of the matter is that one roster had 5 of their players, their 5-man roster. One player had 3.
Yeah, like Hayes is on the interim.
Yeah,
He's only there for the major.
Yeah, I mean, but bear in mind, G2 just lost their star talent to a different team in the same way that M80 had Malbs taken from them. You know, you lose your start. We talk about, oh, it's going to take time to rebuild. You're not supposed to be beating teams that have their full roster right now. Never mind with a coach as a fit.
I'll say this for Malbs. He has gone publicly talking about his poor performances.
Yeah.
I think this environment, still being against decent teams, but without the pressure because you're not playing with Hunter, has actually removed a level of pressure that was on him and probably has allowed him to play better Counter-Strike, which we've seen in back-to-back series now.
We have.
So if that is happening, like, oh, you lose, you're out, yeah, but we're here with the coach, so it doesn't matter as much, really. Like, you can explain those losses away. And Malbs is actually delivering huge. He's getting entry kills, he's getting multi-kills, he's doing what a star rifler should do. And then the other pieces are working well enough around him to get across the line. 13-4, condemning scores on the door. As Malbs, that is monstrous, 21-10.
I like the framing, and that makes a lot of sense, but it's also just such a fantastic opportunity for him to build that confidence back up. Not only through just self-evident gameplay, like, oh yeah, I can do this. I forgot I can and capable of doing this. But also, it's against teams that he can run to the bank with that. Look at the output from some of the big clan players. 5 from JDC. Yeah. It's just, I mean, Taz is doubling the output of your opponent. That just shows how incredible it was from G2 and how the opposite it was from Big Clan. Taking a look at this round recap, obviously didn't get to see the full T side out of G2, what with their very convincing first half. And you can see the kill spread as well. Malbs a very, very prominent mid-presence through short and con primarily, and those entries he was getting up ramp.
It just, like, I understand that we're highlighting Malbs because of the good performance, but let's just talk about Taz for a second again, right? These are all the players in the tournament who are currently rated lower than him.
Oh, yeah, go on.
We'll start at the bottom, right? Slend, we already touched on him, the lowest rated. Then it's Rix, which is where that's
the coach standing.
That's okay, yeah, so maybe Taz is a couple of spots close to Rix, right? No, then it goes Rek, Lekowzi, Chopper, ZTR, Matios, Tabson, Snappy, JDC, Slacks, QB, Woody, and then Taz.
Jeez, so he's on top of most of the German players.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just, it's mental, right? And like,
who's next to, like, who's
next from G2?
Like, no, sorry, who's the next, like, above him? Who's
Sin?
Sin, okay.
Madja,
yeah.
Yabi, Exit, Crimbo.
Dude, he's hanging out. He's hanging out with the big boys. Yeah. He's hanging out with the pros. Yo!
I can't believe it's a 2-0. That, like, how?
Well, we saw how. Big Clan played really badly.
That's true. And the light goes out on Big Clan, and their life of PGL Astana 2025 has been snuffed.
There's a ceremonial trumpet
smoke
as the funeral pyre is lit or extinguished.
And we can do the same. We didn't do it for HOTU before.
Yeah.
But their Cinderella run is over. And our time at PGL Astana for 2025 has come to a close as well.
Oh, so soon.
We did 4 days of remote commentary from my living room.
Chad's house.
We did 2 days of back-to-back 3-map affairs.
Yeah.
And then we did 2 days of back-to-back 2-0s.
Wow, I'm just distracted by Malta's #1 baked beans. I didn't know that's...
That's elite baked beans.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, but you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Now, look, there is still plenty more Counter-Strike to come people's way if they would like to tune in. PGL Astana is not over just yet. There's still more games today. Just to read you through those, MIBR versus Pain, Na'Vi versus Aurora. Those are the remainders. And you still have Astralis versus VP, which is going on right now. I recommend you go and check that one out. And then tomorrow, you will have 3 more games. They will be for the last 3 spots. Sorry, that's 4. The last 3 spots in the arena. And those 3 spots could really be anybody's with the way that Counter-Strike is being played at the moment. Spirit are locked in. FURIA are locked in. The MongolZ are locked in. After VP versus Astralis is concluded, we'll have 1 more of those names.
How's VP Astralis going?
Astralis 1 map to the good, second map just begun.
Okay, cool.
So plenty of Counter-Strike for people to sink their teeth into on this Tuesday. But as we
Tuesday,
mentioned,
innit?
That's it. That's it from us.
Let's just do a quick review. Kind of like the whole Chad's house situation. Like, I like that we can...
We need to become better morning people.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a rough
It's
start.
more with the sinuses. They're always clogged in the morning, so we might need to go outside and yell, or maybe we do a cold dip.
Yes, a pre-plunge.
Yeah, we go down to the Mediterranean Sea, jump in.
Skloop.
Really try and acclimatize ourselves. Get the sinuses going, because, it's a tough one to control.
It is. 7 a.m., your body's still waking up. But,
soundboard's a winner.
Soundboard's a winner. Love that. Thank you to Dinkelson for letting us borrow his soundboard.
Candles are cool.
Candles was the whole thing. I loved that I could walk to work. Yeah. That was charming.
And having Andre in our headset's been good fun too.
Yeah, shout out to Andre, best producer ever, GOAT.
And I think that's it.
Yeah. I think we'll leave it there.
Goodbye to everybody. We'll see you next time.
Oh, can I do the rest? I really enjoy the sound.
Yeah, do it. Get us out. Yeah, get us out.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Chad's house concludes 4 days of broadcast. It's been a pleasure bringing you all the fun. We enjoyed doing this. We enjoyed watching the games. Big Clan certainly didn't. But that's all from us. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the rest of PGL Astana. Thank you.
Pain are coming into Astana in very interesting circumstances. Things don't seem to be going the way of your team. I've got NQZ with me here to talk through all of this. What is going on? Because you had to play with Rix, you didn't play with Big Zera, you had Demo standing in, you get DGT, we think we're going to see the full team, and right now, Rix is back playing again.
Yeah.
So what the hell's happened, my friend?
It's been a rough start of the year for us.
Yeah.
A lot of roster changes, and the circumstances right now are not the best ones, but still better than Melbourne, for example.
Yeah.
Because now we have Bigu as an IGL, so yeah, we have to see what's going to happen, but no time to be sad about it.
So you understood the situation. Obviously, it would have been ideal to have more time, but you have, before Astana, been practicing with DGT, right? So how different is it between Davideus and DGT in terms of the level? Is it like, can you see a difference?
Yeah, a huge difference. It's not that DGT doesn't speak Portuguese well, it's because David spent so much time in Brazilian teams. So before he joins 9Z, he was playing a Brazilian team. His whole career, I think, started on a Brazilian team, and after 9Z he went to Red Canids, which is a Brazilian team.
Yeah.
So of course he has some accent, but I think that's
natural.
Really hard to remove from your speaking. But I think he has a huge difference between DGT, because DGT spent I think his whole career on 9Z. And the time that I was there, when I arrived in 9Z, they told me, we know you are Brazilian, you know you speak Portuguese, but you're gonna have to adapt to Spanish, because they wanted to speak Spanish there. But it's way easier, for example, than speaking English. So
hey, you're good at speaking English though.
Yeah.
You got that down.
I think right now it's giving time to time.
With this, obviously, Pain has gone through all these changes though, right? So you made it for a reason. You believe in these players to be the difference for you guys. How much time do you think you need as a team to see that potential come through in the results?
I don't think there's necessarily a specific amount of time. I just think we need to have a well done time, practice well with the time that we have. So we can't spend any day of practice. We can't give ourselves the luxury of practicing bad or practicing without willing to practice.
Yeah.
And as you said, we made a few roster changes because we believe right now that we have all the players in their respective positions that do their job well. Not the other players didn't do it, but right now I think we have the best opportunities that we had in the market.
So this will make sense, right, in terms of what the
yeah,
looks
all
like
the
for
positions
system
now
and the
make
positions.
sense for us because you take as an example, Kawes.
Yeah.
He was playing the lurk role, but I think during his time in Pain, he's done almost every role in the game. So
constantly changing.
Constantly changing. You can't be consistent. It's hard to be consistent when you are constantly changing everything in your game. So for us, the bringing the GT was specifically to fill that gap because he's a lurker since he started playing CS. So for us, it made a lot of sense. And yeah, we had to see how it goes, but it's more about using the time well.
Now, how is it affecting the other members of the team, right? Like you, Snow, Bigu right now, because it's a lot of change. You mentioned trying to be consistent. Yeah. It's hard to be consistent when there might be communication problems at times. There might be understanding each other. You need to get used to each other. This has got to be tough.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's at the same time it's being really funny because whenever like DGT and David stay alive together in the rounds, they start speaking Spanish, and Bigu is always like, I don't understand a single shit they are talking. So guys, can you please talk Portuguese so we can help you?
Yeah.
But it's a funny process. I think we are getting to it in a good way. So we are adjusting right now, and as I said previously, I think we need time to see what fits us better.
Looking at Astana for you guys, is this more just about some more experience growing, or do you have bigger focus like, okay, we can still make playoffs, we can do this? What's realistic for you?
I think we are past already from that speech that we need experience. I think right now all the players in the team have a good amount of experience, so it's time to show up for me. And for the boys also, I think that our goals right now are really higher than just getting experience, playing another tournament and getting more experience. I think right now we have what it needs to go further in those tournaments. We just have to try to play our best CS.
Thank you for all the insight, man, and best of luck with this whole journey in the process.
Thank you.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. See Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. We've got ourselves the last game of the B stream. That's
oh
it.
my lord, it's finally here. I don't know what I'm going to do after this.
The last sleep, probably.
I'm going to sleep, yeah.
Yeah. We're currently live from North America, but the tournament itself is in Astana. It's exciting because we're getting into a Brazilian matchup. It's quite the global affair in this next couple hours, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. It's another cool like barometer, I guess, of Brazil as we've been having over. I feel like there's we haven't last year my big question for the Brazilian scene, which one of your teams is the best, and I feel like that never got established, and we're still living in that world. So we get these two teams coming head to head, MIBR versus Pain. Obviously, if you're like us and you're on the North American side, it's just turned 5 a.m. So you probably didn't catch the first couple matches. 2-0 NIP over HOTU, which is actually nice because we were a little bit worried about that matchup considering how good HOTU has looked on days 2 and 3. G2 took down Big 2-0. That was nice because Mobs popped off. Mobs had a great resurgent performance, so beautiful game there from G2 to get through. And now MIBR versus Pain to close out the B stream as well. And a big matchup, elimination on the line for one of these teams.
Yeah, for MIBR, their run has involved losses to the MongolZ and FURIA, whereas Pain, they lost to Astralis and ODDIK, just beating HOTU
on day 1, which was like the not so good HOTU before they really kind of took that experience and kind of flew with it. So yeah, it's been a rough run. The woes continue, I think, for Pain as their start to the 2025 year has not been pretty and has not been full of the success that we thought it might be. Same with MIBR. In a world where, you know, FURIA is kind of going international, going away from being Brazilian. It's a tough time right now for the Brazilian teams who still haven't managed to put together any kind of world-beating team whatsoever, which has kind of been the way we've looked at it from the outside, is that you've got to have a lineup available.
Right, and then we're looking at the biggest team in Brazil now and making a team that isn't Brazilian. So yeah, it's a weird time.
It is a little bit of a strange time. But yeah, so both these teams coming into this 1 and 2, one of them eliminated. The winning team will not qualify through. That'll come tomorrow to figure out which of the last few teams we have remaining are able to make it through to the playoffs, which are going to kick off out in Astana pretty shortly, which is really cool. I'm excited to see what that Astana arena looks like.
Oh, I think it's going to be awesome. I think
it's going to be banging.
Yeah, it's got to be awesome out there. And so we're going to figure out who's going into the playoffs in just a little bit here. We got Pain, MIBR. I've got MIBR winning this one. You know, you've got Pain with a coach right now. You got MIBR squad.
True.
MIBR have had a tougher run so far as well. But here are the VRS consequences. We can take a look at how things will shape up. And Pain currently ranked 18th. MIBR currently ranked 22nd. Obviously, Pain had a good run last year, which put their ranking pretty high. This roster is not really a real reflection of that, so I feel like MIBR have a great opportunity here to take that 18th spot.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if you're them, you got to look at this and say, yeah, the coach stand-in situation, the way it is, the way Pain's been playing, golden opportunity. But we've seen a couple golden opportunities for teams throughout this group stage that have kind of gone by the wayside. You think like M80 yesterday against G2, going to 3 maps, a chance for them to win with another coach standing in, with Hades standing in. But G2's just kind of got a little bit stronger as they've been able to manage to survive and just hang on by their fingertips. So Train going to be the opening map for MIBR versus Pain. MIBR's pick. Pain is going to start on the CT side. Mirage is going to be up next. That's a cool little map pool. I like Train to kick things off.
Yeah, it's Train is something we haven't seen a lot in this tournament personally, so I'm looking forward to it. I think that'll be really cool. We have Mirage second and Inferno as the third and final map if we need it. I don't know if we do. Do you think we need it, Jason?
I don't know. I think not. I think really MIBR. I think I have faith that they're going to be able to handle Pain. I think outside of any kind of crazy performance out of Big Uzera, like resurgent performance,
right?
I think it's going to be really hard for some of these players on Pain to be able to overcome the kind of stand-in situation. DGT not here playing with the team, so missing a good amount of firepower, and obviously with the coach staying in, it's tough to make it work. And we've seen that across a couple of teams now. G2 with Taz, although with his previous experience and you know, he's been able to, I think, be relatively seamless, not a liability for the team. I didn't notice a liability on the Pain side of things either, but obviously you're going to be missing some of the production with Rix in there for DGT.
Yeah, well, we got...
Oh, DGT's on site, so not going to be a stand-in today.
Oh, that's good.
Okay,
That's
so
great.
Pain's got it back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just like, okay, I recognize him.
Yeah, I was like, wait,
sitting
no, he's
behind
actually...
him, and GGT's in his seat. So that was, you know, that's great news. So Pain able to get their squad. Now that changes everything. That actually
it does
changes
a little bit.
everything.
It changes everything in the sense that you maybe feel better, but his late arrival, you know, like is he really going to be ready to step in and play? A little bit cold, and obviously also you come in as a player who's late to the event, and your team's already at elimination, and you just you don't have any ramp up period. You don't have any warm up into the event. It's like I have to show up and perform immediately with no real chance to get acclimated to the environment. So tough task for DGT, for Pain, hoping to be the kind of energy, the bolster that they need to get through this and survive at least one more day and fight for the playoffs come tomorrow. Looks like fist bumps are coming out, and it looks like we're about to go live as Pain is preparing to enter into the server. Train going to be the starting map.
MIBR looking for their first win, according to the statistics, as we look at them picking into it as well. So it's quite clear, you know, there are teams that will have put a lot of work into a map in practice, and maybe it hasn't gone so well for them in officials yet, but they still have enough confidence that eventually it's going to click. So let's see if it goes well here for MIBR. Let's start on the T side, Pain on the CT side of Train. We got DGT in the server, and Pain are going to love that fact. You got Bigazera, Smoke, and Kit. And we'll see MIBR slowly start this pistol round.
All right, Safe. P250. Quite an aggressive duel to take early on. He's got backup. He's got Breno with him looking for the peek on the left side. That's not going to come. So Safe happy to force out the smoke and going to back off. Smoke flash on exit. Smoke molly on Breno. And a very patient pistol round on the T side. Everyone just looking for aggression.
Here comes some aggression. It's going to be the double push through Pop from the CT side as they look to get into the brown halls looking for information. Insani is holding if they go a little bit too far, which they don't. And Insani's starting to move in position now.
Yeah, but he's got to clear this out. Going to turn the corner. Still going to be tough for him to get by. He's alone. Good win for Insani. One more over in Pop. And actually now the defense probably scrambling a little bit as Pop Dog is going to be a little bit more of a weak spot on this defense. Good shot from NQZ. Davideus adds in, and all of a sudden, there it is. The swing around at 6. And that's Pain with the pistol. NQZ. 4 kills. Headshots all across the board, and that is a dominant start.
Yeah, that's crazy from NQZ. 4 kills in the pistol. All of those headshots come in the space of just a couple of seconds. Look at see them here. So he starts out towards Hell, takes the kill on towards Safe, and they just keep coming in as crosshair. They just keep appearing as he steps forward, and he hits every single one of them.
Yeah, and he took enough of the kills he got early are the people trying to contain him from swinging, and when he eventually gets those kills and is able to swing wide, everyone else is focused towards the bomb train. So distractions all across the board. 1-0 for Pain.
And they've got to be fired up because it's going to be a very frustrating time for Pain. You know, coming into the start of this event, having to play with a coach. Now you've got DGT in the roster. You've got to feel like, okay, let's lock in and see if we can get this final opportunity today. 1 and 2 matchup between MIBR and Pain. And Pain with a great chance now. Their full roster is in full force. And for MIBR, it's going to be a full eco in this round. So we're looking at Pain taking a 2-0 lead. Best case now is MIBR get a bomb plant somehow.
Somehow, some way. DGT going to back off on a timing, play it a little bit more passive. I think they're kind of playing like they don't really care to give up the bomb plant. Obviously going to have a chance to stop it at range with these M4s, but they know a buy is coming in the next round, so the extra bonus money on the plant isn't a huge consequence. They'd rather preserve the rifles, but one's taken away from them, and all of a sudden some more damage can be done.
Well, Davideus running in, looking up, and it's going to be Snow to help him out. So ball play is huge. I mean, you're not really expecting too much else right now for MIBR. So Locality going to try and pull one more player in. Maybe he can get a pick, he can waste his time, cause him some annoyance, but eventually it will be the round for Pain. And one player goes down. So I think in terms of zero investment, having a bomb play out of that and a kill, that's exactly what you wanted for MIBR.
It's okay. It's not bad. They gave it over to him, let him have it. So we're going to see the buy come in, but certainly that extra plant money is going to help out with a little bit of utility. So we'll see what the train T side in the first gun round has for MIBR. So Pain up 2-0 in the early going. Good job from Snow grabbing that final kill. Triple kill in the round for him. And we'll get things started now with weapons out. AWP in the hands of Safe. AWP in the hands of NQZ as well for Pain's defense.
Exit in Insani. Look at a peek in towards Bigazera. Well, the utility coming in, so Bigazera then just applies his own smoke and looks to maintain deep control of Pop Dog. So MIBR realize they've lost a pretty pivotal part of the map there. Davideus is about to take teammate away from them as well.
And this will be a cool question to see how MIBR reacts to this deep smoke. Like, what do you do when team mid has been taken away from you and the plan for the CT side is just to stall out your map control of this part of the map? Like, where else do you put attention? They have control of box holes. Had a little bit of aggression towards Ivy, but backed off, and now it's the CT side pushing to clear things out. So that's an MP9 peek from Big Uzera, but he doesn't get a whole lot of information. Just see there's nobody really close to encroach on Ivy. And the defense shifts during the quiet, so it's the AWP of NQZ who looks down Ivy. That allows Big Uzera with his MP9 to get closer towards Team Mid. He's going to be playing an Olaf. You've got Davideus with an MP9 playing towards Pop Dog. So the weaker weapons defending any kind of late round mid play, so using creative off angles, sneaky off angles to try and grab a kill before the AKs realize where he is. 20 seconds as the utility from Pain has stalled out MIBR.
Well, here comes Breno. He's going to charge out straight away into the open. Big kill. Spots out Big Uzera. Follow-up kill from Breno before the trades come in from Davideus and Snow, but it's not enough because here come MIBR. DGT finally is returned to the roster. Can he show us a 1v3 clutch straight away here in Astana? He's looking for Safe at the back, and he's got him. It's now just a 1v1 up against Exit, who waits on default spot as DGT goes into the open, and that is what they were missing.
Now there's the impact play. There's the impact play they needed out of him that they weren't getting previously. Salvages the off, gonna get the defuse, and Pain flawless as they get a 3-0 start in DGT. First time we've seen him play it at the event. He gives us a 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, incredible play from DGT. Just in behind that bomb trend. It's hard to see a world in which MIBR lose this round after how successful the space taking was. This final kill from Exit, you think that's it? DGT somehow getting opportunities to separate them into 1v1 fights. He plays it perfectly towards the back of the bomb tray. And look at that celebration for Pain as they realize that's a really important round to continue this flawless streak. We've got MIBR getting frustrated, taking a timeout straight away.
Well, I think the timeout is more because that round just slipped away from them, right? Like, and considering that, like, they're in some sense they're kind of fortunate to get that bomb plant. You know, if Big Uzera has an M4, maybe that round doesn't get close. Same with the guy over towards E-Box as well. But more than anything, I think they're sitting there and they're like, wow, we really kind of got the kills we needed at 11 seconds, and we had to hustle into the bomb train. So we need to be careful we don't let rounds slip away like that. Just stalled out by utility across the map and put in a really tense situation. 3-0, another buy coming in for MIBR. They've got Galils supplemented by a couple AK-47s, a few AKs mixed in there. Utility is a little bit light, missing smokes, missing Molotovs. Gonna be a very sparse round as they get out teammate very quickly. It's just Luke Housie out towards the red train.
Insani, great shot. DGT this time only good for one. Before being traded out, but again, another multi-kill, this time on the B-bomb site. It's Big Uzera taking two. And once again, MIBR watching what looked to be a big advantage slip out of their hands. Here's the flank from Davideus, and they got themselves into a decent position, but once again, Pain rip it out of their hands.
Oh, what a that's such a really nice setup as well. I mean, what a great read from Pain. 3 players starting at the inner bomb site. Big Uzera even started rotating away, but the timing of that hit comes in at a point where he can turn around. And Sani with an opening kill. DGT a tough angle to grab multis, but the fact that Big Uzera is still there, MIBR have no idea. Never expect a third player chilling in the bomb site. So what a great setup, a call from Big Uzera and Pain to take a 4th round against MIBR. They're so far handling everything that's thrown at them. So pistol buy on a couple players, Galil on Lukowski, MIBR a little bit desperate early on.
Here comes the nades, ready to go into the B-bomb site. Smoke for connector. Flashes to rain on in as MIBR try and penetrate the B-bomb site defense. DGT, this time from Oil Trade. He's able to burn out exit. He takes a few steps back. He's going to be overwhelmed by the pistols. He's going to use the range to his advantage. That will concede the bomb plant. But they don't mind conceding the bomb plant when they just get the round victory. Not a single kill going against them yet. Breno looking to get something with a Tech 9, but it's a clean sheet. Pain will keep all 5 players up and then retake the B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's a really, I mean, it's a really good philosophy too, and we saw it in round 2. Pain just like understanding the economy situation, like the hardest way to win that round, or like the worst thing that could happen is they give over an M4 and a chance for some kind of recovery. So against these low buys, against these half buys, playing far back at the inner bomb site, so they can let that plant come in and happen, and then they can just retake and keep you locked down after the fact, but not too concerned about mounting some kind of defense that would risk one of the M4s getting passed over, excuse me. MIBR, probably a little bit stunned right now with a 0-5 start. And this is their map pick. It's where they wanted to take things. It's where they had their prep. They knew this map was going to come into the match today, and so far nothing's worked. Gonna try and get towards Pop Dog with some pace, with some quickness, and they might have an opening. Big Uzera sliding over, but Exit's already against the wall. And even with all that ground gained so quickly, MIBR just stalling it out after the fact. Gained so much space, but they haven't utilized any of it yet. Exit still waiting for his moment, for the timing for him to turn. Davide is playing a risky game close towards T-mid while the smoke is up. And during all this silence, Snow has found a free kill. Okay, maybe not so free as I thought, but MIBR waiting way too long and letting Pain take the initiative. 35 seconds on the clock and still haven't pulled the trigger.
Bomb starting to shift over towards B. Lukowski making no secret about that. He's going to be making quite a few steps. They'll be heard out by the A player, but here come MIBR down into B. DGT, another big kill from him. He's going to be traded by Exit. Now the utility going towards the connector. NQZ picking one off. Needs a follow-up here as they try and cross right into him, and they will. They'll go right in front of him, and he'll land a shot without problem. 7 seconds left, not enough time to think about the plant, and it's absolute chaos, but is Pain to thrive in it. 6 in a row.
I couldn't find Lukowski up against the train, just barely hidden by the smoke. Man, this T side from MIBR, I think they're kind of really knocked off kilter. I don't think they expected this much resistance or to have this little success in the first 6 rounds. But man, 2 of these gun rounds being like really stalled out where nothing's really happening. And this is Pain just, I think, taking away all the options from MIBR that they want to try and take advantage of early in the rounds. I mean, again, we get to the late round, you have that 1 pick, 4 players going back to the inner bomb site, and there's like 20 seconds on the clock and nothing's been done. You got that fast play from Exit to get towards the end of Pop Dog and nothing happened from it. No challenges, no utility, nothing to try and activate him. And at the end of the round, it just all falls flat, and Pain is able to take all the initiative in the world because nothing's happening on the map.
Yeah, Pain are full of confidence right now, and MIBR, any confidence they had, it's starting to drain out of them, right? You're picking into train, you're thinking your T sides could be reliable, you're going to be able to get some output on it. And right now they're just getting worse, it feels like, in the halves. Pain just getting stronger. NQZ under a lot of pressure, pinned in the corner with AWP. They try and rely on utility.
And with 9 HP, he's already been dinked, so he's in some trouble. He's going to try and get out, but I don't think there's a clean way for him to exit. And Sani going to come in with a blind spray and does find him, the leg, but Big Uzera comes in next.
Yeah, he gets into the smoke. He gets out just before it gets a little weird.
All right, but this is the best chance MIBR have for a round, right? Man advantage in this situation. You have a 4-on-3 very, very early on the round, so you have a chance to actually work the map now. And some utilities already been spent by Pain, so they don't have the resources to really stall you out the way they have done previously. It's going to be Big Uzera playing over at the bomb train, Snow taking a peek towards Ivy, and DGT is going to be trusted with the inner bomb site all by his lonesome. 55 seconds left in the round, and MIBR controlling box halls, controlling Pop Dog, but waiting for their moment.
Insani into the open outside. Safe going to chime in. It's Snow to go down, so there should be no problems in making this MIBR's first round win. Big Uzera trying to change that fact. But he's burning, and that fire was huge, so
yeah,
Big Uzera couldn't get away.
I'm pretty sure he thought he was going to find some safety eventually with where he was moving himself and just never was there. Good job with the Molotov. Nice peek from DGT. One more 1v3, but not going to happen. Exit peaks for the trade immediately, and MIBR finally on the board with their first round.
Yeah, it takes 7 rounds of play, but eventually getting on the board. Now you're going to start building something here.
It's an interesting map pick from MIBR. This is they've played this map 3 times in the last 3 months. They've got a 0% win rate, but equally Pain has a 0% win rate on four games of this in the last few months as well.
Oh, great!
But I mean, it's kind of interesting in the sense that it's like, did you really feel like you're that far behind that you had to like take a risk on picking a map that you've never won? Did you really feel like you could come up with a game plan that would make you that much better than Pain?
Maybe they thought Pain were worse than they
True,
are.
yeah, that must be, but I mean, I don't know how you judge that when you're both winless, and look at this, good route down 6 lane, and Exit's gonna find a free kill on NQZ's op. And defense all of a sudden thrust into chaos.
Well, Safe gonna charge forward with his teammate in front of him. From the Breno. He's gonna try and create some space out of Icon. His teammate's already picking up 1 kill, but look at this, and Snow sitting in the corner. Oh, the reload, oh, just about goes down before DGT can save him.
It's all on Big Uzera. He's got this flank. He's pushed in towards T mid.
He's going to watch them as they cross back. Gap in the sandwich. There's the pick on the FAMAS. Exit going to go down, and 2v2 established from that killer. Now it's a little bit of a panic button being hit because you've lost teammate. You know that Big Uzera is a real threat over there.
Well, the question for DGT is, where do you position yourself? You know that smoke is going to fade in the choke point next to bomb train, so where are you going to play after the fact? Wraps around, goes hunting, finds Safe, unawares. The train yard outside, so many angles. And so hard to catch the timing of the next peak, so DGT disappears just after the kill, and Big Uzera, his long flank wrapping around to Pop Dog coming to fruition. I can't believe Insani didn't want to punish that Molotov. He knew exactly where DGT was going to peak, but he's got it anyways.
Yeah, now where is Big Uzera gone? That's the question here for Insani. He's got the right read. He's looking towards Pop. But can he step up when the fight comes to him? Just about spotted him in Insani. He needed a clutch out of him here, and he's got himself the 1v2.
Well, that is a brilliant 1v2 clutch, and you can see the game sense, the understanding that Big Uzera and T-Mid disappeared. You hadn't seen him for quite some time. Unlikely he would have wrapped around to Ivy, so Pop Dog the next glance. And Insani puts together a beautiful clutch. Just spots the shoulder, comes back for the peak, immediate headshot. Not even a celebration yet for MIBR. They understand the hole that they're buried in right now. 2-6. Clawing back into this map, and they finally got the reset. It's only USPs for Pain. So a great chance for MIBR, and Exit's going to have the confidence to move out and start challenging towards bomb train.
Oh, Lukowski getting away with a second, and here comes Exit charging into the site. David to go down as well, and Pain's CT side is finally being broken up. So lack of money has resulted in a very weak defense in round 9, and MIBR keep it flawless. So we're looking at 3 rounds on the board for the T side, and I think they just started winning rounds at the perfect time. Any further victories for Pain, and MIBR would have a mountain to climb that would look impossible, but they seem to have broken through just at the right time here. They can even tie up the half.
Yeah, they still have that chance. But I'm not convinced of this T side just yet. This has been a nice little recovery, but I'm not convinced they can put enough rounds on the board, have that much success. They struggled so mightily. And now you've got a little bit more utility back in the hands of Pain. The thing you don't have is that AWP that they've liked in the hands of NQZ, but that's been ripped out. So for now, has to play on the M4, see if he can pick up safes at the end of a round victory. Safe is going to watch for an Ivy push with that AWP back towards the trash bin. 4 players towards the inner bomb site. It's only DGT here. Pain have not rotated anyone back quite yet. So defensive smoke towards lower ramp. Defense is set up outside with advanced positions. And with that comfort, Pain can now start thinking about shifting a player over to assist DGT when he gets attention. This is going to be really hard for DGT. They're just going to walk out contact on the upper ramp. So they're going to be in the bomb site before Pain's even able to react. No chance another player will be here for defense. So DGT, his plan is to just look for 1 kill on the cross. They've already spotted him out, and now he's exposed with no help.
Oh, and Sonic deep into the bomb site. DGT you ripped apart deep into the site itself. And Sonic starting to warm up now. And we've seen what he can do once he's stepping up. If Insani starts to have a good game, he can recover the entire T-side performance. He has that much impact. He's currently 7-6, and that was a good one opening that forces Pain to have to save. They don't have the resources to go for the retake.
I mean, that's just way too much freedom given over to him. Like, look how much he's allowed to scale before he has contact. Like, there's no harassment. There's not even, like, a presence inside the bomb site. DGT's playing all the way back towards CT spawn before Insani even spots him out. So the fact that he's given that much of a free reign, I think, is a giant mistake from Pain. And it's kind of a bummer considering we saw them have that good read on when MIBR was going to switch into the inner bomb site in the early going. They had that 3-man stack at the inner site. This time, they don't even have the read to shift even an extra player back. So DGT just has way too much to cover. And as the sole defender at that bomb site, there's way too many things to look at. And just gets punished with the passive play. Way too easy. Way too easy. I mean, Asanas is making that run, and he's probably just like, cool. Like, this is exactly what I want. I don't want to fight anyone quite yet, and I'll take this 1 frag in the round win off the back of it. M4 dropped over again to DGT, who was the only death in the previous rounds. 2 remaining in this opening half, and MIBR, a great recovery with 4 rounds in a row.
Here comes Insani. Stepping out into the open, Insani to get a double. Big Uzera and Davideus both go down. NQZ to try and step up from Khan, but Insani is delivering MIBR round wins here. Breno to clean it up. And Lakauzi spams down through the smoke. What a change up from MIBR. We're looking at them 6 rounds down, 6 in a row for Pain. And we're looking at 6 in a row being a possibility here for MIBR to respond.
This had to have been like the second time out. Like Rick's had to, I mean, not Rick's, but there had to have been some change up in the mentality and the attitude, because remember the first like 6 rounds, 2 of the rounds almost got stalled out, almost ran out of time to even make an execute happen. And now you've got Insani just throwing caution to the wind and being willing to be as aggressive as hell.
Yeah.
MIBR have found a new philosophy, a new attitude to bring into this map, and they've closed the gap to just 1 round, 6-0 to 6-5.
Yeah, double up setup on the T side as well. Lakauzi looking for an opener, but not able to get it out of main, and now he's smoked off. Lucky to be alive on such low HP.
Last time we got exit in this position this quick and early in the round, they kind of did nothing with it. This was one of the rounds that almost stalled out. He was here for about a minute in the round and never did anything with it. So we'll see if this time MIBR want to take advantage of it. But as I say that, exit backs off pop. So just looking for an aggressive play from the CT side and then gives it up. MIBR is going to work themselves back towards the inner bomb site. Bomb coming over in the back of Breno to join up with Insani and exit. DGT again alone for the moment, but this time Big Uzera has shifted and rotated, and he'll be taking charge of the upper choke point.
So MIBR looking to close on a 6 round in a row comeback. But the flank from Davideus could unravel quite a bit here. No one's checking. No one's looking for him. And he takes that first shot straight away. Davideus trying to disrupt them and keep them distracted. A second kill. Bomb going down. And it's done.
And it's the two ops. It's the two ops who have to turn. It's this double op T side. Both of them have to look and try to address the flank. And now neither of them can move forward. Oh, this round's gone to hell. And this was symptomatic of the early stage MIBR T side of letting the round dwindle so deep, so much time running off the clock while doing absolutely nothing. So once again, Pain get all the chances in the world to be like, what's happening on the map? I want to go find out. And Davideus just ruins that tactic before it can even be executed. Way too slow from MIBR in a couple of cases, but you got to give him credit for the good recovery. Zero to 6 for MIBR at one point, and they end the half 5-7. So showing us a little bit of what they brought forward on train and why they decided to come to this map and a little bit of the game plan that they thought would be effective. And boy, was it. For that brief 5-round stretch, MIBR took over this map. And Pain have a task ahead of them as they switch over to the T side.
No, this little play from Davideus.
And, like, if you're going to be stalled out, if you're going to be this slow in the round, like, someone has to watch the flank.
Yeah,
I know you're just getting to the point where the execute is being called for and people are setting up utility, but, like, if you've been waiting in those box holes for, like, 20 seconds that way, like, someone has got to be like, man, we...
If you have 5 players in that position, you definitely have one that can watch
yeah,
the
like,
flank.
one of them has the freedom to turn around. Oh, well. 7-5. Dooley's on safe. Dooley's on Breno. For the MIBR defense, it's going to be Lukowski and Breno to look towards the B bomb site. The other 3 players outside, and everyone from Pain walking through these halls towards box halls. They'll clear out pop and make sure there's not going to be any fast wraparound. And then it's all about this hit into the bomb site. But a decent enough stack. When the USP takes some contact, it looks like Breno's going to be ready with a piece of utility. Or just had a knife out to look for the pixel gap. With a quick goosh, nobody able to combine off that peak. But Breno remaining close.
Here comes utility raining on in over the top. Breno's going to wait at the bottom of the ramp and eventually getting gushed out, but his teammate's going to help, and the Jumper is laid down the lob for just 1.
Dude, the fact that they actually get that out of that defense is great. Lukowski was gushed at the start. I thought he was going to go down for free, but the fact that he saves Breno's life for him to get 1 more is very nice.
Well, 3v3 safe coming in from the brown holes. Exit's got another kill here for MIBR. No bomb plant yet. No bomb plant perhaps at all. As safe comes in to clean up with the Joe Beretta. So 2 from Exit. And MIBR able to hold on. So yeah, the initial wave of the defense looked like it was going to fall apart. Looked like the Heaven Peak was instantly going to remove the bottom ramp player.
Well, especially when the dualies stay close, lower ramp, and his teammates got no HP and is backed off, you feel like that wraparound. Like, if that's not an instant headshot of Lukowski, if that takes 3 bullets instead of like 1 to get the headshot, Breno probably just goes down for free because his back is turned to the attack. So nice shot from Lukowski. And just enough production from the 2 of them to allow their teammates to clean it up. Defensive utility deployed towards T-mid, making sure nothing fast can come from this second round. No plant for Pain, no buy in this second round, only Glocks. 1 upgraded Deagle on DGT. But man, I mean, what a wild turnaround. I mean, from 6-0 for MIBR with plenty of cash, with complete control strategically and all the advantages, to just a grinded out affair down the stretch.
Yeah, hasn't been the A game for either team, but that's what you kind of expected.
I don't think the A game
0% win for both squads coming into it.
Yeah, I don't think the A game is really possible to see from these teams on this map. You know, it's going to be scrappy with the win rates being absolutely nothing for both of these teams. So the jumping MP9. And Sonny's the player who really invigorated MIBR in the first half. He's the one who really got them going, gave them a little bit of energy to recover this map. It was his entries that provided the hot start for MIBR to come storming back into this match. And now they're rewarded. All that hard work coming all the way back. We've tied things up. 7-7 as the AK-47s come out for Pain, and they've got a great advantage in this individual round. 4 MP9s for the MIBR defense against these AK-47s, so weapon advantage over to Pain, at least for this moment, but boy, can it backfire. If they can't win this round somehow, if they're to lose it, the money for MIBR can just balloon. Free AK-47s, not having to spend much cash into this round, so very important Pain has some production and success in this attack towards IB. 3 players here, and 2 going to try and work their way towards Pop. Or towards the inner bomb site. I mean, let's see. Is Pain going to be one of the few teams trying to bring back the wrap around towards the bomb site?
Well, X is going to detect it. And a second kill on the MP9. This MP9 is so damn good. Shreds the AK-47, earns the bomb, and it's done. Look how far away they are from the bomb.
I mean, look, you can, yeah, the MP9, that's nice, and it almost feels like the MP9 shouldn't be able to be like a one-man army against 3 AK-47s like that, but we also should say Pain, that's a really weak take of Ivy. For 3 players to only do 27 damage to an MP9, that's some very poor trading, some very poor swinging after the contact is made. But a very good sequence from Exit. We'll give him some credit. MP9 taking down 3 AK-47s in sequence. And now MIBR can just stand pat knowing the other 2 players have to make a move. They know exactly where they're at. And for 28 seconds, Davideus and DGT are just like, there's no point in us going for this round. So now I think if you're MIBR, you start calling over to Lukowski and Insani. Give it up. Let him have the... I mean, you can go try and get this kill through Lukowski close by, gets the peek. And he's going to go for the run and gun, spots both of them. But now you have another AK-47 for Insani to salvage. 3 rifles for free for MIBR. And this round is a huge success. Resounding success in every aspect.
Counter-terrorists win.
J&T standing behind the squad as their coach. Yeah, this is a very crazy setup for, I'm rather defense effort from Exit. I mean, this is ridiculous. In fact, he gets 3, but look at the spacing. Look how they just come in one by one, but a little delayed.
Yeah, the spacing of the trading is really poor from Pain there, but also because of the style of what they were going for with contact, they had all this utility they didn't use. Like no flashbang came out, no Molotov towards any side to make him uncomfortable, no smoke to take away vision. Here's a nice pick, but an immediate rebuttal from Exit. So 4-on-4 into a 4-on-3. The AWP rings out and safe, and Box Hall's access is denied for Pain. They're going to come in late, but now you've got this Lukowski push, and both players knife out. Everyone's dead. Yeah. Everyone is dead.
Definitely what Lukowski wanted. Walking into players with their knives out. And he sees 3 players, and he sees them off. It's going to be 9-7. MIBR getting closer and closer to victory lane as a timeout comes out for Pain. The first timeout.
A 9-1 run at the moment for MIBR.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. It was a 6-0 lead for Pain. It was looking so good. MIBR didn't look like they're going to be able to do anything on their map. But suddenly they find a way.
Yeah, ignited by Insani, and the rest of the team has picked it up behind that, obviously. And I think we're starting to see some of the game plan of why MIBR brought it here coming to fruition. And Pain certainly stalled out. I think we're also seeing some of the issues that Pain is having on train at the moment. Not a whole lot of production on this T side, and the CT side really fell flat down the stretch. So it's their turn to try and find a little bit of energy, some kind of a play that's going to ignite the team. But MIBR's defense seems to have a handle on everything so far. Round 17, up in the hands of NQZ. Early smoke towards Sandwich outside, towards the red train.
Wow.
Okay, that utility set needs some work.
That's a 0% win rate, Molly, right there.
Fair play. There's a lot of things on the map that can cause awkward bounces, I guess. But nice little aggressive defense to get some information. Spots one moving out towards Ivy, and at least makes Pain a little bit nervous of trying to challenge for that aggressive stance from the defense. Now they've shifted back 2 players towards the inner bomb site. It's going to be Breno and Exit. That AUG towards the lower ramp scoped in. And Exit just on the ladder looking for information so he can have the appropriate reaction when the hit does come in. No utility for Exit to chuck out. Breno has got a Molotov and an HE grenade. If some reason he needs to give up the fight, he's got some utility to dump in to delay the plant. First kill is his. Not traded either, and the spray is there.
Yeah, okay. Double for Breno, and here comes Exit to try and clean up the damage that he already done to the third player as well. And so suddenly just NQZ and a clutch required at 30 seconds. He so convinces the player down below him, but in fact, goes on the opposite side of the bomb site. NQZ hopping up into the open and not taking the shot. So at least he's able to get away. But eventually, as soon as he repositions, Safe gets a better vantage point. And then we're looking at 10-7 as MIBR continue to full steam ahead to victory.
Yeah, I mean, Breno allowed to basically dump an empty mag while crouch spraying is, again, we go back to that trading issue over towards Ivy the round before. Trading for Pain has not been there. None of them can hit that shot for way too long. The fact he's able to get a second kill, tons of damage on a third player as well. That AUG does work, but it's allowed to by some missed shots. MIBR 10-7. They've come storming back in this map, and Pain is lost.
It doesn't get any better or easier for Pain because now they have to play with one AK-47, 4 pistols around it. You don't even get your full buyout here, so 11 rounds for MIBR, the most likely outcome of the next minute 30 seconds. Might not even take that long as the squad of Pain start to make their way through Pop. Because they're with the solo AK, just being their protection in behind.
Well, Deep Smoke's going to stall this out. Pain don't have the utility to break through it. They don't want to mess with it at all, so we'll pause and wait for a little bit longer. Big Uzera is going to back away. Break the window to be able to chuck some utility outside. That should be an indication if you're Pain. That's going to put him on notice here in that window break. You know what utility that signals. Another smoke in, but this one I think Pain's going to be happy to use. Gives them some safety to jump out to set up his scaling.
Safe.
And Safe missed the opportunity.
Yeah, not able to get it done because he's so committed to that one angle with the AWP. Couldn't fall back from behind E-Box once they leaped out with the pistols. And now with 24 seconds left, and Sonny's still alive on the bomb train, and that bomb goes down. Snow having to win this 1v3. It's going to be tough, and then Sonny, he just maintains position, peeks out, and closes it. So Insani doing great work from the back of the bomb.
Yeah, that's all 5 kills. That's an ace for Insani. He picked up the 3 on the initial thrust of the attack. While they were trying to get out of Pop Dog, he handled the attack coming out of A main. That's a nasty round from the bomb train for Insani. I mean, probably the first 3 easy kills. I think everyone's distracted and looking elsewhere, and he's able to just kind of mop them up. But what a beautiful round that he puts together start to finish. 11-7, you force another timeout out of Pain. And, I mean, it's easy to kind of point out, looks like Pain is just out of ideas at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Insani, it's an ace. It's really solid work, but it's the way he gets it. He's just reliable. You know, he's not doing anything crazy to earn it. He's just playing behind the bomb train, taking his opportunities.
It helps, you know, sometimes, like, part of the reason why you probably feel like he doesn't have to do anything insane is, I mean, again, a map that Pain is not really familiar with, not really all that good at. 0% win rate in 4 matches on this, potentially looking like it's about to be in 5 matches. So yeah, it's a team that probably on this map doesn't really know, doesn't have the feel of how to put pressure on you and how to put pressure on your defense, because at the moment, MIBR is having no issues.
This is their last buy. You know, if they lose this, it's done. MIBR will take this. 12-7 up on the board. Money not in a great spot for Pain. And there's LaCalzi just going into teammate. You can see they're full of confidence now. So he's gone in. Big Uzera going down first and a 5v4 to close onto map point.
Yeah, every play has worked for MIBR in the second half. The aggressive stances have been really brutal for Pain to deal with on this T side. The kind of mid-round reactions, the passive holds, everything has been effective. Flashbang out towards Ivy. Op rings out. Good shot. Snow looking for Exit. Gonna find him. Good read of the situation. He knew Exit punished them from a similar position earlier. But now all eyes on Snow. As Insani comes back towards 6 train, the AWP is still in position, and Lukowski's got to be a little bit careful, but Snow's on the hunt and safe. Oh, he doesn't realize it. Snow has put this together so well. And finally, something for Pain to be excited about.
Snow turning back for the kill on Lukowski. And Lukowski's going to pick it up, so 3v3, 40 seconds left. Pain Gaming still in this fight, but DGT making a very loud drop. But look, Kelsey just runs in, so press wasn't communicated properly by Breno. He's gonna have to try and make up for that, and he will. Able to get one, looking down into the site, doing a lot of damage onto the default player, and now 1v1 for Insani. So the way he's been saying, playing rather, you've got to back him in this clutch. Davideus puts the smoke down, but he can't flee. He can't run away. He goes into the fight against Insani, who is so locked in, and he will grab 12-7 here for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, Insani had full confidence there. It's going to be called out that he's dinked, right? The M4 getting that little tap on the helmet, and Insani knows the whole time he's red HP, so it's one bullet to take him down, and Pain just cannot get anything going on this T side. That was the best chance they had, and Snow had to do so much, and Snow did so much. He did so good out here. This kill onto exit, wraps around, finds safe in the slow play, completely ruins this MIBR defense. They have to allocate so many resources to find him, and still able to come back and recover this round at the inner bomb site. Pain just cannot find the winning recipe, and MIBR 5 opportunities to close it out. This is a 12-1 run on Train.
Safe, missed shot. Goes again, won't miss the second time, and there's no one there with Snow to be able to trade or put pressure on the AWPer. Davideus have to come out of Poppy. Molotov out the back of the E-box here. Lukowski having to change the position and retreat back to the bomb site slightly. Actually, he's going to stay close to those boxes.
As long as Insani is there, and as long as the smoke up is in T-mid, they feel they can stay in that position. But as the smoke is about to fade, he calls it off. So Lukowski backs away with plenty of time. Same with Insani. Breno's investigating, but DGT has knife out, so box hall's control for the CT side. And it's just unfortunately, as it looks like the bomb is rotating back to box halls to join up with him, so now he's feeling lonely and can't really press forward. Big Uzera trying to create something with the Galil, but access is denied. And Pain must come back and try and utilize these advanced positions
coming with
outside.
The bomb. Bomb's down. Breno pushes into the brown halls. None of the teammates with NQZ, and with a bomb down in the open, Breno has a 1v1 fight again against Davideus. And it's just Davideus now, so we're looking at 13-7, unless Davideus has a 1v3 up his sleeve. And he's got that first headshot onto Breno. He's going to sprint out heaven. Lukowski and exit should be able to close this one out. But he's going to go there. Good go. So Davideus puts the bomb down on default. The grenade will end it, though. 13-7. From 6-0 down to a 13-7 win. That's incredible from MIBR. What a turnaround. They just grabbed control of the game, and they did not let go of it.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. Just the fact that map changed 180 just so quickly, so emphatically is nuts. Like, once Insani decided to show up into the server and was just like, I've had enough of this, the map was over. He got him started, and MIBR just run away with it. And man, if you're Pain, it kind of sucks too, because, I mean, look, both teams 0% win rate. Now MIBR's gets a little bit better, obviously. Yeah. Pain stays on 0. But now if you're Pain, you don't even have the ability to be like, yeah, but we're playing with a coach. You know, like, you don't even have that kind of a thing to fall back on. So just completely embarrassed once they get up 6-0. It's all MIBR.
Yeah, flawless second half there, which is beautiful to watch. It's just,
yeah, there wasn't a single T round won by Pain.
Nope, not a single one. So every single round on the second half going to MIBR. Insani started really stepping up towards the end of the first half and just didn't slow down going into the second as well. We know how important Insani is. When he's having a good game, MIBR look like a far different score.
Yeah, and we should say this as well. I mean, there's a world, and there's an argument that you can make with how poorly Pain played some of these situations that, you know, Insani was allowed way too much room to work with. This is a good sequence. This is the ace that he had, just one by one, supporting his teammates back at bomb train. But also we saw on the T side how much room he was able to have for free, because Pain simply wasn't challenging for some of that real estate. So he got a lot of freedom to push forward into the bomb sites. But certainly the supporting cast of MIBR, once he ignited things, they all stepped up. Lukowski and Breno with good maps as well, and MIBR are going to take the first map of the series. Mirage is going to be next for Pain. It's their pick to try and equalize this series at 1. Elimination is on the line. So one of these teams is going home, and it's Pain who's one map closer to that eventuality.
Well, for Pain Gaming, it will look better on Mirage. So we can guarantee that. It'll look more comfortable.
The Dinko guarantee.
It's gotta look more comfortable.
You buy a new car with that kind of a guarantee.
I think, yeah, exactly. I think they'll get at least 1 T-Row. So I think that's going to happen. I think for Pain, yeah, they're just happy to go to another map here, just try and mentally recover in this series. They got a short break in between the maps, and that's where they got to remind themselves, you know, that is elimination on the line. They've got to play for their survival against the MIBR. Mirage is a map they'll be a lot more comfortable on. But for MIBR, this has got to feel like a chance for a 2-0 as well, Jason, on the flip side of that story.
Yeah, it should, especially with the way that they eventually played and turned it on. And I think that's the conversation is, okay, like, you know, the way we started out slow, that's not the MIBR that we like. Let's come into Mirage with a team that actually just trounced him on train. So we'll see if that comes to pass. Pain is going to have a tough talk and wake up because elimination is right around the corner.
Here at PGL Astana. And I got MIBR's Nisani with me here. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. Now, this is where we're going to put your mind to the test, especially when it comes to Counter-Strike knowledge. I know you're good in game, but how do you feel about coming into this?
I'm getting kind of nervous here. I don't know what the questions are going to be, but yeah, let's do it.
Well, I'm here for moral support. I'm sure you'll be fine. You know, I believe in you. I'm going to give you that extra boost of confidence with it. So put your hand on the mouse. Don't forget to read out the questions as well. And click on that sign that says dequiz the bomb, and it will start.
How many rounds must a team win to win a match MR12?
Easy start.
Rounds? Yeah.
Easy start.
Easiest one. For how long does a smoke grenade last after popping and before completely fading away? It's 20 seconds for the smoke to fade away.
Nice.
Nice. The minimum amount of deagle shots to the body to kill an opponent without Kevlar, it's 2.
Good.
Nice. How long is the fuse of a high explosive grenade without hitting any surface? Oh, this is hard.
Bruh, I don't know.
I'm guessing like 1.8 maybe? Yeah, 1.8. Let's go.
Okay,
let's go. Who was the top ranked in 2027?
2017.
2017, all right. No, it wasn't ColdZera. Oh, it was ColdZera. Yeah. How many CS majors have there been so far? Shit. I don't know. Maybe. I think it's 22.
Oof.
Wow. What is the max running speed of the model with a grenade? Okay, I don't have any idea of this. Maybe. The first major MVP of all time? I don't know. Maybe. I'll guess Freiberg. JW. The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill an opponent without Kevlar. I think it's 4. 3 shots to the body? Which country? Egypt?
Oh, not enough time.
Did you
were
know
so
that?
close.
Did you know that?
No, I don't know that.
Oh.
I've never looked to what country Dust2 is located in.
Yeah, me
I'm
neither.
gonna guess with the writing on the wall, maybe Egypt.
Yeah, I would guess Egypt, but I was too slow. But...
We'll have to find that out afterwards. You got so close though. It was almost there.
How much time did I get? Did you know?
So it took you 1 minute 41 seconds to do, but you got up to like one answer away from defusing it, and then it got tough from there. That wasn't so easy at all, but thank you very much for playing, Insani. You almost did it, but instead we all exploded, and Astana will be no more.
Yeah, it was fun. No, it's okay. Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. It's final day of the B stream, and it might just be the final map here because MIBR win train, and we now head to Mirage against Pain. It does feel like there's a good chance that Pain can bounce back in the series, though. But
yeah,
right now they're probably feeling a little flat after Trent. You gotta just put that out of their head.
I'm not going to put too much stock in that. I think that match going into it with both teams having never won it before that match, and obviously just I think combined their teams are 1-9 on the map. So it's like I'm not going to put too much stock and say that Pain just looks like completely dead in the water because that's a map that clearly they're just not super familiar with and super strong on. So yeah, going over to Mirage, I think there's a great chance for a bounce back, especially when you consider. 60% win rate on this map versus the 0 of Train, but I think Vincere is going to have a much easier time leading this team on the T side of Mirage, much more familiar across the board for Pain. So we'll see more production. We'll definitely see a more competitive map, at the very least.
Yeah, 3-4 right now on our MIBR. 3 wins, 4 losses. It's still a chance, obviously, to 2-0 it, but I do feel like Pain are going to be able to bounce back here in the second map of the series and tie things up.
More than anything, it's about having a little bit of pride, right? Like, you're just having this regional matchup, and you just got spanked on Train, and like no matter what situation you're in, obviously, always the goal is not so much looking at specific opposition, but just want it to be the best you possibly can be and fight for trophies. But there's always that pride in the regional matchup, and to get just destroyed the way you did if you're Pain on map 1 on Train, that this is where we get to see is like what is this pride made of? Like, do you actually have enough of it that stings, that's insulting? Do you sit here and are you pissed off that you just got embarrassed on Train on the first map by MIBR? So what's the rebuttal going to be from Pain? Do they come in motivated and looking like they're going to fight back, or are they coming in kind of knocked out, standing up and just going through the motions?
Well, to me, BigZera is a guy that is able to keep the vibes positive, Jason. Everybody seems to be having a great time in that team. Everybody's still smiling, having a good time. So let's see how Pain can recover. Second map underway here. Elimination on the line here in Astana. And Pain going to be going for an A play. There's only one player defending here. Exit out from CT, so Pain should at least get a bomb plant out of this situation.
Okay, exit, tapping away, sees him coming out of Palace, 2 more, so he's calling out numbers, and now they know exactly what's coming, except maybe not exactly, and Sani taking a chance to glance over the flames at the stairs, but they're already directly beneath him, so an easy opening kill provided by Pain. Delivered by Davideus, and now the fight comes towards the CT stairs. The round is decided here at this engagement, and there's no flashbang to turn the corner for MIBR.
They've got extra seconds because of that kit, but they need to win these fights. NQZ, Breno taking 2 on the CT side, but Davideus steps up on his own in the last bullet. That is sexy from Davideus.
Oh, so many Glocks when you turn the corner, even though it's good engagements. The USP's coming out in the first 2. There's just so many bullets left in Davideus's magazine, and he just completes it. Quad kill in the round. He gets the opening kill on Insani, taking that aggressive peek, and then he's ready for the swing. Teammates falling all around him, but he hasn't taken any shots in his direction, and look at the cleanup. Oh, 1 bullet, and he finishes off Breno. That's a nasty sequence.
Super nice from Davideus to kick things off early here, so Pain have the pistol. It's the start they would have wanted. And for MIBR, it's the full eco. So 2-0 being teed up here for Pain Gaming.
First T round of the series for Pain.
That's a great point, Jason. There was not a single round on Train with their way on the T side.
Already getting started early here on Mirage. Mac-10's going to lead the way. Davideus, after that initial success in the pistol, going to push forward and see it's all clear towards CT spawn. A little bit of a weird loss to take through the smoke to the USPs, but that's all that's going to happen for MIBR. From here, the unarmored pistols can't do anything, and it's the Mac-10s who will just mop them up. Bonus money galore for Davideus if he pushes forward.
Yeah, the Mac-10 with 4 around the corner.
Oh, maybe not.
Okay. Another kill in the USPs.
Okay, but no, from here you don't get anything done. That's fine.
There's a team kill on the USP. But that's about it. DGT and Snow clean up the rest. And LocalZ, 1 little exit from the ramp flank. Oh, nice dink. Could he get another one? The bomb is. There's the bomb surely going to get
Not
him.
if he does.
Oh, another bit of damage. Run.
I think he would have been able to get far enough away regardless, but bomb. Ooh, it does go off. Does sound like he died at the end of the day. So nice little grab at the end for LocalZ with that dink. Over onto exit. 2-0 for Pain on this CT side. Mirage starting out well. And going to be the first buy coming in from MIBR. M4s across the board, no op just yet. BigZera still stuck on that Mac-10. Going to look to take advantage of the lack of head armor on 4 players from MIBR. Only Breno with the helmet. So that MAC-10 can be nasty. And over towards Palace we go. DGT going to lead the way on the walkout. It's one player defending and he's not looking. So all of a sudden, it's just the perfect timing. Just at the timing in which Insanity had just gotten back but wasn't prepared for the push.
Yeah, much better already from Pain. Just contact play out of Palace. And I guess some space to play with. That bomb's going down here as well. So MIBR, either you save, and well, now I think that decision's been made for you. Can't win this round, so save call on the other side of the map. And we've got Davideus looking to try and hunt them down as well. He's not too far away from them. He's in the underpass.
Yeah, I think Breno and Lukowski never budged for that retake, so it was almost like they were seeing if Safe was going to provide them a little bit of a miracle for it to make sense for them to rotate over. Obviously, in this round 2, where you don't even have helmets, you're going to be missing kits, so always going to be a tough retake. But Pain, I mean, just able to work this kind of advantage early on of having all the money and all the utility, a knockout blow by just walking out Palace. Hit the perfect timing before Insani was ready to defend against it. One more second of delay, and Insani would have been there ready to party. 3-0 for Pain, T-side getting started. But remember, like, they had the hot start on Train as well, and it all fell apart. So there shouldn't be any comfort found for Pain just yet.
But they're laying a foundation to try and come back into the game. And so, from MIBR, it's going to be frustrating to lose the first gun round in that fashion. Just a contact play out Palace, not really ready for it.
Timeout called, first one. It was these timeouts on Train. After the second one was burned that they had their turnaround. So we'll see if something similar is going to occur here. 2 M4s saved from the previous round. Lukowski can drop a FAMAS if they want to kind of force up and go for some kind of a buy. Might be a little too much of a risk for this stage of the game, just heading into round 4. Some utility picked up for Exit and Insani. And Big Uzera's got his boys rolling. He's got 4K in the bank. Him and Davideus, some money built up behind him. Trying to recover this series and head to the third and deciding map, which would be Inferno. MIBR trying to prevent that and end things 2-0. Over on the other stream, still plenty of Counter-Strike going on and still plenty of Counter-Strike coming up because this Astralis VP series that's being played there has gone the distance. It's about halfway through the third map. You can keep an eye on that one. Navi versus Aurora is going to end things over on the main stream today on this shortened day of Counter-Strike, but plenty more coming at PGL Astana. Another day of the group stage to decide who's going to make it into the arena, and then the playoffs begin. Trying to find out who's going to join up with the other playoff teams. Spirit and the Mongols already making it through 3-0. FURIA making it through 3-1 with their new lineup with the Kazakhstanis and the... Is it Kazakhstanis or is it Kazakhs? I think I've been like going back and forth between both.
I think you can say both.
Say both?
Yeah. Lukowski and Breno, 2 kills from the DGT side, and State is going to pick up one of the 5-7. DGT to trade him. We're looking at DGT alone in the world. Now, he had a clutch earlier on Train. Not going to be happening here early on Mirage as MIBR get their first round win. 3 players stay up. And money's not amazing here for Pain.
No, that's an obstacle that they weren't really expecting. Before this round even happened, it was really just 2 players. It was Davideus and Big Uzer who had the cash built up. I mean, this is really nice production coming into this with 2 saved M4s, and Pain not able to find any of the necessary trade kills to make it a little bit easier to break into the bomb site. So MIBR on the board perhaps a little bit earlier than expected, and the AWP is out now in the hands of Safe. And for Pain, 3-0 start was looking good, but now all of a sudden you're forced back into a Deagle on Snow, a back 10 on NQZ. That money disappeared way faster than you probably expected. And coming into round 5 with a labored investment.
So when you're referring to a person, it's a Kazakhstani, you're referring to a group or a culture, it's Kazakh.
Okay.
Or the language as well.
Okay, so I nailed it with the Kazakhstani talking about the 2 stand-in players.
And then the Kazakh is a group.
Yes, okay.
So
great.
There you go.
Today I learned.
Stani. Oh my god. Okay.
There we go.
Melted away by snow. Face torn off.
I feel like the fact that neither one of these 2 teams was all that great on Train really kind of didn't get us a chance to see just the amount of skill that's on both of these teams deep into the rosters. Good shot from Snow with the Deagle there. 5-on-4. Still a lot to find. Breno is going to start executing a push into the B halls, so taking a big risk in a man-down situation, but it's going to pay off. He's got tons of information. Shrinking the map. Going to allow Lukowski to be mobile, start shifting over. So 2 defenders at the A bomb site. Lukowski should be shifting over towards CT as well, and you'll let Breno take the murder hole and decide how to play towards jungle. But Payne have a good read of the situation. I don't know, did Davidea sense something? Did he see something of this push? Because Payne know entirely that MIBR have shifted.
They go marching into B, and no one's there. No one's home, so they comfortably plant.
That's a risky call with the time on the clock. They jump out of the window with like 8 seconds.
Yeah, they just rip it into the B bomb site. Well, that's a frustrating round for MIBR, of course, but they're going to just save. So.
Yeah, it's not the... I mean, look, it sucks to lose the round. It sucks to not be able to contest for it, but you played the round in such a way that lets you keep all these weapons in your hands, and Sani has money to replenish himself to buy a new M4. You can even drop one over if it was necessary. So another buy coming in for MIBR. This round is just conceded just due to how the map played, or how the round played out tactically. No point for them to go for the retake. So 4-1, Payne get out to a lead. A nice, good late round call on a low buy. Unfortunate for them, though, they don't get to upgrade this MAC-10 on NQZ, the Deagle on DGT. They can rebuy it in the next round, but they've got to invest. NQZ even dying to the bomb. We'll head into round 6, which is going to be a full buy for both squads.
Davidea is going down into the underpass. Some space for him to play with. No one challenging. Gonna get underneath the window. There's a push for MIBR as well, but that advanced setup in towards ramp. Over towards A. Lukowski. Not spotting. Not spotting the player under the window. Davidea is able to move out because of that.
Well, Payne is setting up for a really explosive split at this B bomb site, right? When they pull the trigger on this, 3 players going to hustle through B halls. You're going to see Big Uzera turn the corner on Catwalk. He'll have the engagement with Lukowski. Oh, and Davidea is trying to be the instigator. Stepping through that smoke, but the nade comes in perfectly. Big Uzera slipped the timing. 4-on-4 found, and Breno is sounding the alarm bells.
Yeah, Breno holding onto the B bomb site. It's going to be the first for him. Big Uzera, what a shot from short. Breno just gets absolutely blasted away. And now a huge hole in the defense of MIBR. Once they're going to have to retake, they're going to send a couple of players down through connector back in the middle, and Safe just waiting on them to join. He's looking for a pick that could help this retake out.
It's all going to start on Catwalk, though. The op isn't going to move. It'll be the rifles on Catwalk that play first, that need a frag to activate Safe.
He has no idea how close he got to getting that pick, but Safe's going to go down. Damage done with the grenades. It puts Exit in the 1v2, and look how low his 2 opponents are, but he's so far away from the site still. And he's going to have to just bail out and save this one.
Yeah, good shot from DGT. He's the one who takes down Safe. The op just holding that angle at a nice peak, but those M4s did a good job of harassing that post-plant setup from Payne, but they still come out on top 5-1. T-side is just racking up the rounds, and Payne once again snowballing to an early lead. Not the 6-0 we saw on Train, but pretty damn close, 5-1. MIBR yet to find a solution to stop this team consistently. They can buy back up again. Here's the smoke break and the opening kill, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because Big Uzera slips the net, finds the timing, and hits a banger of a second shot to take down Breno. Big Uzera's first 2 kills of the map in that round to have massive impact. Round 7 coming in, and here's MIBR's second timeout. Another very strong buy with money in the bank as well. So MIBR's not in the worst position in terms of their overall, like, big picture standing, but the scoreboard's looking ugly right now, looking a little bit grim. We'll see if they can get back into this game. It took 2 timeouts on Train to fire them up to get Insani started. They've now burned their second one. And round 7 set to begin.
Sani taking a lot of grenade damage early on. He's trying to play around this bottom connector smoke. He's got Localzi's peek with him, and look at that. Davide is chasing him behind, gets Insani before being traded out by Localzi.
Yeah, for all the impact he had on map 1, Insani's had a really tough time here in Mirage getting started. He's taken some really rough deaths, some really poor timings. This one again. And he's probably feeling at the moment while he's dead thinking about it that he just cannot get the feel for this game. He just feels like he can't be in the right position at the right time, looking in the right direction when the fight comes. So he has a battle against frustration in the early going. We'll see if he can overcome it. Pain going to work their way back towards middle. Taking control from the underpass. 2 players defending. Step into Khan. It's Exit and Lukowski with the crossfire on Catwalk with Breno.
And the lineup for Exit, the double kill. DGT and NQZ both going down in that fight. And we got Big Ozera coming back in with a 1v3. Be something special. He did win this in 45 seconds, and he needed a clean headshot straight away. And it's not going to happen. Safe to close it. And a second round win here for MIBR.
Yeah, that's a really nice setup. A good mid-round, mid-crunch, and finding the timing of Pain just kind of slipping in from underpass. Way too many players never expected the second in Con as they tried to break up that crossfire. Tough first death to take, but MIBR find the solution after the fact. Good job from Safe, working with Big Zera at the end, not giving him a clean look, and MIBR have 2 on the board, and importantly, relatively losing a player, but relatively painless in that victory.
Yeah, it was painless. It was only MIBR round wins, Jason. I like what you're doing there. I
did walk into that one, didn't I?
Bringing out your best work today. We've got $3,000 average here for Pain, so maybe a couple of Tech 9s at most, Eagle here and there, but MIBR should have no problems taking a third round.
I mean, Pain might be sitting there thinking, like, you know, for all the success we have, we really haven't been able to, like, we take losses immediately. Like, both their losses have immediately been followed up by, you know, by upgraded pistol buys. So it's like they're not able to build up any kind of a bank to sustain them into full buys.
And I think they're having that conversation because there isn't actually a whole lot of investment even in this round, right? You got 2 Eagles, P250.
Well, by virtue of that good start, they have no losing bonus built up, so not making a ton of money in these losses. Oh. Damn! Okay.
Well, that helps. And now Exodus going to wait inside of the sandwich. It's a good pick for the AK-47. Follow up, and he gets overrun, overwhelmed, and eventually these pistols are just gone. Melted, shredded, and a third round for MIBR.
You know what? He was always going to get swarmed and overrun in that situation, but he does a really good job of getting that first kill, slowing it down, and staying alive, and not trying to swing and take the fights, and making them be the ones to work up the courage to attack him. Bought time for his teammates to get over to support him. 1 more kill, and by the time he actually goes down, there's another player at the A-bomb, so he can help out. And I mean, I'm not going to read too much into that body language, but just as I'm saying that, Big Zera has the hand motion almost looking like he's trying to motivate him to push forward. But that might just be wishful thinking on my part. Fast pace towards the A-bomb site, going right through the Molotov.
Well, here we go. NQZ into the fight, and Sani double kill this time, finally getting some output. We've got DGT trying to make it happen from Palace, and with that spam down through the triple box, he's actually even up the numbers. That is a huge kill, because even if Exit was low in HP, he could have still caused problems. But safe to catch. DGT removes him from Palace, and now it is Davideus for the 1v2. He's pinned on default.
Yeah, but 2 Molotovs. That's a nice smoke to give him some cover to move out of position. So when the Molotov comes in, he's got an option with that smoke, and actually gets extinguished, but Safe still wins the fight. Swap it out. Hot swap to the M4 in the middle of the engagement. And a 4th round for MIBR.
This is pretty much what you pointed out earlier, right? The fact that Peg Gaming got off to a great start on Trim in the first half. We watched MIBR slowly but surely close that gap towards the end of the first half of play. You mentioned it could happen here at Mirage, and that's exactly what we're seeing. You know, a strong start from Pain Gaming, but MIBR starting to close that gap now already.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, I mean, probably just more coincidence than anything. It happens right after the second timeout as well. Since that second timeout is taken, it's been 4 in a row for MIBR. Excuse me, 3 in a row for MIBR to get things close. Back to pistols for Pain. Money's been an issue for them. Weird to say after a 5-1 start, but every time they lose, it's back to pistols, and now you just get trounced in a gun round. And once again, you have to sit back as the losing bonus continues to grow. MIBR in complete control.
Here comes Snow. They want to get through the smoke.
They've done a good job paying in these rounds. I mean, I think it was DGT and Snow previously who found it. But I mean, when they've had these rounds, the Deagles have provided them opening kills. haven't always been able to convert that 5-on-4 with the weaker weaponry, but you're getting that opening. So one more of those.
Yeah, give yourself a shot. Here's a run boost.
I feel like this run boost fails more often.
There you go, yeah. Just as you say it, yeah. Not able to make it happen.
I swear, every time I see that, it's always just ends up horribly. I don't know why teams keep trying it.
Works out like 60% of the time. Works every time, Jason.
Yeah, that would be nice if it was the case, but it's way worse than that. Still, with weaker weapons, there's actually decent production in this from Pain. That's a good nade over towards stairs. Chucks Snow down to 56. Safe playing passive with the AWP. He's got Insani at low HP. This is sneakily a really dangerous round for MIBR, and it gets even worse.
Yeah, with the plant coming in here, front triple. Snow looking to commit to it. He actually gets it down just before he falls, but it's NQZ walking into the jungle, and welcome to it. As MIBR tie up 5-5.
Okay, but that got dicey. Pain actually puts a little bit of pressure on this defense in a low-buy round. Nicely done. But MIBR tie things up. And this time it's not Insani as like the ignition point either. It's just the team starting to step up and play solid all across the board. Safe has 8 kills. Exit and Lukowski both at 7. Insani and Breno at 5. So very close affair. No one popping off. No one lagging behind. Everyone just doing their job. For the Pain side of things, it's DGT top fragging.
Damage done. Light shot to Lukowski. He can no longer stand inside a connector and really think about a challenge in mid. So mid control belongs to Pain Gaming at the moment. If you win this, you go into the 2-2 pool. The team's currently in there. Why is it G2?
Yeah.
NIP. ODDIK.
And you'll be fighting for survival tomorrow. Survival or playoffs. Every match intense for these teams still left in the tournament. Very passive from MIBR on defense. Very slow and conservative from Pain so far after that initial leg shot coming out from NQZ. They've gone passive, wrap back around through T-spawn. Here's the A execute. Exit to defend. He's got Lukowski with them back at the ticket booth on low HP, who's going to be more supportive. Insani and Khan, and they're giving up the bomb site. They're going to play this retake. Exit just hoping to grab 1 or 2 frags before the bomb gets planted, but he's pinned down.
Getting spammed as well. He's down to 41 HP. Sent some bullets back, but that actually costs him because Snow knows exactly where to shoot back. And they're not really in a position to
You have no smokes. I almost think if you don't get anything with this Molotov, you might have to save this round. They need this kill. They need to find one to get into the bomb site, but as soon as they step forward, it feels like one more kill for Pain, and they're going to have to call it off regardless, so now there's just too much time wasted. Bail out. You got no chance at this retake, and Pain have grabbed a 6th. Finally, a rebuttal to this little bit of a run. Beautiful shooting from Safe, but it's in a losing affair. No chance at the win. And we're going to head into this last round. Pain a chance to take a 7-5 lead at halftime, but MIBR have been storming back throughout this half.
Yeah, with that save call, at least they still have everything to play with. The AK-47 for Breno, they're going to have no problems with utility. So a really good shot at tying this half up. It was 7-5 over on Train as well for Pain. They had a 7-5 lead going into the second half where they won no T rounds. Going to be a different story here, you would imagine, but MIBR looking to take everything they can. And again, it's another impressive comeback in the half from MIBR, who go down so early, but stabilize.
Yeah, but it's got to be frustrating, too, like having these slow starts. You know, we've known, speaking with teams in the past who have had that tendency of slow starts, it's like a really annoying thing to have to deal with. It's like, can we please, for the love of God, just play one game with a lead? MIBR in both these maps today fighting back into them, digging themselves out of holes. Lukowski spotted, a little bit of damage done, but better returned. And Sani brought down to 20 HP. And now we have the play from underpass as Davideus takes control of middle. Pain can start applying pressure to this A bomb site from 2 different positions, but just as they gain standing in mid, they back off the A bomb site. So happy to use these 2 players as a pivot point. And defense has no idea what's coming. MIBR playing without information at this time. They know mid is lost.
"45 seconds as they gather behind the smoke. Breno already advanced in the apartments.
Yeah, but look at the strength. Lukowski has just
Here they come, right through it, and Breno, can he end it on his own? No, he can't get all three, but he's certainly done a lot. 2 kills coming in as Lukowski waits behind the bench. Bigazera into the bomb site, but Lukowski is silent, and they haven't checked him, and now he hears them inside the site. It's one, and the second should be teed up, and it's Insani to grab that and close it. 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, Breno didn't get all the kills, but he did win the round. Those 2 kills, the early warning system, and you set up Lukowski in the back of the bomb site. Payne saying, if you're this far pushed forward behind this smoke, we don't expect any defenders inside the bomb site, and they're just left exposed. No chance to get that plant down. So 6-6, the ending scoreline of the first half, tied up in this game for elimination. It's Payne who's facing it as they're down a map in the series. This is their map pick to try and take us to the third and deciding of Inferno. They need to get us there, and it's going to have to be a strong T side to deliver it. So quiet across the team, just listening to Big Uzera go through his plans and how he wants to play this second half. Passing out some final marching orders to both teams as we're set to get underway.
They let out a yell as the scoreline is tied up. MIBR start their T side. 3 players through Palace, 2 going towards ramp. For Payne Gaming, the A setup is pretty much empty.
Yeah, it's a retake, but let's see if they drop anyone back from middle. That's where most of their resources are. DGT pushing up. You had NQZ there to support. Now they're shifting over to the B bomb site. So the wrong side of the map for this A execute. Big Uzera calling it out just now as the 2 smokes start raining in. But no chance to really harass or slow this down or be a nuisance on defense because a lot of real estate for MIBR, and Payne know it rotating back in. They've given up plenty of space. A recovery mission now, 5-on-5 retake.
It's a pretty similar pistol from the first half. And Sonny getting a double kill. Oh my god, 3 kills. It's very similar to that first half indeed. As Big Ozera bites back, there's a flank coming through Palace. And it is the last-ditch effort. Big Ozera trying to keep attention on him with 1 HP. But the time is ticking, and with no kits on their backs, it isn't going to happen.
No, not even, weird to say, but not even worth going for it. So keep the armor. DGT is going to back off. A nice upgrade. What a pistol round from Insani. Knows that retake coming from stairs. Happy to just take the individual duel. Playing Gladiator and getting 3 kills out of it. DGT not even going to challenge. Doesn't want to risk anything.
Look how quickly Insani got to the top of his team. He's 11-8 right now. Top.
He was like 1-5 at some point.
1-6. Yeah, 1-6. When you highlighted his poor performance and how rough he was having at the start of the map, but he just starts getting going, and now he's 11 kills on the board.
It was the T side on train where he really started getting going for MIBR as well, and similar to what we at least saw in the pistol round. Now this for the strategic choice of Payne playing a retake on the A bomb site, but it was all the space that Insani had to run those routes and gain all that map control. That really made him such a danger on train inside the bomb sites. If that's going to happen here again today, if Insani's going to be given some of the freedom to get comfortable, to get some space and look for a fight, Payne's going to have a really bad time. So when the guns come out, which is right now with this second round investment, Payne has to have a little bit more stopping power so Insani doesn't just have free reign.
Flashes come out, exit charging into the A bomb site. It's going to be NQZ with the first. Lukowski to trade it, and Insani, oh no, not this time. Not the impact he was looking for, with just too many bullets firing in all different directions towards him as he exited Palace. But a 3v3, and Breno's taking significant damage, so they're going to fall away, leaving Breno in Palace, and they'll hit the pause button.
Nice initial stop for Payne, but can they find the follow-up with the weaker weapons? And you can now see spread around the map. They're being kept honest by the potential. I like this from Snow. I like the aggression of like rotating back to this side of the map and making sure you're continuing to be mobile and pushing, because you have to find information. And they are set up perfectly, Snow and Big Uzera, if MIBR was going to come back to the B bomb site, but they work around it. Towards middle we go. not taking the most obvious option. What do you do, though, if you're MIBR? You have one smoke. If you're safe, do you drop it con and just make the run, or do you hold on to it as long as possible until you're spotted? They don't want to give up any sound cues, any indication of where they're headed. And they're going to find the perfect solution, the perfect gap as Pain push around them. Into the B bomb site we go, and MIBR are going to magically find a free bomb site in an 8th round. Actually, hold the phone. I shouldn't have maybe called it.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Needed a second kill to really open that option back up again, but he was hanging around. He was going for it. MongolZ seems to have shut that door in their face, though. Looking for his 4th kill of the round here. He's killed everybody so far. Will continue to do so. Davides retreating, and we've got an 8th round for MIBR, but it's hard fought.
It really is hard fought. That's a great round from MIBR, though. I mean, recognizing that you just didn't have it at that 8 bomb site, it's really easy to kind of get lost in those executes and stick around despite the fact the execute's going horrible. The idea that Pain saw they had an opportunity to just back away and reassess the situation, really well done to call the forces back and work yourself into a round victory up catwalk. But a nice initial stop from Pain, just when that slows down, when they escape, and when they get spread out across the map, like, what are you supposed to do? No great options for Pain in that situation, with MP9s, with 5.7s, with a FAMAS. And MIBR outlast them in this round. 8-6. Once again, just a huge run for MIBR to come storming back into this, and Pain not able to do anything towards it. This is a 7-1 run at the moment in the favor of MIBR. Pain on Train dropped a 6-0 lead in the first half. Now on Mirage, looking like they might drop, or at least lose the advantage of a 5-1 lead. As yet again, MIBR just take complete control of the map. And it's a complete swap of the situation. Now a 3-round lead at 9-6.
And their stack doesn't work out. And this run MIBR go to the opposite side. By saving, they might convince MIBR that there's maybe a little item or two here that's worth saving and entice them into the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope that. Ooh, the Zeus just narrow miss. Yeah, I mean, really, you should know if you're MIBR. There's no real need for the hunt. I mean, if you want to send the MAC 10 at it, go for it. See if you can get some bonus money. You don't need to take these guns away, but they're being pretty ruthless at the moment. MP9 around the corner, though. Davideus gives away his position. Good trade. Some armor taken away, so force the reinvestment. DGT survives with his low armor and 5-7. And now Pain have to buy up into the round, and they need a stop right here, right now.
Yeah, no mercy from MIBR. Got to see a big turnaround here from Pain Gaming. Incredibly frustrating to get these good starts and watch them slip away on both maps. Got to change that now as NQZ has the AWP out. And towards the end of last year, maybe the start of this year, we were talking about how NQZ was really starting to elevate his performances with the AWP. This would be one hell of a time to have a great performance for him. Sort of get those numbers that we've seen the last few months.
I mean, it's been this event in particular has been really rough. If you wanted to see some of the individual players of Pain pop off, I feel like everyone's kind of been muted. It's been a tough situation playing with the coach in the early going. DGT comes in a little bit late, and you're always trying to kind of recover the unfortunate scenario you found yourself in the Swiss system with some losses, but also the disorganization of so many moving pieces on top of an already stressful year with a lack of results.
Here comes LaCalzi into the connector. He's just going to walk through that smoke and take some space. No one's spotting. No one's looking until now, but he's already too far deep, and they know. They now have to deal with that threat. But Insani comes out of Palace. And Big Uzera getting caught in jungle. It's all about Snow to step up from under the wood. He's got a second. Fire melts away Snow, but he's got a smoke. And he'll stay in position until that grenade gets rid of him. But he's bought his team time. It doesn't matter, though, as Insani doesn't give crap. He's got himself 3 kills again, and Davideus left 1v3 to try and recover this with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, and Insani, he's putting him down right now. This is a beautiful performance over from Palace. He's never even had to leave it. 2 kills towards jungle, a nade kill underneath the boards to give his team access into the bomb site, and Davideus knows he does not have a winning play. 1 versus 3, and he's just going to try and back off and save the weapon. 5 bullets in the mag, and the off angle from exit up on the table. It's 10-6.
Oh, we are about to see it again, Jason. We're getting the signs of Train where that second half just gets blanked. Pain Gaming calling a second timeout here. Money's not in a position to get a full buy. MIBR's most likely outcome in the next few minutes here is 11-6. We're getting to the end of the line for Pain.
And it's got to be frustrating too, because you're also, one thing we've seen in these last 2 maps is Pain has an inability to stop the momentum growing for MIBR, and they have an inability, it appears in the series, at least today, to win rounds when they don't have advantages elsewhere in the game, right? Like, they got those early starts, they got those hot starts, 6-0 on Train, 5-1 here on Mirage. You're getting those starts when you have the advantage of the economy, when you have advantage of some early momentum, but once it's taken away from them, they have no ability to get it back, which has been really rough to watch considering the starts. It's supposed to look good. There's the second kill from Insani. He was just a beast in this round. And it's not just losing control and losing momentum. Both these maps now marked by big leads being dropped and also just massive runs from MIBR.
Oh, eventually it's going to be David with the double. Safe and exit both gone. Here's Lakalzi stepping up, and Insani in tandem elsewhere on the map. And the CZ, the noisy cricket trying to come through, but Lakalzi turns and somehow gets that. So nothing going the way of Pain.
Yeah, that's the round-winning open up at the B bomb site for Lukowski. MIBR can play it slowly for now. You got one more player to find, so you don't want to just throw caution to the wind and stumble into something silly. But control the map and complete advantage, and you can see it's only the low HP Lukowski who's moving and investigating. The other 2 players staying parked at top mid, looking for the information push. And there it is, nice and easy. What a round from Lukowski. 17 kills to lead the way for MIBR.
Yeah, Lukowski, one of the additions that we wanted to see for some time in this MIBR squad. We said this is a team that are on the brink of taking the next step, rising up to the next echelon, and we wanted to see a move that could allow them to break through that ceiling. We thought Lukowski would be it. Hasn't necessarily been able to deliver to that extent, but if they go on a run here in Astana, this could be one of the breakout events for MIBR, but they're sitting in a tough spot at the moment in the Swiss system, but with a performance like this, taking Pain down and getting into the last chance tomorrow, who knows? It could be playoffs with this kind of performance from Lukowski if he can keep it up.
Yeah, Lukowski was supposed to elevate this team's level for sure, and I don't think it came to fruition the way they would have liked at Tier 1, but it certainly feels like it might have elevated them over some of the other Brazilian teams, particularly as we're watching today. Elevating them over Pain. DGT is going to play under the balcony. NQZ all the way back at Ticket. You've got Big Uzera over in jungle, although the last time he played this position, his face got ripped off by Insani, who's over in Palace yet again.
Well, Flash goes into the ramp, and it's going to be Lukowski to fall, DGT to lock him out, goes up for a jump, but Insani immediately pops his head.
Oh, filthy trade from Insani. MIBR, we're lined up for this hit, but it looks like they don't want it any longer with that kind of pressure. Going to back away for the moment. 55 seconds left in the round as they shift away. Out of smokes. They've chucked them all at the A bomb site. And they're just going to show they're going to fall back and reassess on the map. Exit, it looks like he's going to go towards middle, throw a little bit of a fake, try and keep some attention towards... Okay, at the B bomb site, not towards middle. So this is going to be a question of what kind of mentality is Pain playing with at the moment. How much do they bite on this fake?
Look at this. Big Azera managed to come through the underpass. And this could be...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the fake is already getting pulled off. All the resources are pulled on this side of the map. It's going to be a 3v1 at the A bomb site.
They realize now it's an A play. Insani popping out of Palace. Well played from MIBR once again. This time into the A site.
Oh, deep angle with the op.
Safe all the way up. Flash goes in. Safe comes off the angle. And Davideus actually wins the fight against Insani.
That's a T-flash.
Yep, it was. A complete fumble of team play here, but Safe able to get out of there.
Okay, a little bit of miscommunication trying to take control of CT, but it's not a big deal because MIBR's got that control right back and a strong reposition with the AWP out towards T-Ramp.
Well, Safe, little missed shot from Safe, and he's going to have to hide here on Tetris as they come back in on the defuse. It's not planted for them. They've got to get to it. Snow defending, and the defuse is stuck. It is Pain pulling one out of the hat right at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going to reposition like that away from the bomb plant, you have to hit that shot if you're Safe as they cross into the bomb site. That's one of the losing plays. That's a really gross post plan from MIBR. Let's just say it like that. Communication not quite there. Safe wants to get aggressive to go for a deep angle with the AWP, which could have been a really cool play, but that's a T-flash. That's a team flash coming in that forces Safe to give up the angle and blinds Insani as he swings in for the fight.
They did everything right. They led up to the winning move. They had it. You just fumble it in the late stages.
Lord. That flashbang is so brutal. I'd be so mad if I'm Safe.
Chance to bounce back straight away, though. They do have everything they could want. AKs and AWP, but look how's his health gone. Another nade right on top of him. NQZ's looking up towards top middle with the AWP. He's going to miss the shot and have to drop back.
Should be 12-7. That's what's ringing out in the minds of MIBR at the moment. And that's what's going to be nagging at them if they lose this round and Pain starts stringing rounds together on the CT side that they had complete control and that didn't have to be in this situation. 4 versus 5. Staunch defense for Pain over in middle. 2 players doubled up in con. You've got Davideus in the ladder room ready to pounce, ready to swing on contact. But MIBR working their way towards the B bomb site. They've neglected this part of the map for quite some time outside of a fake. So for the moment, it's a weak defense with just Snow's MP9. It's the flank that is going to be the strength of holding on, but Insani's checking it.
Oh, Dink though. Oh, it's an awkward fight for Insani, and he's going to lose against Bigazera. Davideus stepping up, Exit trying to frag out, but 2v4. 20 seconds left. Exit needs a lot more than that, and he's got it. He's got the follow-up kill. And now he's got Safe watching the market rotation. Gonna smoke the apartments.
Oh, that's
worried
a
about an
risky smoke.
underpass play. Yeah, definitely a risky smoke in the open.
Well, risky to not to throw it as well, but could have easily been peaked. So holding for this cross. Safe missed a critical shot in the previous round. He'll do it again here.
Yeah, missed shot again on the crossover, but at least he's still standing. Exit doing some of the heavy lifting here for MIBR. Isn't enough to push them up to 12. DGT on the flank. They've got to get a move on. Safe considers it. Turns at the right time as that smoke fades away. Time ticking. Got to get in on this. NQZ with the kit. Needs to get to the defuse, and Exit's just going to play with him. A 4K from Exit. 12 rounds for MIBR off the back of it. And this is looking like elimination for Pain.
Well, they get it right back, so they don't have to worry about giving up the previous round in the post plan. Exit does everything for them, and now you're starting to see some of the individual prowess shine. We've seen Insani with a couple beautiful rounds. Lukowski opened things up, and now Exit's turn to be the champion for MIBR. Put them up at 12-7. Map and series point. Elimination point if you're Pain. And a devastating elimination it would be with the way that they lost these 2 maps today. Needing 5 rounds in a row and a half where they've only won a single round. 6-1 run for MIBR once they've switched to the T side. Pain's defense has just been non-existent here on Mirage.
Mid-control established for MIBR. They know that this is their best chance to move into the final day of groups tomorrow with a chance of the playoffs here in Astana. Exit to try and clear NQZ at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, NQZ hasn't had many kills on this map, but that is an important one.
Yeah, that's a superficial clear from Exit, right? That's like him kind of going through the motions. Like, I know I should check this, but I'm not really expecting anyone to be here. So a little lackadaisical and gets punished for it. Davideus on catwalk. Gonna get challenged eventually. They will turn this corner with the cover of the AWP. He's taking it off angle, paired up with Big Uzera over at Sandbag. Snow as well up in the ladder room, and this defense is looking strong. Catwalk take gonna go nowhere. Nice setup for Pain. And MIBR got nothing. It's Lukowski against 4.
So won't be close here. Not likely to close in the next round either. There's not a lot of money left over here from MIBR. No bomb plant in this round, so 12-9 should be the outcome of the next few moments here for Pain. But if Lukowski hangs on to the AK, which he will,
well, yeah.
and there's a hero AK at least in the next round.
Yeah, but you won't drop a Galil. You won't drop any pistols over. You don't have the funds on anyone else for it. So remember, MIBR has been such a huge winning streak that they're going to have no losing bonus. So you'll probably see an investment in this round just because of the fact that you have to save regardless.
Anyway.
Yeah, double save anyways. So timeout called by Pain. And called off by Big Uzera, saying, oh no, not called off, excuse me, I thought that hand gesture. Again, reading way too much into Big Uzera's hand talking, it looked like he called it off. But yeah, third and final timeout called, this one by MIBR, so maybe Big Uzera did call it off. Now I'm all sorts of confused, now it's all over the place.
I'd say your assessment of the situation, I would agree.
Was accurate in the first place,
yeah.
And then MIBR just decided to step in. So Rix and Big Uzera are like, thank you, we wanted to save this one regardless for later on if we need it. And MIBR obviously wanted the timeout to talk over how exactly they want to play this round, shifting their brains into the section of the playbook for low buys. AK-47 and upgraded pistols. And I mean, as devastating this has been, Pain's not out of it with this kind of a round. You win this, it's 12-9. Then MIBR is saving. You can get to 10-12. And then you're talking one gun round and you're fighting for overtime. No need to discuss it during the timeout if you're Pain. Everyone obviously knows the consequences of a loss. Elimination if you can't close out this round.
Oh, well, Insani's got the opening. And surely not like this. Surely not like this, Pain. So NQZ is going to take one from window. Will be smoked out again.
Oh my lord, look at this.
And look
gap.
at the space from Breno.
Oh, he tested
this
it.
is huge.
He saw the catwalk player. Oh no. Okay, so he's going to pull the team over. And they're saying, all you have to worry about is catwalk. I have market. Nobody's here. Just be cautious of Cat when you come in. That's going to be where the only defender is. But actually, it might catch him off guard because Snow's coming back and he's getting a little bit deeper. Nade trajectory, smoke trajectory, and now sliding forward. And Breno's not coming back to help, so it's on exits entry, and Snow gives up the angle. Now they can swing wide and pin him down.
Oh, but
there's
Breno!
the pounce.
Yeah, that's the surprise they weren't ready for. Breno to be so deep in the site. Snow thought he was defending the B-bomb site, but they had already lost it. And now they're out. NQZ to step up to the plate. He'll try. But it's going to be impossible. Pain Gaming start this tournament having to play with their coach. They get DGT a little bit later into it, but this performance is not one to remember. It is MIBR to take down their countrymen, knock them out of the competition here in Astana, and MIBR move into the final day of groups tomorrow for their last chance at the playoffs.
Oh, that's a beautiful final round to end it on as well. And Sani gets one kill with the Deagle, and just that one kill opens up a gap. And because you have the pistols, you're willing to take more risks and test that and see what you can find. And Breno delivers the goods. Great aggressive play, great bold push towards market to gain control, and beautiful organization of your team around the play you're making. And that's cool for MIBR too, because down the stretch, I mentioned it, we saw some great rounds from Exit, from Lukowski, from Insani throughout this series. It's nice seeing Breno get a chance of having huge impact down the stretch. You go to the other side, the devastation on the faces of Pain, because this is just one more in a sequence of really underwhelming tournament runs from Pain.
I mean, this is a Pain squad that last year were on the brink of making playoffs at some of the biggest events of the year. This is a team that were so close to taking the next step, and we were just waiting and waiting. And at an event like this, where you get Swiss system, you get multiple chances, you're a team that you gotta feel like you should be getting into the playoffs, you should be getting these opportunities, but this hasn't been a year for Pain. They started to slow down, they started to drop off, and now they're losing 2-0 series against the likes of MIBR, the teams from their own country, and it just wasn't a very good performance today from Pain. They didn't get any rounds in the second half of Train. They got a couple here on the second half of Mirage. It's just a bit disappointing day at the office for Pain Gaming.
They didn't. I mean, let's put it this way: they didn't play a complete map in this series. You know, they played like maybe like a great 8 rounds on each map to get out to some of those hot starts, but all of them slipping away. So yeah, it's going to be frustrating. It's going to be tough, and they're obviously in a really weird place. Odd event for them with the coach stand-in to start, but no excuses when you have your full lineup, and this is the performance on these 2 maps that get you eliminated. So really rough times. I think unfortunately for this, like, I don't think it really changes anyone's opinions either way. I think on both Pain and MIBR, we're kind of like still sitting pat with this team for the last 6, 7, 8 months. With both of these teams, where we're kind of like, all right, like, you know, there's some cool things. You guys are kind of hovering in this position of trying to make that leap up, but none of the Brazilian teams making that step up into the tier 1 of Counter-Strike, which is the frustrating thing, because we're watching all these teams seemingly get close and be right there, but no one ever to actually make that leap. So nothing really changes, at least in my mind, for MIBR or Pain.
Yeah. When you see LocalZ and Insani having a good game, though, it is super entertaining to watch for MIBR. You know, they are very stylish players, and Insani in particular. Obviously, we know what to expect from him when he's having a good game. Yeah, he single-handedly ruined Navi's major last time.
Oh, yeah.
This is a player that is just very, very talented.
Oh, there's a reason when you talk about the inability for the Brazilian scene to make roster changes to put a good team together, the first name coming on anyone's lips is going to be Insani. That's the first guy where you're like, he's the one that every team should be looking at grabbing, and probably, I would imagine, relatively impossible to get him out of MIBR, to be completely honest with you. 13-7 on Train. That was the 6-0 start for Pain, and then a 13-1 run for MIBR. 13-8 on Mirage. This was a 5-1 start for Pain, and then a 12-3 run to close out the map for MIBR. So both of them just huge collapses for Pain, which is probably going to be the most frustrating part of this elimination. Is just like how both of these maps we just capitulated on them and felt like you probably didn't even put up much of a contest in the second half. These are the standings we got so far. While all that was going down, Astralis took down Virtus.pro over on the mainstream, so they've qualified through to the playoffs 3-1. Shout out to Hooksy one time, who's looking like a fragging IGL and putting some highlights up on the board. Obviously, we have the MongolZ and Spirit, who qualified 3-0. And then the rest of the Swiss system to play out tomorrow as the B stream ends for the day and for the whole tournament.
Yeah, that's it for the B stream. A lot of action here in the Swiss system, but there's a reminder of how things went down today. All 2-0s.
All 2-0s. We love a good 2-0 day on the B stream.
Yeah, well, NIP 2-0 over HOTU, 2-0 for G2 over Big. Very one-sided games today as well.
Yeah, it really was. G2 came in. I mean, it was great seeing MOLBS perform like that, or I should say we were sleeping during that game. So it was great seeing the box score of what looked like MOLBS dominating over Big to make it to survive in the tournament. A little bit sad that HOTU wasn't able to do anything against NIP, because I think for us, watching them from day 1 to day 2 to day 3 and seeing that improvement, I was starting to think that they could do some damage and ruin one more team's tournament, but not going to be the case. Still, we'll see what they can do moving into the future as NIP survive. Yeah, this is nice. And for us, workday started at 4:50 a.m. and it's now ending before 7 a.m. So this is going to be a weird day.
I don't think that's I don't think I've ever had that before.
Well, you're going to get to experience it now. I have no idea. Let's go get some breakfast.
Interesting. All the 2-2 matchups looking real deadly as the B string comes to a close. We'll see how the groups shake out tomorrow. But thank you very much for watching the B string throughout this tournament, PGL Astana. Make sure to tune into the playoffs later this weekend.
Enjoy the rest of the event, boys.
Bye.